Hello, I'm Eagle, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 392. Hopefully, you've had a great day, got an amazing guest for you. You know him from around our chats for sure. I'm sure you guys have had many conversations with him, Mr. Stoney Rockafeller. How you doing? You want to tell us how you're doing and where we can find you, sir?
I'm doing real good, actually, and you can find me on Instagram. I am on Cannabuzz, but I have not been on there in a while, actually a real long while. So, but mostly you can find me on Instagram at Stoney Rockafeller.
I've tried Cannabis a few times. I love the community, but that one, well, when I first initially tried it, it was on my Samsung. I think it was like a S8 or a Galaxy 8, something like that, before they made the monster jump up to the 20s. uh, and it just froze up every time I tried to use it. And then the last time they like upgraded and it was pretty good, but I just can't fall into the swing of it for some reason.
Yeah, it's like everything else that starts out. Even like remember Instagram first started and I tried it. I think I had it probably on my phone for 2 years before I actually got into it. So it's when I got in Cannabis, there was really nobody on there. It's me and like, I don't know, a couple hundred people. And I was like, okay, well, see what happens. So, but it sounds like it's blowing up a little bit. So I'll check it out.
What did you bring to smoke on tonight, Mr. Stoney?
Tonight I've actually got a little bit left in the bottom of my jar here. I got this one is the Triangle Kush crossed with Skywalker OG. And this one here is Slippery Susan, little exotic genetics. So actually got me on the Dude's Grow show. I got my first Dank Nug feature.
Nice. Well, the first one just sounds super potent, and the second one just sounds fun.
Yeah, it's they're both. I'll tell you what, the Triangle Kush stuff's gonna knock me out, so that's gonna be a little bit later. Slippery Susan keeps me going, and actually, I really love that one. I've been smoking on that one for 2 months. I mean, I don't know about you, I get bored pretty quick, but this one, I don't know. I'm liking it. it's still going, so I'm gonna be growing more of that soon.
Not to I keep having fun with that name, but with a name like Slippery Susan,
You can't even say
I think it should keep you going. It just kind of it's in the name. There's just
Yeah, he's got some unique names for those strains, man. I don't know if you ever take a look at some of his lineups, but yeah. Pretty good stuff.
So you make me not want to talking about the Twisted. I've been smoking the Twisted here for the last few days. It's a Twisted TK from Deep Southern Genetics, and it's a TK times a Twisted Manja, which I'm not really sure. That's one of his, strains that he crosses most of the stuff with, and man, that shit is pretty strong. I smoked a lot of it last night on air. I smoked it all day yesterday and then on air, and I kind of got like cloudy during the wormhole last night. So yeah, I think I'm going to follow your advice. I think I'm going to set the Twisted TK aside for a little bit later, and I think I'm going to dive in with a little bit of this Primal Punch I've got laying around here. So
yeah, I've been hearing a lot about that Primal Punch, man. That sounds like some good stuff.
It is super tasty, kind of greasy. Got that really good grease to it. Nice buzz. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. My favorite is the 2. I like the version 2 better than the version 1. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, I saw something else. Does he have Silverback Gelato or something? I think it's MG1, Med Grower. Is that his strain?
Mm-hmm. I believe so. I believe so.
Yeah, I'm friends with somebody that's been growing that Silverback out. Let me tell you, those things, amazing plants, massive colas, and I mean just packed with trichomes. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff. So I'm going to be looking for getting some of that real soon.
Right on. Right on. Can't help but the Michigan Cup shirt there. Are you Michigan? Are you
No,
Michigander?
I'm not. I'm an Illinoisan, but I did go to this cup.
Close enough.
I did go there. Yeah, it's only a couple hours for me, 3 hours. Well,
That's
they
not
get to the
bad.
center of your state, really, Kalamazoo.
Awesome. Awesome. So I guess we shouldn't just cut to the chase. Let's get it rolling, Stoney. Let's get it
All
rolling.
right.
When was your first encounter with the plant? Mind sharing?
Sure. My first encounter is probably different than a lot of people's. Um, most people's first encounter is they go to a party or a friend or an older whatever. You smoke and that's your first encounter with it. My first encounter was with a plant, actually. I had an older cousin. She's about 10 years older than me. I was probably about 7 or 8. She's like, hey, want to come see something cool? Sure, why not? Went in her room and she had this plant. I know it was a sativa, and it was the 70s, so I know sativas were the hot thing back then. But yeah, she had this plant just sitting there vegging out on her windowsill. And for some reason, man, I was just I liked it. Thought it was cool. I'm like, you're growing that? Like you could grow that? Like you could grow things? So I went home, planted some watermelon seeds. The old man freaked out because they were growing everywhere, but that was the beginning for me with that. That was the first time. And then, it was quite a bit later. I was probably about 12, actually, when I first smoked. So I went over to a buddy's house, and his older brother happened to be there in the backyard with some friends smoking hash under glass. And yeah, so I just blew right by smoking flower right to hash first time. So yeah, it was a not a good experience, I guess, the first time getting real high off of hash, and it set me back a year from wanting to try anything else. But then we fell into it later, a year later, probably started smoking.
Right on, right on. Was it just super strong?
What's that? The hash? Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's the
yeah.
first time you smoke anything. If I even gave you some brickweed, you'd probably get high off of it first time, because you've never had it. And I was 12, so yeah, I remember I was sitting there for a while. I was stuck, man. I was glued to the corner, just kind of didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, I've heard it both ways, to be honest with you. Some people say they do, and they got tore up, and some people say that first time. I, I,
Really?
yeah, yeah. I can't help but wonder if there's like it isn't there isn't a barrier there that needs to be wore down or broken with that initial uh time with cannabis there. So I can't help but wonder, and this is like right off the cuff as we talk about this, but I mean, were you kind of brought up around cannabis other than, I've heard,
No,
your first time were you ever smoked around?
no.
Because that I was wondering, I just in my head if that, if it could be you be around it and have it wore down. You know what I mean? And have
Well,
that first time actually be a high.
yeah, right. So I guess okay, so my same cousin, she's got like there were 6 kids in that family. So and her 2 other brothers, they were older than me also. They had an awesome record collection. So my love was music since I was 4 years old. I just found the albums and just started playing records. For you kids out there, those are these 12-inch discs. I could actually grab one and show you if you want. But yeah, so I would hang out in their room, and the records got me in the room, but it was the scent in the room that kept me there. They had probably a lot of stuff stashed. I mean, now that I remember, going back, I can remember seeing rolling trays laying out and bongs and stuff. I mean, back then the bongs were a little bit different than today. They were actually made to kind of look like a vase in a way. So it kind of blended in with the rest of the decor of the house and not, some weird ass thing with, paintings and shit on. So yeah, I would hang out down there, man. And I just go through all the albums and learn about all the rock albums and whatnot, different bands. And yeah, I just enjoyed that smell. So I just had this connection with it, you know, I guess at an early age. But as far as it being openly around me and, you know, like my parents, no, there's no way. I come from Italian background from Chicago. And yeah, there was none of that. They didn't believe in it. You know, reefer madness took hold of those people back then.
So unfounded too. You know, I've said this a few times. I wish I could find some reefer madness. You know what I mean? I want to smoke some of that shit.
I know.
Put
That's
some
what I
truth
used
to the legend, I guess. I don't know.
I'd say the same thing, man. I was like, I wish that would happen at some point, you know, like there's sometimes I wish I could just let loose like that, but it don't work like that. Makes us nicer and mellower. It doesn't make you crazy. At least not me.
I've never, I get silly sometimes, but never to the point where you could do that like super fast, crazy 20 stance and shit. I've never been that high. I mean, if fucking cannabis could take you there, I'd try it once, twice. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy on that Reefer Madness too. It's always reminding me of like the old school dude from what was it, Dracula or whatever, Igor, I forgot what it was, but I know there's one scene and the guy's like turning into a vampire or slowly turning into one. He's like eating flies and shit, and his eyes are bugged out. I'm like, that dude must have been smoking some weed, according to Reefer Madness.
Yeah, so many misconceptions there with cannabis. None of them were true. None of them were true. That's the sad thing about it. Set us back 100 years.
Yeah, that's a whole other subject we could probably go deep on, because then I have to question, but why? Why are we condemning something that isn't that bad, that they probably knew back then? So I don't know. Again, I don't even want to go there. That'll be a whole nother show.
So yeah, I can't imagine smoking hash the first time. That'd be a good one though. I can't a whole year. It must have been some good hash.
Well, it's 12, man. That knocked me out. I was just a little leery, and it's not like that stuff was readily available either.
Yeah.
My neighborhood was a kind of an ethnic neighborhood. We moved out of the city. Basically, all these people moved out to the city, to this one small working class neighborhood, out in the suburbs, and which really was about 10 or 15 minutes from the edges of the city, right? But there wasn't a whole, anybody that did it, they kept that shit down. Nobody wanted to be flashing around. There wasn't like a loose hippie scene or anything like that in my neighborhood. It was Chicago, fucking go to work, make money, buy a house, make family. It's kind of caveman mentality type shit back in the day. The old American dream, right?
Do you ever roll any joints on them old albums for just nostalgia's sake? There was somebody on the other day talking about separating seeds on the album covers.
Yes,
that just brought back that
yes, but it had to be the double live. It had to be the double live album. It opened up, so then you can get it all in the middle. You could pick it up and just get rid of the seeds. How many good seeds we must have thrown away, man? Because it was like, you're going to get another set in another bag in another couple of days anyway. So it's like, what do I need these for? They're always around, and then all of a sudden it went away. Sensimilia.
I've said this a few times too. I honestly think that is the difference right there. That's the difference. That high that we go, what's the difference between now? We used to get high as fuck back then, but yet the THC levels are, higher now. Yeah, we used to smoke seeded pot back then. That's the only difference that I can really see. plant does go through a different stage. You know, once it gets impregnated, it puts out a few different hormones. So I can't help but wonder if that's got some of that nostalgic high that we're missing. Is that we were smoking seeded bud back then?
Yeah, maybe that might be right. You know, you never know. Yeah, I don't. I hear a lot of guys, oh, the weed wasn't as strong as it is today, and I'm going to say bullshit. Um, I can remember the first time getting our hands on the real skunk, and I'm talking about the skunk where you could, if it's around within 100 feet of you in 2 bags in someone's pocket, you're going to smell it. You open it up, man, you got a mile's worth of people are going to be flying through there. I mean, I just remember it, you know, and I remember smoking that stuff for the first time. And believe me, it knocked me out and a lot of other people. I was helping other people get some back in the day. And so, believe me, when I got that stuff out, I had people driving me crazy, you know, and then it just kind of disappeared once the war on drugs, as I like to call it, the war on marijuana, because quite frankly, when marijuana disappeared, I could get cocaine like there was no tomorrow, which didn't make sense to me, but that's what was happening back then, you know.
It's a silly fight. It really is. I've never been able to understand it. More so now, knowing what I know about cannabis, I can't figure out why they ever tried to demonize it so bad.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. That could, if you really sit down and start thinking, like, well, why would someone want to do that? You just let your mind go. Believe me, you can start coming up with some crazy answers. You know, conspiracy theory, whatever. I hate that word, but you know, another word made up, I think, to keep you from thinking. I want us thinking, and you know, honestly, weed makes me think clearer. I mean, I'm one of these ADHD people, whatever you want to call ADD. Um, my mind's like I got people running around in there, you know. And if I don't take care of that, you know, I have a hard time, really. So it's helped me. You know, I know they prefer me to take some pills that'll cost me, you know, $80 a week to get their pills and then not be able to go off of them or cause another problem. Maybe I have to take another pill to cure that. And then, you know, then that one's going to do something. You have to take another one to combat that. So next thing you know, you got 20 pills you're taking. And yeah, I'm not down for that. I'm not a pill taker. I mean, I won't even take a Tylenol. I mean, it's got to be bad for me to take it. I just got a tooth. I had a tooth pulled a couple months ago, and the nurse is like, "Well, here's a prescription for Norco," and I'm like, "Norco? I mean, they were giving my ex that when she was having babies. You know, I mean." I was like, I don't understand why. I was like, no, I don't want it. She looked at me like I was fucking crazy, you know, like, you don't want this? Really? No, I don't. I don't. It's shit. You know, I'll deal with it. It's not that bad. It'll be a day of pain. Get through
Good Ed will probably walk you through it anyway.
it.
Yeah, they are so quick to fucking dish out that poison. You know, I honestly can't figure out why they don't assess us kind of like they do we do our plants. Because most times, you know, when we go, you sleep, anxiety, a ton of other shit is boiled down to vitamin deficiencies, just like in plants. You know what I mean? We actually need just supplements, more or less. Get some healthy food. Eat some more of this. You know, that should be step one when we go to the doctor. They should fucking pull some blood. Go, okay. Looks like you're deficient in K. You need some iron. You know, why don't you try? Here's some, you know, vitamins. try to eat some of this. You know, they don't. They just right off the cuff poison.
That's
Come back
that's
when that don't work.
it's bad for business, man. Because what are they going to do? They'll, you know how it is, right? So yeah, they'll figure it all out and say, okay, so you need to start eating more green and you need to eat more leaner. So lay off the beef and get into the fish or the chicken. And then that's it. And guess what? Now what? You're not coming back to the doctor anymore. So now he's not making the money. So it's easier to just let you go, get sick, and tell you, oh, come on, Eagle, you know, you're going to have to change your eating habits. And that's about as far as we go. And they know you ain't going to do it. You know, you might do it for a day or two, right? Because you get a little scared or something, you go in there and something's not right. And everything goes back to normal, right? Unless it's really life threatening. That's when everybody really starts changing, you know, and usually by then it's not could be too late, right? So these are all decisions you got to make early on what you want to do. As I sit here smoking a cigarette, which I wish I didn't. Believe me, I wish I could get off of them. I'm a union electrician. We have a pretty good healthcare plan. And they'll give me the Chantix like no tomorrow. And that was probably the last pill, honestly, I could tell you I took, because I go to the pharmacy tomorrow and get as many as I want. I don't pay a dime, zero money. And I took those things a couple of years ago, and I was probably not in a good frame of mind. You know, things weren't good. Life was pretty bad, and I was trying to do everything I could to make it better. I thought quit smoking would be the best thing I could do right now. And that was a bad idea. And those pills, again, my fault for not reading all the stuff, but apparently if you're not having a good time mentally in your life and you're taking these pills, they could have a really bad effect on you and amplify your problems tenfold and start making you do or think pretty fucked up. And yeah, bad for me, because I was really thinking some crazy shit. And I was like, wow, man, what the fuck, you know? I just quit taking that shit, and that was the end of it, you know? I don't know, smoking's worse, but the pills, I don't know. Eventually I'll quit. I've been working on it, believe me, I'm slowing down slowly. I'm going to have to do it on you know, wean myself off.
Heard that. Well, they are coming up with the hemp alternatives, that's for sure. That tobacco's tough, man. They put a lot of shit in with that tobacco, man. I chewed. My demon was chewing. I picked up chewing Kodiak. I chewed Kodiak forever. And then I would smoke on top of that when I was drinking. Sometimes I would even do both. I'd be drinking, chewing, and smoking if I was fucked up enough.
Yeah, and you gotta have a cigarette with the booze, right? I mean, I went nuts. Yeah, I had a small window where I was not a small window, but I don't know. My life was, I kind of way I look at my life is like I lived all these lives, like, you know how you kind of change through life. There's like a period of time where you're this way, and then all of a sudden everything just kind of changes. Your thought process changes, your wants and needs completely change. What you used to want, you completely don't want, and now you're looking for something else. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, it is. I think we're meant to go through phases like that, to be honest with you. I think we like come to a point, we like graduate almost, if you will. You've learned your lessons. It's time to level up.
Yeah, hopefully you learned your lessons, right?
Well, if you didn't, I don't think you'd be leveling up. Well, sometimes you level down, though. You don't follow the lessons, you can level down.
Yes. Yeah, you could definitely level down. I've leveled down quite a few times, actually. But, you know, again, everything happens, you know, that's that old saying, everything happens for a reason. And it's true. You know, to get to where you need to be, you're going to have to go through shit. And I think that as human beings, you know, we're designed to go or try and make our lives as comfortable as possible and go through as least shit as possible. But I know sometimes you just have to go through it. And it makes sure, once you do go through it a few times and you figure this out, I think as you get older, you figure out that, you're just going to have to do this, yeah, you don't want to, but it's going to happen and you're going to go to the whatever to get through it. But when you do come out the other side, man, it's a good feeling, when you get through things that could have stopped you, man. And even, who knows, put you into a critical position, whatever.
So, what besides the skunk? What other strains do you kind of remember there from the old school days that you were able to acquire?
I
Chicago, I would think, is like a hot spot. I would think that you would they have a little bit of variety coming through there. I think of like when I think of Chicago, I think like Windy City, the old gangster kind of days, shit flowing
Yeah.
through there. I don't know.
Yeah, and I kind of grew up in that. Well, my father actually, he was born and raised with that, the whole mafia thing, so to speak. And yeah, I mean, look, I see some of these movies, and these guys were around the neighborhood. I mean, they were just like your neighbor walking down the street, and these guys are also in the newspapers and they're on TV later on in life, and you see them, and it's very odd, right? But yeah, it was something back then, I guess I could talk about some of it now. My father passed away. He unfortunately got COVID back in October last year, and then passed away in November. So it's been
Sorry to hear that, bro.
yeah, thank you. And yeah, so he wasn't one to talk about that stuff. And I look, we're Italian, and that's what they did. They all moved into an area of the city, and you had your Italian areas, and you had Polish areas, and Irish and German and whatnot, right? And it was just like, it's a little town or an area. We have areas that of Chicago. So there's like Bucktown, Uptown, there's kind of like neighborhoods, and usually these neighborhoods were very concentrated ethnically. So my neighborhood they were Italian, 90%, and then, mixture of a few other nationalities in there. But so, yeah, my area breeded the gangsters of, 50s, 60s, and 70s, and probably 80s. And now it's not like it used to be. I think they're mostly doctors and lawyers, and mostly lawyers. All the kids got to school, and they put them right to college. You're not going to come in and be a guy. You're gonna be the lawyer.
Right on, right on. For some reason, it seems to make sense, to be honest with you, that lawyers would be next. The ones bailing out, the ones that made all the money, defending all the gangsters when they were all put away, done with. They're like, yeah, it's time to live life, take over the town. Tires now.
Right. Like that old that saying that he says on the Godfather or whatever, you keep your friends close, but you keep your enemies closer, So, I mean, if you're a lawyer, you're on, you're right there in the middle, you're floating in the middle, and you're collecting money too. So not a bad gig, right? And for the most part, if you kept your nose clean, you were going to survive.
Okay. So I guess when do you know when exactly cannabis changed for you? I mean, is it a medical thing? I mean, these days, I guess it's safe to say because Rec's going through so much, and you know, is it a med thing or is it a Rec thing?
All right. So, yeah. Thinking about it, now, so in the beginning, obviously it was a Rec thing, getting high. And so I can honestly tell you, so the first time I used, I guess I had to go back. So like around 86, 87, 88, it was really hard to get stuff, to get good weed around by me. And it just seemed, it was such a hassle. At one time I had a guy, and where I worked, everything was set up so perfect. Me and my buddy had a nice operation going. We had this guy, was a Vietnam vet. He was the guy who brought the skunk. He brought us Thai stick, like real Thai stick. You know, we had it, you know, and it had like a very, you know, it was like a little bamboo rod or something like that kind of, and it had like this real fine like thread tied to that stick, you know. And then you'd see later some guys selling these buds tied to it like a stick they found on the ground with kite string, trying to push that off as Thai stick, you know. And it's like, yeah, I remember that stuff. But as far as getting to the medical side of it, so I got into so around 87, 88, I pretty much just gave up on weed. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't go get it, but if it was around, I would smoke it. I was drinking by then. I was out of high school. I was going, you know, I was about getting close to 21 years old. So we just go up to Wisconsin. I was still 18 then. So we just go right over the border and go drinking. So I had bought a motorcycle. I got into a pretty good accident. Lady cut me off, made a left-hand turn in front of me while I was doing like about 70 miles an hour. I'm lucky I'm even still here right now, to be honest with you. I had no helmet on and I got scars. I had my whole scalp actually was hanging off. And, so I went into the hospital, you know, you get a brain freeze from the Slurpees or whatever, from eating ice cream too fast, you know, kind of gives you that brain freeze. Well, I could tell you honestly that there's no worse brain freeze than having someone lift your scalp up and spray cold water onto your actual skull. I've been through some pain that hurt worse than the motorcycle accident. It was excruciating, man. So yeah, so I was all fucked up. You know, I had broken my collarbone in actually 2 spots here. So this shoulder is significantly shorter than my other side. And the problem is I had to sleep on my back. I couldn't sleep on my sides because of the way it was broken. And I couldn't do that. So I was like, after about a week of that shit, sleeping for an hour here and a half hour there and 20 minutes and then an hour, you know, you can't do that every day, all day, you know, for long periods of time. So my brother's friend, I knew he was a smoker. So I called him up, said, hey man, you got to bring me some weed because I know I could sleep good on that shit. So that would have been probably my first time I used it as like a medicinal thing, you know, help me go to sleep. And it did actually, you know, took my mind off the pain, honestly, to be, you know, it wasn't back then. It still wasn't looked at as a medicinal thing. I mean, I think people were trying to get that out back then, but it was being suppressed, you know.
I actually, partway through that, I'm trying to, you know, say hello and chat and listen. And I went to say hello to Barbara and chat, and I was listening to you type, and I went at OMG. For real though, I mean that'd be a hell of an experience, man. I can't. Oh, it's scary, man. That is scary. I even to this day, I wanted to bike when I was younger, but I knew me back then. Alcohol, bad news, bad news. It was just a recipe for disaster. And even nowadays, I kind of think about buying a bike, but I still know a lot of people that's died on bikes, man. And now hearing stories like that, man, you know, you can be sober as hell and have somebody turn in front of you on a bike. And, oof, things change quickly.
I avoided hitting her too. I don't know how I got around her, man. But by that time, the bike just shot me off like a rocket. And actually, one guy came out and actually helped me out. Everybody else was standing there staring at me. And this one lady was standing there telling people not to touch me because I might have AIDS. And I mean, literally was saying that. And I was saying some choice things back to her at that point. I mean, I couldn't see. There was so much blood coming out of my face. I couldn't even see. It was just bad. I mean, it's a head wound. Head wounds, you know, you could get a tiny little nick, man, and that thing's going to bleed and look like you got a big old cut. It's really nothing, but people are weird like that, I guess, you know.
Yeah, it's I couldn't think like that. When I've been around accidents, my first instinct is to help, dive in. You know, it ain't nothing like that. Oh, they watch out, they might have something. That's a risk. That's a risk. We'll worry about that later.
Right.
You know.
I mean, actually, the guy who helped me out turned out to be my sister's best friend's father-in-law. So I got to talk with him afterwards, you know, and I went over and thanked him, and I gave him a little gift thing that I had. My mom went out and got this little gift thing made up back then, you know. I brought it over there and asked him about what he saw, you know, and he told me everything and how it happened. And he was just like, I don't know how the hell you me, because I thought you were dead, man. You were moving. Like, well, I wasn't screwing around. I was actually on my way to work. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning. So it was the first nice day. Got the bike out, you know. I've avoided death quite a few times.
Must mean you're here for a reason, really. That's insane, man. You are terribly lucky. Terribly lucky. Yeah, I would definitely think that, little DMT or something, man. You need to figure out that goal, brother.
That's why I'm here, Eagle. I think this is my goal because I've been wanting to do this. Like I said, you know, since I was a little kid, you know, and then after I smoked it, I do remember too at a point where we didn't have any. We went to a guy's house, you know, and older guy. We worked with him. He was a roofer, and he worked for my buddy's uncle. So we used to help out. This guy's like, well, I got some weed. Come on over. So we went to his house, and he opens up a door. It was actually like a closet, old house, where he had the closets underneath the stairs, you know. He opened up this little door and we looked in. He's like, here, take a look. You know, he looked in there, he had the old fluorescent light hanging. This is probably like 83, 84. You know, he had the fluorescent light hanging and like three little plants in there growing. And I was like, you could grow in this inside like this? It's like, oh yeah, man. It's great. You know, I had some little buds on there, you know, and then it was, okay, well, you got some weed for us? Yeah. And he's like, reaches in and snaps off a bud. And he's like, here, I just got to put it in the oven and dry it for you. So we learned right away that was a bad fucking idea because that was a nice headache, you know, for a few hours after smoking that tasty chlorophyll bud. Yeah, so, you know, he didn't really know what he was doing, but we knew right away that was definitely not the right way.
I bet, man. Oh man, maybe it's just knowing what we know now. But as soon as you said it, I was like, oh no.
Right.
Oh man, it seems like they're terrible. Terrible.
I mean, dude, how old are you, Eagle? I'm just curious. I just turned 53 on Sunday. I'm thinking you got to be close to my age, right?
Yes, sir. I'm not far behind. I just turned 49 this last year.
Yeah, see? So you remember that stuff back in the day. You're old enough to remember those days. It was different back then, you know? Like you know, like I hear these kids, you know, coming up with this shit. I heard somebody say, "Oh, we made this gravity bong and this and that." I'm like, dude, we took the 2-liter pop or bottle, cut it bottom off of it, screwed the cap back on, drilled a hole, put the bowl piece in there. You know, you'd submerge that first. You submerge it, and then put the bowl piece on, light it, and then pull the thing up, and it would suck all the smoke in there. And you take the bowl piece off, the cap off, and put it on your mouth and push down back in the water. It would just shove that shit right down your throat, you know, right into your lungs. And you want to talk about getting blasted, man? It's nothing like that. I mean, I put that up against some good flour in that situation. I put that up against some dabs.
Yes, I have MacGyvered so many pipes. So many pipes. I can't even imagine. Like PCV steamrollers. Like looking back at that nowadays, I mean, probably some bad shit, but it was done. It was done. Okay.
Smoked out of everything and anything we get our hands on. Thick pens, you know, with some tinfoil on it. pull the ink cartridge out and the cap off. And here's your one hitter, man. Ghetto one hitters. That's how we rolled back then. We had no money.
Those were some good times. So those were good times, man.
They were good, but the other bad thing too is that the younger generation doesn't realize is, especially through the mid 80s there where everything was just, if you had a joint and got caught, man, that was a fucking problem. You were going to go get in a lot of trouble just for a joint, and you had a bag on you, an ounce, 2 ounces on you, you're in real trouble. And then we amp that up a few more ounces. And now we're looking at probably getting tossed, getting into a federal situation. It was bad. I mean, you were going to jail, that was it.
It was, still, I actually got thrown out of the house when I was, 16 and a half.
Hey, shit.
I've been on my own ever since, bro. Ever since. But it was actually for rolling a joint that wasn't even mine. It wasn't even mine. It was my little brother's. And it was his. To be honest with you. Yeah, he had snagged it from him and brought it to me and was like, "Will you roll this for me?" And I got busted rolling it. It was, yeah.
And you took the hit.
Yeah, cannabis has been crazy for me, man. It's been there, got me in trouble, but it's been there since early on, man. No regrets, though. No regrets.
Yeah. So I guess you were still asking. So yeah, I used that stuff just for my motorcycle accident, and I don't know. I just I wasn't in that particular. So this was probably like around 99, 2000. So I didn't really know, the guys my age, most of the people, they were concentrating on their career. And a lot of my friends were starting families and whatnot. So being in the union too, then around that time is where they instilled the drug testing, random drug testing. So I was actually in a position at that point then when they instilled that. It was like a year or so after my motorcycle accident. I ended up with this good company and I worked my way up and I was running work now downtown Chicago doing some high-rise buildings. So I had guys working for me I had to be responsible for. So the last thing I wanted to do, was get high one time and then get called in for the random drug test because, it's the Murphy's Laws in fact. So, the minute you do it, you're going to get called. So I kind of stayed away from it, just because I didn't want the problem. But then it was only a few years later down the road. I would say it's around 2000, around 2003. Yeah, so it was like 3 or 4 years I didn't smoke. And I don't know what happened. I got a hair up my ass and decided I wanted to get high, just had the feeling. So I got some weed from some guy at work, one of the kids that worked for me. He was a smoker. I remember he got me OG Kush. So I had never had that before. And he's like very animate about, this is the real stuff. This is not the bullshit. And I didn't know any of that stuff. I wasn't involved. I didn't care, back in the day, we called it, is this the dank or not? I want dank. Is it dank? Yeah, it's dank. That's all I cared about. We didn't have all the names, when I was growing up through it. I mean, yeah, you had like Acapulco Gold. You had a few things that had names, Maui Wowie. But for the most part, it was dank or is it pot? Pot went into the bowl, or even reefer. If it was, that was the other one we'd say. If it reefer, it was worth rolling up. If it wasn't reefer, it was pot. Pot went into the bowl. You just shove it in and smoke it, and that was it. So that's how it kind of rolled out by me, And I think I just lost my train of thought. Oh, you're on mute.
Talking how it became medical for us there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so no, I just started smoking a little bit and yeah, I got the hair up my ass. I went and got some, smoked it, and sure as shit, I got the call. and had to go in for the drug test. I was actually able to beat it. I called up a BA that I knew and I asked him, like, man, I lied. I was at a party, high school reunion, and guys had it, and I did it one time, and I'm afraid I'm gonna get caught. And he said, "Oh, you go get this tea and drink." So I had to drink like 3 gallons of tea the night before, and let me tell you what, that fucking sucks, man. I advise probably not to do that because it's probably not good for you. And I know you could die from water even. So I don't know when we're gonna ban water, but or at least put the label on it. Warning, too much of this will kill you. But yeah, so I was I had to do that. I got through that, and then I shied away from it again for a while. And then it was probably about a year or so, and for longer, probably about 5 years later, I was no longer in that position. I was back to just being a worker, and fuck it, man, I'm gonna go smoke. And then I got called in again, and I said, fuck it. I went in, I pissed hot. And next thing I know, I'm in front of a counselor, explaining why this and that. And I had to go through the whole thing and be treated. I mean, they treat me poorly, but you still got kind of looked at like, you got a problem. If you're smoking marijuana, there's a problem. We got to figure out what that problem is. And I'm just like, how are you going to do that? Give me pills? So it was kind of demonized. And then I had to kind of, being in the union and stuff and going back and forth. And then after that, I got my medical card and I said, screw it, because I just wanted to do it. I just enjoyed it. It relaxed me. I felt it was better than drinking. I mean, I can't get relaxation out of drinking 1 or 2 drinks, and then you start going 4 or 5. I'm the kind of dude that, if we're going to do 4 or 5, then why aren't we going to do 10 or 12? I mean, what the hell? We're already doing it. And then it's, well, why not do 24, man? It's 2 a.m. Shit, I could do it I could sleep 3 hours. I'm good. And I don't know. But then the whole medicinal thing completely, where I used it honestly as a complete medicinal thing, was probably back in 2010, 2012. My ex and I started having some problems. We lost our first child back in 2009. She passed on at birth. So it was, that was a heavy blow. It was hard to deal with something like that. And then dealing kind of with her, and she was having, it was a bad time, man, mentally. And we ended up having successfully 2 girls, because after losing the one, it was, it was just devastating. So I definitely I had to have a kid at that point, So now we have 2 beautiful little girls. But yeah, my mind wasn't right. And then she was doing her thing or whatever. And I was out of work. I got laid off. There was, 07 came, and that was it for me, man. I was on the bench for 4 years solid. Actually not from that point. I got laid off 2012. That's where it really started happening. So I got laid off there, and I didn't get back to 2016. But yeah, I went through a period of, I didn't have any money, so I wasn't buying anything. I couldn't get anything. I didn't have connections anymore. Mostly it was kids, and how it is dealing with younger kids. So I just didn't want to deal with all that. I just want to go someplace, somebody, here's the money, thanks, man, and that's it. None of this, well, meet me here, and, oh, sorry, man, this happened, or, there's always something. So I didn't want to deal with that because mentally I was having a bad time. I'm trying to raise my girls. I was a stay-at-home dad, which was a blessing in disguise. I didn't, at the time, didn't like it because I wasn't raised to be that way. I was raised old school. I was going to go to work, have the wife. She stayed home, took care of the kids, and here I am, stay-at-home dad. And that wasn't, it was honestly an honorable thing back then, or at least when I was raised, it wasn't thought as like a thing to do. The man went to work. So now here I'm in this position, beating myself to death. And then, it was just, I'm like, I need to get something. I need to get some stuff. And I just started growing some of my own. And hooked up with a few people that were doing some stuff, and I was able to get stuff, and then start figuring out, learning a little bit about different strains then, because there's computers. So now I've got access to the information I didn't have when we were younger, how to learn how to grow and how to actually use this as medicine, because that information was out there at that time. So yeah, I used it for anxiety. I didn't even know. I thought I was actually having a heart attack. I went into the hospital. I felt like I had an elephant laying on my chest and my heart was trying to get out of there, And I didn't know what was going on because I wasn't excited over it. I was just sitting in the garage, just tinkering around, and just all of a sudden started having a panic attack. Yeah. Good times, man. So, yeah, that's it. I went to the doctor and they're like, oh, it's a panic attack, this and that. And, then out came the sheet of, well, we could give you this and we could give you that and it'll do this. No, man, I think I'll do it myself with this stuff called cannabis, and I'll do it my way. And I've been doing it that way ever since.
That's awesome, brother. That's awesome. You've cheated the pharmaceutical people a few times. Hats off to you, my friend. Hats off to you. I mean, seriously.
I don't like it. Never did. Even as a kid, man. No, and during that one time when I wasn't, my motorcycle accident, they gave me a bunch of the Vicodins, and I did kind of rely on those at that point because I was in pretty bad shape, At that point, you take what you can. I wasn't like, it wasn't like a broken finger or something or pulled tooth. But so I liked the Vicodins a little bit, and then when I had gotten some wisdom teeth pulled, they gave me the Vicodins again. And I was eating those things kind of like, oh, these are kind of nice because I was pretty high strung. I mean, I had 40 guys working for me at the time. I was doing a 70-story high profile, high rise downtown Chicago worth millions of dollars, so I had a lot of stress on me. And I was a pretty excitable guy, to say the least. And the Vicodins kind of helped take that out. And I had a guy that was working for me. It was a ex-Army guy. He actually got hit, rear-ended by a drunk driver, and was the Army suit. It was a civilian. He was actually in the Army when it happened, driving a government vehicle, and this drunk driver rear-ended him. And this guy ended up getting, he could get Vicodins, and I'm talking like the huge pill bottles, like 300 pills in them. And he brought one of those to work one day and handed it to me. Here, man, if you want Vicodins, I got a whole bunch of them, So I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll just keep them here. And I take a couple. And the next thing I know, I caught myself popping 2 here and there. And then my stomach started causing me problems. And then I was like, what am I doing? One of them moments where it's just, this is stupid. I feel like shit and I'm taking this stuff. Why am I taking this? I don't need it. And again, it's just bad news,
Terrible. I watched a lot of people fucking fall aside for pharmaceutical drugs, and that's one of my biggest fire in the cannabis fight is people off the pharmaceutical meds. So when I hear people like yourself that for the most part, he chose the wise path. Like I said, man, we're not Superman. And at some point, we do need pain medication, and that's where the battle lies, though. I mean, that shit can be so strong. It's not necessarily coach you or tell you how coming down is going to be. You know what I mean? And that's where the hook is. I think they know and almost hide that shit, knowing that you're gonna be coming back. Just like you said earlier, you gotta come back. They need you to come back. So, with that being said, they don't, really tell you, hey, chances are, when you stop this medication, you could be physically healed. Your injury could be over, but your body's gonna ache like hell with these opiates coming out of your system. You're gonna be sick from that. And I think a lot of people, when they're coming off of that, that area where, hey, am I okay? Should I be doing this? That, oh, 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 I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. And then they cower back and stay into the medicine. They don't realize, hell, I'm physically good. I'm hurting from the fucking shit leaving my system. That's where the hook is for most people. They can't cipher the two. They misconstrued the pain for the pain, the wrong pain, and they just keep going and keep going. The next thing they know, man, they're locked in that fucking cycle. And that's another thing too, is you see it in athletes. They just
Oh,
the medication, they follow it, then it don't stop working. It stops working for them. So they had, up their own doses. They start doubling up on that shit, and then it gets really bad at that point, And oh my god, I've lost my mother. My mother
oh,
died
I'm
at
sorry.
47 for
Oh,
photosite. Yeah, she's gone a while. My blast coming up on thinking that today, somebody told me it was Sunday was Mother's Day, and I was like, oh, I hadn't celebrated it in forever. you know, yeah, it's
wow.
21 years now. And I actually had to pull the plug on her. That had to be one of the hardest things I
Oh,
ever do. She was, it was sad, brother. It was totally sad.
yeah.
I used my girls to try to, coach to sobriety, try to get away from it. And then she would fall back after she seen the girls. And then she was, I didn't see her for a while. And I got a call that she'd been in the hospital or was in the hospital, practically brain dead, on life support. He had let her sit in, aside. Her boy let her sit aside, puking, toxins, her liver had shut down. Fucking 5 days. 5 days before he took her to the hospital. So by the time we went to the hospital, she was on life support a day and a half before they said, yeah, she needs a liver. Toxins are plugged. Her kidneys are all fucked up now. If she snaps out of this, she'd be lucky to do anything on her own. So it was by far the hardest thing I had to do. And
Wow.
and I watched friends go down that road. And to this day, man, I struggle taking the vitamins. Aspirin is used sparingly. I just I'm very serious when I say that, man. Cannabis, I am here for the fight, man. If I can switch one person to the other, you know,
Yeah.
any day, any day,
Right.
any day. That's yeah, honestly, when I've had friends tell me, come to me with that, hey, cannabis at that point it's free. It's fucking free. Here,
Yeah.
man, try some RSO. I got all kinds of shit, man. You don't need that shit. Uh,
Yeah. It's crazy
I'm
stuff,
so
man.
I said
Yeah.
props to you, brother. I meant props to you because
Oh, props
anybody
to
that
you.
can.
You had to do some hard shit, man. That's crazy, you know. But yeah, you're right. They pump you with that stuff and they get you hooked into it, man, and that's it. And then, I can honestly tell you it was probably around so we just got legal here a year ago in January. And so this is like 2016, and I was on Facebook at the time and I started getting hit up by people. And there's this one girl I knew, she worked with me. She was a little bit younger than me, but we worked together at this store years ago, and she found me and, oh, I'm living over here and stuff. And she actually lived right by a friend's house. So I stopped over to see her and stuff. And it turned out the reason why she actually got a hold of me is because she was hoping I knew somebody that was selling Xanax. on the side, because she was taking it, was prescribed to her, but then lost her job, then lost her insurance, and then you can't afford Xanax if you don't have insurance. I mean, the prices, I guess, are outrageous. So she was forced to the streets to find this shit. And I'm sad to say that I kind of lost contact with her for 2 years or whatever. And I went to go look her up and stuff. I called her number and nothing. I got this line's been disconnected. And I just Googled her name for the hell of it. And it turned out that she passed away. And it didn't say how or why, but I'm pretty sure I know what it was, And then I have, a good buddy of mine who actually I play in my band today with. His wife, when he got married to his wife, they went to some island somewhere, and they were on one of these little mopeds cruising around the island, and something happened, and they got into an accident and got banged up really good. He actually, I don't have to say this correctly or make it nice, but he had his testicles sliced open, and it was fucking bad, man. So yeah, they didn't really have like all kinds of crazy, but what they did have on these islands that they had tons of was Oxycontin. Our government was giving them tons of Oxycontin. That's what you guys use for pain, So they gave them a whole shit ton of Oxycontin. And so you can't get any more Oxycontin. Well, what can we get? And heroin's the next step. And that's what happened, And I'm glad to say that, they're way better and they're doing great and they're beating it. I hate to say that they're fixed or they're clean, and they're clean, but I think once you take that drug and you get hooked into it, your body wants it. That's it. It's over. It's a fight for the rest of your life. It's not like you beat, cigarettes, you can beat them, and I don't think you have to wrestle with, 10 years after quitting. I don't think you still have to really wrestle with wanting a cigarette. Right. But when even I know guys that have been off the junk for, 10, 15 years. And believe me, if you dropped it in front of them, they'd probably snatch it up and do it right then and there. So that's the problem with that shit. That stuff's highly, highly lethal. I mean, it's bad news, period. Anything that makes your body control you, not good. Not good. That's why I don't even like booze, because you lose all control. Your brain ain't thinking right. I got 2 little girls, and I'll tell you right now, the last thing I want my girls doing is drinking, because I know what girls, how they get when they're drinking. I mean, if I was younger and I was looking to do some business and there was a weed bar filled with the hottest chicks and a drinking bar with the hottest chicks, I'd be going to the drinking bar, because my chances of getting lucky are going to be a lot easier over there than they are in the cannabis bar. Just the inhibitions seem to go away with the drinking. So I made probably the worst choices of my life while I was drinking. I've made some life decision or life-changing decisions, and not good ones, because I was drinking. That's a fact.
Yeah, alcohol can be a crazy thing, man. I couldn't control myself when I drank. That was one of the reasons. So I knew I had to give that shit up. I gave it up mainly for my girl there, my firstborn. Gave up alcohol with my firstborn. And, that's alcohol firstborn. Second was tobacco. I gave up tobacco for Alexi, and then the third one, I was like, all I've got left is cannabis. We're gonna make this work, goof.
Yeah, this is gonna be a hard one. We're probably not gonna be able to get rid of this one. It's a whole lifestyle, really. It really is. I mean, and it could be incorporated correctly, and it's it's got the stigma from the movies. If you're smoking weed, you're just dudes. Oh, hey man, playing video games. And look, not to say that there aren't a ton of people like that. There are, but we're not all like that. And I know plenty of people that are running multi-million-dollar businesses that like to smoke. So,
It actually warmed my heart, man, Yeah, my middle daughter, Lexi. Lexi Lex. Lexi I chat there.
Oh, is
Uh
that? Yeah, I was wondering if that was your wife or your daughter. I didn't know who that was because I saw you say something. I love
I,
you.
yeah, that's my daughter. That's my daughter there. And I actually, she will be 22, 22 already. Uh, Here coming up in a few weeks.
Congratulations, man. That's awesome.
I was why
20.
I've been listening to her talk about alcohol the last few days, last few weeks actually, about cannabis versus alcohol and how they. Well, one, she went out drinking. She actually went out with some friends and went drinking first time, and I don't know. I think it was the first time that I know of her actually going out to the bar with friends, and she wasn't impressed. So she come home talking about, fuck this shit. I don't like that. Power to cannabis, and then yesterday we watching something. I can't remember what it was. She was watching something. I should specify. And as it was something. It was like a teenage show. They were drinking or something. And she's like, look at this, how they portray alcohol. They always portraying alcohol as the thing to do for these kids. And then when somebody brings out the joint or something, and they're like, like that's the demon there. She
Yep.
was like, every one of them kids would make a terrible mistake on that alcohol, but if they smoked that joint, I bet you every one of them would be okay. You know what I mean? And not advocating for
Yeah.
it, not advocating for it. That's they should be doing it. Just if in comparison, you never hear of the horror stories that you know what I mean. Lifetime movies where somebody got hurt or something. It's all they I had an alcohol. It's she was disgusted about the way they portrayed push the alcohol versus um, completely demonized cannabis when it comes into the story. Uh,
Yeah.
proud.
Yeah. Right. So, like, even all the movies back in the day, like in the 80s, when I was growing up, if you go back and see all those, and I'm not talking like, the hit movies, but it was all those little B movies that, like Fast Times at Ridgemont High, that kind of shit where you had Sean Penn, but nobody knew who he was. Those kind of movies that made these actors become who they are today. But they were always in these like teenage, they were younger, so you're in the movies and it was always the drinking, everything was about getting hammered and doing stupid shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. The drinking thing is just not my thing, man. I did it. I did it. I wasn't an everyday guy. Again, I was running work. I had to be responsible. I was starting work at 5 o'clock in the morning and I was leaving at 5 o'clock at night every day. But when Friday came and we were out the door, I had in this one particular job, because I was there for like 4 years, that's where I was really doing this heavy was, I could walk right out the door of my building, walk literally straight across the street and right into the pub. And yeah, man, when Friday night came, I lit it up. They actually had a bottle. My thing was Captain Morgan. So I could drink a lot. Okay. I buried a lot of guys and I'm talking, these guys drink every day, all day long. They brought beer to work. They take a pop can. You take a can and they take the top and they would grind off the top and then pop the top off, cut the side, slip the beer can in the pop can and wrap it around. So it looked like they're drinking a Coke all day and they're drinking Budweiser. Right. And then these guys would talk, oh, I could drink you can't drink and this, that. And I'd take them on Friday night and I'd be putting them off into a cab around, midnight or whatever. See you later. I'll be here for another hour. And then after they kick me out of here, I'll be going down the street to the other place. I'll be rolling out of here around 5 a.m., So yeah, we closed the bars because they close around 4, right? So I had the one bar there. I would start at 3 o'clock. And they had a bottle of Captain Morgan, which was mine. Nobody else got served out of that bottle. And usually like about 10:30, 11 o'clock, that bottle was gone. And that's where they're like, okay, you're done. I'd hang out for a little while, and then I'd pick up and I'd just go around the corner to the next place. And I'd start in there, And then I wouldn't even remember how I got home. It's a mess, dude. That shit's just, I don't want my daughters doing it. You know what I'm saying? And they are my daughters. And if they're like me, they're going to do it. If I tell them not to do it, or I try to show them in a correct way not to do it, or, I mean, everyone's going to try something, maybe, all I could do is steer them and try and keep them from doing it. And it seems like you're pretty successful with your daughters because they get it. So kudos to you, brother.
Smart girls. I don't know. I don't know if it had much to do with my doing, but they did. Every one of them turned out to be awesome. Awesome kids, awesome girls, awesome ladies, I should say. They're ladies pretty much now. Shoot. My youngest is 17, will be 18 soon. They're all 2 years apart too. 26, 22, and then Courtney is gonna be 18.
Yeah, so that's
around.
Yeah, so I got something similar to that. So I got to tell before we lost our first daughter, and her birthday is July 8th, 2009. So she's 789. And so our next daughter was born January 8th, 2011. And our third daughter, she was born February 8th, 2013. So they're all on the
Nice.
eights. They all had the eights as their
day.
birthday. So
it's a good day. It's also my day. That's also my day. We share a birthday, me and you.
Oh yeah? When's your birthday?
Day?
Yeah. When's your birthday? Today? Oh, February 8th?
February 8th. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, my youngest, Samantha. Okay, yeah. Well,
Good
guess
day.
what? You'll have a new fan. You'll have a new fan because once I show her, hey, look, because they know kind of about you. They're all over YouTube. Believe me, that's all they do. And they saw me on the show last week with Mr. Westport, and they were like, but now they're going to want to see this one. And once I tell my youngest one that you're February 8th, that's it. You guys are going to be like kindred spirits to her.
A lot of cool people in February. A lot of cool February people, that's for sure. I don't know. There is a lot of February birthdays. I think that the last hurrah of summer maybe had something to do with it. I don't know.
I'm thinking so, yeah, because that's my kids are January, February, and I'd say, yeah, probably summertime was about when that happened, right? Good party.
And alcohol. And alcohol.
It is a primer, isn't it? Can't deny it.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
I'm going to take a hit here, Eagle, if you don't mind.
Oh, please do. Please do. I've been smoking this whole time.
I've been smoking stupid cigarettes. And you see, that's my problem too, is that I'm not a joint person, I just never was. I never really got into it. There's some about the papers or the way it just kind of screws with my throat. So I don't know why it's any different smoking from a bowl versus a joint, but for me, it kind of is. So yeah, I never really got into it, but I kind of want to start rolling joints and just have them. And instead of reaching for the cigarette, I'll just reach for the joint and just smoke that, because I've heard of people actually quitting doing that, by instead of grabbing the cigarette, say, fuck it, I'll grab a joint and just smoke that.
Yeah, I could see that. I could most definitely see that. That's what I've heard a few people switching. There is like a hemp cigarette there they are pushing. Well, not pushing, but they're coming out with. And I think that'd be a great alternative because a lot of that is habit. I mean, chew was terrible. Cigarettes is a different beast because it's got hand movement. You know, it becomes it's a twofer habit basically. You know, when you stop, you know you get the what am I doing with my hands? Yeah, there's actually that. What am I doing with my hands? That Ricky Bobby. What I don't know what to do with my hands right now.
That's true though. It is. It's the whole. It's a process of things, you know, and you know that's where you know you get all the addiction comes from, I guess, you know, because it's one thing that you're doing. And I don't know. Sometimes you know, you start analyze. I'm very analytical about things, man. I'll think about things from different angles. Um, I'm a lot.
Curse.
Yeah, you know, I'm different than like. I'm not gonna say my family's like a bunch of bad people, but you know, for the most part, people have like this little bit of a negative connotation, kind of judgmental, like, oh, look at this guy's hair, look at this person, what they're wearing, or you know, just shit like that. And I'm just not down with that, you know. I think losing my first daughter, that really changed everything for me. And I start looking, you know, where you just don't know what people are going through in life, man. You know, and just because they're kind of like going through things you don't know, something like what happened to me, you know, people don't know. If I'm having a bad day and I'm thinking about her and it's bothering me for whatever reason, and maybe I'm going back in my mind and thinking about the situation when I was right there when everything was happening and you know things were crazy. Yeah, you know, it's not a good time, you know, to think about that. So you might not be a happy dude, or you know, you might just be a little bit out away and just not responsive to somebody, and then they're kind of like, well, what's this guy's problem? Oh, he's an asshole, you know. Where nowadays when someone's kind of being an asshole, I have to kind of stop before I get lit up and want to jump their ass about it. You know, I just kind of like, well, what's maybe there's something going on. Maybe this guy lost somebody, or maybe, you know, maybe his wife's cheating on him, or maybe his kid got hurt, maybe he got killed, or who knows, something bad, right? Give the guy a break. Maybe he hates his job, you know, working at Wendy's, making a little bit of money because that's all he could get right now, and he don't want to be there, but he's doing it for his family, but he's not happy about it. So, you know, to me, it's like I try to at that point do something to make them happier. Say something, you know. I think you even say it, you know, and honestly, this is why started watching your shows because of that ending. When you say, you know, do something nice for somebody. I'm like, this fucking guy gets it, you know. If everybody does that, this place is a way, this whole world is going to be way better, you know, and maybe we won't need to smoke as much weed.
Yeah, and it's that a lot of times like the guy you just spoke of, you know what I mean? The hard having that hard day, fucking you don't know why, fucking people get into that rut where they don't see a way out sometimes,
Yeah.
or they just don't even see the light. They sometimes need, you know, a helping hand, or you know, and again, sometimes it's just a simple compliment, you know, a hand grabbing some lumber that can snap somebody, change their attitude out of, you know, somebody does really give a shit. You know what I mean? A lot of times that can stagger somebody in that state of mind. You know, just that random act out of nowhere. Somebody that I didn't even fucking know just fucking helped me out in a way I didn't even see coming. And it fucking will humble a lot of people, and you know, it sets a lot of it helps. It helps. I've
It
been
helps all the
there.
way around.
I've seen it firsthand. I've been on that side of things, so I know it does. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's why I try to turn it around, brother. You know, and you're right. You know, if everybody did that, it would be a great place. And we're in a especially now. Gosh, we're especially now. We need it more than ever.
Yeah, yeah. You're telling me, man. Believe me. I mean, look, the last couple of years, for me, I have, you could be negative. It's really comes down to you as a person. I think there comes a point in every time, and this is funny that we're talking about this situation, but like Red Pill. I've been watching the last couple of nights, and he seems like he's really got some shit going on, and he seems like he's got some stuff that he's battling with, And I kind of get where he's at. He's a younger dude, and I know the way he's talking as if he's like older than me, like I'm older now. And it's like, and I get it, man, because dude, I went through my midlife crisis when I was 25. That's when life was over for me. I was like, I'm 25. I'm not married yet, and I haven't gotten my dream job, and I'm not making, $100,000 a year. Holy shit, my life is over. And let me tell you that thinking right there, thinking like that, all the weed in the world's not going to make it better, man. I mean, you'll get by, but you're going to just skate by. You really have to stop one day and look yourself in the mirror and say, who am I really? And then you have to deal with it, with whatever it is, And for me, honestly, the human ego is the fucking killer. Our egos, you say one little thing, if I said something, like, oh, what's that? What do you mean? What's wrong with this? And people are ready to, and that's the ego. Fuck the ego, man. That's what I say. Be humble. We're not this. This is a vehicle, man, for what's in here. We didn't get to pick this, I'm sure if we had choices, I would be looking more like Brad Pitt or something. I wouldn't be sitting here looking like this. You know what I'm saying? But I noticed too that when you start actually just coming from here and not worrying about the bullshit and looking at people and seeing what's in there, and you start dealing on that level, things are way better, man. And I think it's a vibe thing. And if you're doing that and you're raising someone else's vibration, that helps raise yours. It's like just keeps going, right? Things just keep, it's like a ladder. It's just elevate everybody, get the vibrations up, tell somebody that's having a bad day, don't worry about it, try and help out. I've given away things, and I'm not someone who's rich or could afford anything. I'm giving away stuff. I've got actually few things that I got. I'm lucky to have some friends who are growers. They're actually out in Michigan, and they have extra shit, and they give it to me, and I might use it, and I hand it off to someone else I don't know. I've mailed out a whole bunch of stuff. Matter of fact, I have a bubble hash machine that I used twice. I'm just not going to use it really anymore. I love bubble hash. I just don't have, for me, I don't have the time to do it. So that thing's going to just sit. And I seen some dude that I'm friends with on Instagram. I don't know him personally, but he was talking about it. And I'm like, dude, I got one. You want it? You pay the shipping and yours. You're going to pay the shipping on the new one either way.
Right.
So that's how I roll, dude.
Amazing. Oh, yeah. It's awesome. It's awesome. I'm glad to hear and know that there's somebody like yourself floating around in the chat. There's a lot of people floating around in the chat. I'm glad to know that you're amazingly wonderful. So let's talk cannabis a little bit. Let's talk.
All right.
What was that first grow? What was that first grow like, brother? Walk.
All right. So are we?
Tell us a little story about that first grow. What was it like? What was pots like? What was the medium? You know what I mean? What paint us
Which
a picture
one?
with that first grow?
The legal one, or like the ones where all the attempts we made. I did grow out one successfully. I got on the I made an attempt in the chat rooms or the forums back in the day. I couldn't tell you which one it was, but I know Subcool was on there and a couple of the other guys, right? And you would read like the stuff that he posted. I wasn't about to ask questions because I was still in that mindset of this is a fucking setup and they're going to send someone over to nail me. They're going to know what I'm up to because we didn't have cell phones and all that shit back in the day. So, and we were worried still that they were figuring out how to catch us. Now you got cell phones, computers, and you're putting shit out there that anybody can read at any time and use it against you later on. So yeah, I didn't really participate. So, but I did do some reading and some research. And I had a neighbor who, he was like a golfer guy, real straight cut, straight laced. I didn't even know he smoked. He came across the street one day and says, hey man, he's actually from Michigan. He's from Michigan, relocated to Illinois for work. He came over one day. He said he had to get rid of some of his stuff was in his golf bag. He didn't want his wife to catch him. So he gave me this bag of weed and it had a couple of seeds in it. So I was sitting around and nothing else better to do. So I dropped 5-6 seeds into a couple of solo cups and did the little window thing and got them popped up. And okay, now what? I'll transplant them. And I had like a big giant pot. I don't even know if it was like a 50-gallon container or something. And I just planted them all in there, just around, and I just let them all come up and I let them start doing their thing. And I start flowering them up and I sexed them out and I got rid of the 4 males that were in there and I kept the 2 females. And the one female only grew a little bit. And the other one was 8.5 feet tall, hitting the ceiling of the basement. I had to bend it over. And I was just using 150 watt HPS. I actually went and bought it it was like a brew and grow store, but it was mostly brewing. At that time, they had like 4 lights in there and a few things, but most of it was all about beer. So I picked up one of those lights, and being an electrician, I had my access to other lights and shit, CFLs. So I had a whole bunch of lights all around this thing, probably about 20 CFLs, 100 watters. Yeah, so I grew that thing up and had a giant cola on that thing like this. Looked like a paper towel. So that was my first grow right through.
I never even considered that angle. You as an electrician could have probably started pretty early on. Just nobody would have even thought twice. I need a commercial fixture. You know what I mean? I got a parking lot I'm working at. Nobody would have even batted an eye back then if you would have purchased the light.
Right. Well, we use all those metal halides for our big projects, right? That's what we light up our floors with, So you go by one of these buildings that are going up and you see those lights glaring, man. For those are, some of them are 2,000 watt or 4,000 watt. I mean, these are big ones. Now I always thought, like, why are these guys fucking with these 1,000s? Let's throw the 4,000 in there, man. That was my way of thinking. I didn't know better, but it's like, why not 4,000, one bulb?
Be a hell of a fixture. That'd be a hell of a fixture.
Oh, it's a big one. It's big. But yeah, I had access to that stuff, I did do, we did side work, So I got calls a few times. Hey, can you come on over? Sure. What are you doing? I need to put a couple of 220 amp outlets upstairs in this bedroom. For what? Dude, we don't do that. I mean, your kitchen, maybe that's it, maybe your laundry room for your dryer, but what are you talking about here, And then obviously they tell you what they're doing. So yeah, I've done a lot of that kind of work, and that's where I learned, the setups, and that's where I learned hydro. And that's where I was really like, I used to look for land, I just go drive. I still do to this day, but I mean, you can catch me actually on Sunday mornings. I go for rides. I go live on Instagram and take you for a ride with me while we go look for land. Because one day I want to do a nursery type situation with like a big greenhouse, almost like a conservatory type situation where you come in, I could have tropical plants in there growing. You come in, hang out, maybe like a little pond or something. And then outside have plants, shrubs, bushes, fruits, vegetables, and cannabis. I want to be in the country. I want to be away from the city. I've been in the city my whole life. I'm done with it, man. I love it out here. I'm kind of in the country now, and it's yeah. So yeah, my first grow here was a year ago. Legal grow, full fledged tent, lights. I grew orange bud, so I ordered my first seeds, and which was weird, and I got from Dutch Passion. I think it was you know what I have was Ed Rosenthal's Grow Bible, right? So in his thing, he's got like different seed breeders, and I saw the orange bud because I remember that getting that strain back in the 80s. And that was another one that had a name. It was Cali Orange or something like that. They're calling it. And then some people were calling it Orange Bud. So I remember getting that and just really enjoying the flavor of it. I don't remember it being like a real Stoney high or anything, but I just remember it was just a nice, you know what I'm saying? Just a nice high. It didn't knock you out. Didn't make you, you know, want to go do a bunch of stuff. Just kind of even keel, but the taste, it was real smooth smoke. So I'm like, yeah, you know, let's start with that. You know, so I ordered it up and got it out here and planted it. You know, again, I knew a little bit about sativas and indicas, but not a whole lot. I just figured I'd plant and start doing some research as I go. Plus, I have buddies, like I said, growing, so I kind of asked some questions there. But for the most part, they kind of let me go and dangle and make the mistakes, because that's how you learn, where you make the mistakes. So my mistake was not learning about this plant, not learning how to scrog it out. And we had another 6-7 foot plant in a 7-foot tent with CMH bulb and a HPS bulb in there at the same time, and growing into it and bleaching out. And it came out. I got successful. You know, I went to harvest and stuff, and it was smokable. It was all right. You know, it wasn't my cup of tea really, and it could have been better. I knew that. And that's what I set out to do. So then I started growing out these Afghan seeds I had. And my second plant was almost a pound. Not that I was trying for that. I was just wanting to make a nice, successful grow. Yeah. And you can look it on my IG. I think I have it. It's way back there. But yeah, there's some nice, big, juicy colas. And it was good smoke. You know, it was a little stonier than the orange bud. And I was like, okay, well, there is something to this genetics thing, you know? So that's where I started searching out, you know, and I found you know, I was like sub cool. So I started looking him up, and I remember getting Jilly Bean, and then it's Miss Jill. And I was like, oh, she's still around doing this stuff. So, and then I found her, and she's making the stuff again. So I was buying that, but, you know, just researching different breeders, exotic genetics, you know, that his stuff seems to be good. I mean, he's commanding a higher price and he's getting it. Irie Genetics, you know, all these guys. Actually, there's a guy that I would like to give a shout out to, is Old School Chronic. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's out in San Diego, and I'm not sure if you ever had or heard of cat piss, the strain cat piss that smells like cat piss. Well, I guess he's got a strain that's either exactly like it or very, very close to it. And I was like, man, I'd like to get that, because I had tried that once or twice back in the day. And I remember that is some dang shit too. Kind of like the skunk, you know, it's got that cat piss smell to it. So I was on IG. Actually, Sunday was my birthday, and I was doing my drive, and I jumped on live, and I was just hanging out, and this dude jumped on. And I know he had just started releasing the seeds back in April, but I didn't have the money. They were $250 a pack, you know, so they weren't cheap. And so now I have some money, and I'm like, he popped on my live, and I was like, asked him, hey man, do you still have any of that cat piss left? Because I know it was flying out the door, and I got some extra cash now, and I like to grab a pack. And he's like, dude, I got you, man. I'm sending them to you. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. I'm like, I don't even know this guy, you know? And I was like, you know, he just popped onto my live probably by accident. And, you know, so it's kind of shit like that where I'm giving stuff away, and then, you know, and then I'm getting stuff from other people. And to me, that's kind of how this community seems to work out in certain circles, where people are trading stuff back and forth and taking care of each other, you know, and I love that. You know, I'm all for that. And that's all I've ever wanted.
Yeah, it definitely is a good golden age for cannabis the last few years. I was talking about that the other night when Captain 420 was on. Wasn't always like that. Wasn't always like that. You kind of touched on that base when you were talking about let grow in there. But he didn't want you to succeed back then. Especially the guy that if you were getting you got the clothes from. He didn't want you to think it was that easy. He wanted you to come back just like the doctors. Yeah. But it's the last few years, it's like I don't know what happened with myself and a lot of other people that decided, this is stupid. We need to start sharing genetics, information, all that shit. You know,
Yeah.
it was like a level up, leveling up, brother. Like I talked about earlier. It wasn't just in cannabis. I realized that in life, working it, I'd worked my whole fucking life. I'm skilled trades, skilled trades. That makes you money. You don't, you want to be the guy up. You know what I mean? You didn't share necessarily. You had apprentices. You had that one lucky fucker that followed you around. You talk shit to. You know what I mean? You didn't
Right.
necessarily dish out secrets, and it fell in with cannabis too. You didn't share. And at one point, I had that realization, like, you dumbass, you share, your life gets easier, their life gets better, they level up. You know what I mean? And it's open source. It should be open source. We should be able to leapfrog off each other's ideas and not have hard feelings about, oh, you leapfrog off my idea. No, it should be congratulations, man. I missed that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh, good
Yeah.
on you for catching where I fucking something I missed and took it to the next level.
Well,
And I learned it with my kids, cannabis, and I hated myself there for a few months, man. I was like, man, I've really fucked up. I have really fucked up in life. And again, it was just one of them things. What do you do? What do you do? You fucking
right.
realize what you did and run with it. Start making up for lost time.
Well, it's funny that you're saying that, so like in the trades, right? So especially in my trade, back in the day, yeah, the guys they're not sharing shit with you. Matter of fact, guys will tell you the opposite and let you fuck up real bad, and they're not going to share that information with you. Now, my I take a different thinking approach to things, so I have to analyze that thinking and like, okay, yeah, so I got this kid and I've got 20 years of experience and this kid's got none. And what am I going to do is teach him, and then what? So again, now I have to look at it as like, well, why wouldn't you want to teach him? Are you afraid now because he might be better than you? Are you already thinking that less of yourself, that you're afraid to teach this kid because this kid's going to outshine you? Again, the fucking ego's in play, So now I look at it as this way. And this is why I used to tell some of my older journeymen who I used to give apprentice, because I ran work. So I would hook up journeymen with apprentices, and here's your apprentice, take them and go. Well, these guys that didn't want, I get these apprentices coming to me like, this guy doesn't want to teach me shit. I'm not learning anything. And so I would grab that guy and say, like, why aren't you teaching them anything? First of all, it's our responsibility as journeymen to teach them. That's what we're here for. Okay. Fuck that. I'm not teaching that guy. I go, hey, dum-dum. Let's think of it like this. You teach that kid how to do this shit and how to do it right. And guess who's doing all the work and who's doing the easy stuff? You let him do the work. You go take the walk and go get the broom, or you take the walk and go get some wire, or you take the walk instead of him. And you go have your cigarette or whatever, instead of being into the trenches sitting there working because this dummy doesn't know how to. And you're going to keep teaching them how to not know how to do things. And you're going to have to keep doing things that you don't. So why not make your life easier? It's a trade-off. The kid's learning. He's learning the skill and trade. You're passing along and giving yourself a break to go maybe do something else. And that's how I actually kind of moved up the ladder, I think, and got from, being an apprentice to a journeyman right into running work. to becoming like the boss, you know, for a time being. So teach them, man. Stupid. Don't, you're shooting yourself in the foot and you're making the whole world a shittier place. I mean, dude, it's crazy.
I walked blind down that road for a long time, man.
We all
Long
did.
time. I wish I would have learned much sooner. So much sooner.
Everything happens for a
You
reason.
know,
You know?
I know, you know what where where it cost me the most was honestly with where it counted the most. I look back and with my girls, I could have taught them so much more. You know what I mean? Cars, how to be more self-sufficient in a lot of ways. Instead, I just kind of, go do that. Dad's got this. Mowing lawn. I'm scared to get hurt. I need to learn. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And that's where when it hit home at the hardest, and then the lesson was most hardly learned when I realized that's what I did wrong at home. It wasn't just at work; it was at home.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a tough learned lesson. To be honest with you.
Well, yeah. We at least at least you learn a lesson. Sometimes people go through life and never even learn the lesson. And it's sad. It's sad that they never kind of figure it out.
Right.
But yeah, I know you want to talk more about grow because I feel like we're doing a life lesson here. And dude, I'm terrible too. You get me talking, brother. We're gonna go here, there. Chad Westport wanted me to talk about music. He wanted you to grill me on music or something.
I was gonna grill you on music. I've been waiting for the opportunity to be honest.
All right, here it is. Grill away.
So what you sounded like you did start with music pretty early on. What drew you into the music side of things?
I just always loved music. I was very rhythmic. I just kind of made a correlation very young, and I'm talking like 2, 3, 4 years old. I mean, I just know that I had made a connection to music, and I put a correlation between just kind of moving every day. Just you're walking. There's a rhythm. Everything you do is a rhythm, So I just kind of got into that. I don't know. I just felt it. It's not something I thought about. It's a vibe thing. I'm a very vibe person, like if I'm around you, like I'm going to pick up a whole lot of different things than just talking to you. To really know somebody, for me, I have to sit down with you in the same room and I could really kind of figure out, but yeah, so music, actually how I got started, we had just moved from Chicago out to the suburbs. We had a house now because we kind of lived in a garden apartment in the city. And so now we had a house with a basement, a big, scary basement that had all kinds of stuff down there that I wasn't allowed to see. So I think I woke up, it was probably about 4 o'clock in the morning. And I snuck down into the basement there and I started going through some boxes, and I pulled out these round things. They actually looked like hat boxes. You remember, like, I don't remember, maybe your grandmother or mother had hats, like the nice hats. They had the nice box for them. Well, some of them even had like a box, but then they actually had like a dust case that would go in with like a zipper. And that's what these looked like. And I opened them up and they were drums. My dad had drums. And I was like, whoa. And just started whacking on the drum at 4 o'clock in the morning. The old man wasn't too happy about that. So he came down and nabbed me, and I stuck me back in my bedroom, and I didn't go to sleep. I waited till he got up, and got down there, and, he set them up for me, and by probably the end of that day, I was playing like just a basic beat, man. And then I had music going, and the rest is history. And I couldn't wait to get down there every day. And I mean, we're talking, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. I'd be playing for hours to the point where my fingers, well, now I know because I was holding the sticks improperly, but just from playing, they just wore right through my fingers, man. I'm bleeding all over. I'd have blood all over my drums, all over the floor, all over everywhere, because I just didn't want to stop playing. I'd go get some Band-Aids, tape them up, and keep going, you know. But yeah, that was about it. I mean, I never did any musical thing at school. I was never that dude, you know. I mean, those band people didn't smoke weed, and I was like, well, I'm not in, you know. It's not my type of music, and you guys ain't partiers, so I'll be over here hanging out with my buddies in the garage, beating on the skins and just making noise, you know. We were garage banding it out. I did go to learn how to read music because I wanted to try and get into the music thing when I was 18, 19. I thought that was something I wanted to do. But again, that, you know, back in that day, you weren't encouraged to do stuff like that. That was a job that you need to get lucky, or you need to know somebody, and you're never going to do it. It's not, you know, you need to get a real job, stop fucking and wasting your time doing that stuff. So it wasn't really, which was weird. My dad was played drums, but then he did really encourage me to do it, you know? So I just kind of, I went and learned how to read notes, okay, on a piece of paper. But being kind of dyslexic and having ADD, I have a hard time just reading as it is and trying to read and play. And I'm a vibe feel guy, so I really don't need the sheet music. I kind of can learn what you need me to do and do it, unless it's got to be specific, right? So that puts me out of some of the range. It cuts me off from making money. So my only chance of making money in the music industry at that point would be to kind of get lucky, get in a band and get on it and do it. And by 88 or whatever, you know, I quit. You know, I couldn't get weed anymore, and the music scene was shit. I didn't like the rock music that was out anymore. Guns N' Roses had just popped up, and I was kind of like, yeah, that was the way I'm like, this is more of the direction we need to go, guys. I like this stuff better. It's still not exactly what I'm looking for, but I like it. And everybody I was around at the time didn't want to do that. They want to do this, you know, I don't know what is Poison and all that shit. I'm not into that.
You weren't doing the duets, the ballads and stuff?
Yeah, I'm just not into that, man. I get the chicks all love that stuff. To me and my buddies and all of our girlfriends, that's what they did. They went to the Poison concert. They went to Bon Jovi. We were going to Motorhead. We were going to Black Sabbath. You know, that was our stuff.
Them damn rock ballads almost took rock and roll out.
Dude, it was bad. I mean, hey, listen, I can tell you, this is how much I did not like that music. My uncle, I shouldn't say uncle, he's a friend of the family, but yeah, we call him uncle. He was the manager of the Rainbow Bar and Grill on Sunset Strip from 73 all the way up until I think 2015 or 16. He finally retired, right? He knew all those guys. I mean, we're talking from the 70s, man. He was hanging out with, you know, Mick Jagger and, you know, Jimmy Page, Keith Moon, and he was hanging with all these guys and the stories he's got, you know. And then when I got a little bit older and I knew what was going on and shit like that, you know, all those guys, Poison and Motley Crue, and all those guys lived at the Rainbow. The minute it opened, those guys were all there. Lemmy from Motorhead lived there. Actually, my uncle's in the Lemmy tribute video or whatever. They made a documentary about him, and they've interviewed my uncle. He's actually in there, you know, talking about Lemmy, because Lemmy and him hung out, and Lemmy would sit at the end of the bar playing this computer game. That was his seat. And actually, I think today they actually have like a plaque there and everything. And this is Lemmy's spot. And nobody sits there. And they put his Jack and Coke every night. They give him his glass or whatever. So, but anyways, to get to the story, the point was, I never went out to California. I could have gone out there. I could have been rubbing elbows and hanging out with Vince Neil and all the boys and shit like that. But I just didn't like that music. So I didn't even go. I had a free pass to get into that world and didn't do it because I didn't want to play that music. So that's how much I didn't want to do it. So yeah, the 80s, late 80s sucked, man, because I quit playing drums. I quit smoking weed and went the straight and narrow, drinking beer and, you know, going to work, trying to, you know, I was actually engaged at the time. So I was going to get married and get the house and the white picket fence and live happily ever after, which I don't think I would have been happy with that, excuse me, that life. So yeah, I didn't, I gave up the music thing. And then it was only a few short years later, I hear Nirvana and like, you know, and then all those bands started coming out. And I'm just like, that's when I just really freaked out and I got pissed and I just stopped listening to rock music completely. I turned it all off and I actually started listening to jazz and all kinds of shit like that for years. I really didn't dig it. I mean, I would hear the rock music when you're in the construction world. Back nowadays, you can't have radios in the jobs, but back then, you know, you had, you know, you did it. So big boom. Someone had the boom box going with, you know, it was
I
always
still
some
got
rock.
the fucking boombox. I still carry the fucking DeWalt job site fucking 18, one of the like mid-range ones, not
Yeah.
like the newer little, yeah, fucker, the one that like rocks like 3 yards away, the bass boost on it. I still drag mine around.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, we're not allowed down there anymore on the union jobs. It's, you know, oh, you can't have that. So now everyone's got the earbuds in, which is fucking worse because I could hear you went over the radio. Yeah, with the earbuds in, you can't hear shit. So yeah, so yeah, that whole scene popped up and I was pissed. And then yeah, I did that for a while. And fast forward, you know, losing my first daughter. Well, actually, my life was just started going bad. You know, like I said, I was running work. I was like a top dog out downtown. I was making, you know, 200 plus K a year. I mean, I was putting in time. You know, I work Saturdays, you know, every Saturday. Actually, I worked for 3 years. I worked 7 days a week for 3 years straight. Every day. I didn't miss one day. Okay. 7 days a week, 3 years straight. So yeah, I was pulling down some money, you know, but I also had a shit ton of responsibility and I had to be there to take care of stuff, you know, to make that stuff work. So you're gonna have to direct me back, Eagle. I just completely got the squirrel cage. The music. I know we were talking about music. So yeah, so, anyways, I know what I was talking about. So, well, I lost my job. So I was in between work. I'd work for 3 months, be off for 6 months, go back to work for 8 months, be off for a year, go back to work until, you know, 2012 happened. And then losing my daughter in 2009. So it was just snowballing one thing after another. And my ex and I were not getting along. And I had, you know, we had our house we were living in, plus I had a condo I couldn't rent, and I'm paying the mortgage on this condo every month that I can't even rent, you know, so I'm paying for something that I can't use. And yeah, it was just getting worse and worse and worse. So after everything blew up and I really started using cannabis to heal myself, I kind of found my way back into the music world. I got hooked up with some friends I haven't talked to in 25 years. That, yeah, man, we're still getting together. Actually, just a couple of guitar guys. You know, remember this guy? Yeah, I remember him. Oh yeah, we go to my garage and hang out on Saturday night. Good, clean, cheap fun, man. All right, I'm in. What do I got to do? So I went out and I got some drums. Went over there, man, and that was like 2014, 2013, and yeah. Been doing it ever since. Really, I actually started making goals for myself. That's where I got myself. I was in a depression. I know that now. Little by little, I just decided make a decision. You know, at one point, you're either going to live where you're living right now and the way you are and probably die very soon, or get the fuck out, man, and start making the best of it. I started getting the kid mentality again. Started thinking like a kid. Stop worrying about time And that's another one we could go into that whole fucking thing about time, because time is, to me, is our enemy. And it's used against us continually. Right now, you're looking at the clock going, when's this guy going to shut up? Because I got to get into the wormholes. But you know what I'm talking about, right? So everything's time. Like, I got to go do this, and I got to be here, and this is happening. So everything's time, and you get rushed. But you take time out of the equation when I didn't have to be anywhere, when I had nothing going on, and I could just go there at my leisure. It was like being a kid, you're just hanging out thinking like, what am I going to do today? Well, I'll go over to my buddy John's house. You jumped on your bike and just went over there, You weren't in a hurry to get there. You weren't doing 1,000 miles an hour. I got to get there because I got to see him because I only got an hour and then I got to go do something else. No, it's just kind of went and did your thing. And I started living life like that. And holy shit, dude, it's like a whole nother, like, I don't know, fifth dimension, people talk about. I wasn't living in this world today. I look at everybody else and everyone's, running around and they're doing shit. And I'm just sitting back, man, just like, dude, you guys are killing yourself. This is not what life's about. Life's not about running around and go getting that thing and getting a new car and getting a new iPhone 27, whatever, with 17 lenses on it. I mean, I don't know. I lived in that realm for a minute and it sucks. And it's a waste of time. It's a momentary adulation, Anytime you get something new, it's, oh, look what I got. You got it for a minute or two. And then all of a sudden it's like, can you put it away? And then you forget about it. It's like, that's where you realize you just kind of bought something just to have it, the adulation, the moment, just the spike of, whatever it is, the drug that your brain makes, So, yeah, I got back into the music thing. I started making goals. I started setting goals for myself. And so I set a goal that year. I'm going to be back on stage by the end of the year. Whether I'm making money doing it or not, I didn't give a shit. I'm going to be playing for a live audience on a stage doing it. And things weren't happening and it was really weird. And then I ran into another guy that I hadn't seen in even longer, like 30 plus years. And he was playing, he had a band and they were playing a gig and they needed a drummer because their drummer couldn't make it. It's weird how things just kind of, because I didn't think I was going to make it because we're closing in on the end of the year. And I was like, shit, man, I'm not going to make my goal, I wasn't worried about it. I wasn't pressuring myself, which was nice, but I wanted to make the goal. And then, you know what? It just kind of happened. And I was like, well, that's kind of weird, So then it was just like, I started realizing that situation. Like, well, I've been real nice to people. I've changed my attitude. I'm not, a maniac anymore. Everything, I'm laid back. I'm doing things for people just because I want to do it. I'm helping people just because I want to help them. And then things that I want start coming to me, So, you really got to pay attention to life, man, and see and start questioning things. Why did this happen to me? I could sit there and say, well, my daughter died. Why me? And I went through a little bit of that, and I'm actually trying to help my mom right now because she's dealing with the loss of her husband for, 54 or 55 years now. They've been together. Actually longer because, they didn't get married right away. So they were together for like 2-3 years before they got married. So she's kind of going through that whole thing where she's not happy, and she's trying to live with the loss and the grief and stuff like that. So trying to help her through all that. But yeah, I mean, I could find 1,000 things to be pissed off about, and I have 1,000 reasons to be a miserable person. I have the right to actually, I guess, the right to walk around with a chip on my shoulder, but it's never going to do me no good. And I'm definitely going to help anybody else by carrying that shit around. So do a 180 on it, help people out. Like you said, just do something nice for somebody. Hold the door open. I have an old lady next door that she's got a walker and stuff like that. The mailbox is out by the street. So you know what? I'm home now. I'm off of work. I've been laid off for a couple months. I go up. My dad, he's not here anymore, but he used to go get her mail for her every day, give it to her, shovel her snow. Even though she's got a guy that comes and she pays to do it, I still take care of stuff like that for her. I take her garbage cans out every week, bring the cans back in. Just, and then she's wanting to give me things, like, do you want that lazy boy I have sitting in my garage? I'm like, nah, that's all right. I don't need a lazy boy. I'm not sitting around long enough to use it.
It's awesome. It does bring in a good feeling though, knowing that you're helping others. It's very infectious. Very infectious.
I enjoy it.
I do too, my friend. So, are you playing still today? I mean,
yeah.
Are you away on them drums? Are you playing live?
Oh yeah, we go live on Instagram all the time. I actually just turn it on. Guys, sometimes they don't really know about. At least they didn't know about the few first times we did. They had no idea, because he's got where my drums are. It's his drum set, but his drums are set up. It's an old basement, and it's like a music studio / hole in the wall basement. But he's got a partial thing. I just stick drop ceiling. I just wedge my phone up there. I get a straight down shot over the drum kit. So, and it actually surprisingly, through a phone and with how fucking loud it is in that little basement, it records fairly well. It sounds pretty good. So yeah, you could catch me on usually on Wednesdays, but tomorrow, yeah, we'll be going live tomorrow. I just, do it for like an hour or whatever. I just let the thing roll. And so we're just doing practice. It's nothing serious right now. We're just, we just got back together after not seeing each other for about 4 or 5 years or 3 years now. About 3 years we haven't played. So I haven't really played, life has been, I got back to work. So going back to work, where I'm living, I have to travel. It's about 98 miles one way. So I'm out in Rockford, and I have to travel to downtown, basically right on the lakefront. I was doing the third largest building in the city right now. It's a 101-story condo building that I was on. So yeah, I'm spending an hour and a half on the way to work. And on the way home, I get to do about 2.5, 3 hours, And so yeah, I didn't have a whole lot of time then to do it. So, but since I've been home again and I'm sitting around, yeah, we got together. A lot of guys were off because of COVID and stuff, and here we are back in the basement, and we're starting to do it again. We're actually my guys were wanting to talk to people that are doing these shows. It's like, hey man, we could do like a live opening thing for these shows or something, let's do a song. I'm like, so yeah, I'm throwing it out there. Anybody you don't have to pay us shit. We'll come on, do one song for you, and see you later. All right, we'll get with you later. Contact my people. We'll get back to you.
Right here. Right here.
All right, we'll talk after the show. We'll be around tomorrow, man, for sure. I don't know if you got a show tomorrow going on or not, but you're on mute. I think you're muted. I couldn't see you talking either.
Sometimes that thing gets a little sticky, I think, that bug. Yeah, Jimmy Dugan, a few people the next few nights, but Monday night is a designated wormhole. We could definitely rock out Monday
night. Okay, what time would it be? You can give me your time.
Usually 2:00 my time.
Oh, 2 a.m.
You want to do something, we could go earlier if you wanted to do so.
Yeah, it would probably be earlier. These guys, we're usually there like around 9, 10 o'clock. We're out of there, So, but even if you wanted us to record some, we could record you a song. We'll make you a song, We could do a rip off.
They were asking me. D for 2, anything. anything. We could use a dab song. I've been begging my daughter's boyfriend is in a heavy metal fucking rock band. I've been begging him for a heavy metal T for Two dab song that I could play. He refuses to fucking give me a version of it. That'd be amazing. For one,
Okay,
I'd take it.
we're gonna make you the dab song then.
I definitely need something, especially a rock and roll version would be awesome. But yeah, that I right now I was playing the shit out of the dab song, but if I play it too many times, I get copyright. So I kind of like
We'll make up a song.
They were asking me earlier if I could play some of your stuff, but I don't have my Instagram uh on my computer here, so I could play it. But I would if I could. You could share
Actually,
if
yeah,
you've got some video.
My Instagram is
screen share.
Do I have the
If you want.
I don't know how to do all that. I can.
Yeah.
Okay. What do I got to do?
On your Zoom there, click share.
Let me see.
Tap your screen, and then it might say more. Share.
More.
Click share.
So I have chat, meeting settings, raising hand. I don't have anything. What the hell? How come I don't have share on here?
There should be a share on there somewhere.
It says chat, meeting settings, minimize meeting, background filters, disconnect audio, raise your hand, and then I have some emojis. And that's it. Let me see what else here. Participants. Oh, share content. Duh.
There you go. Click on that, and then you just click on whatever you want to share, and it pops it up for everybody.
Oh, yeah, no.
So if you had
see
playing stuff, you could share and play it. Most definitely.
Let me see. It's looking for my photos. Access. Let me see here. The thing is I just got this phone, and I don't have it. Do I have anything on it? I don't think I have any recordings on here. No. Oh, wait. Okay, here we go. Now, is this thing sharing?
Yep, they're seeing what we're looking at.
Okay. Well, this is not playing though. So this was a Instagram live thing. All right, I'll stop sharing that. Yeah, so I don't have anything, unfortunately, right now. But if you want, you could listen to stuff. We do have old stuff from the 90s or 80s on Apple Music. So if you look up Charlie's, it's called Charlie's Pipe Dream. Unfortunately, I wasn't in that band, but most of all my friends are in that band. And we still actually play some of those songs today. So it's called Charlie's Pipe Dreams, the name of the band. They have one album on there. I think it's called Bike Right Around the Lake. It's like a little Lego figure. That's pretty good music, man. I don't know how these guys never made it big. Well, other than just not having the right connections, you know.
So you want to give a shout out to some of the guys you're playing with now?
It wouldn't matter. They really don't watch any of this stuff. They're not growers. They just like me bringing over the stuff and giving it to them. They're smokers. they're the smokers, and I'm the grower. I mean, I try to get them into it, and I'm getting my one buddy closer, man. I'm getting them closer because I unfortunately had a couple nanners pop up on my orange bud, which was a massive plant. I don't know if you've seen it on my Instagram, but I think she was on her way to being the 2-pounder, you know. And I was on that plant. And it was like Monday night or Tuesday night. I was listening to you because I'm always in the garden when you're on. So that's why I'm not in chat constant. You'll see me pop in every once in a while. That's when I'm having my smoke break, but then I'm back at it in the garden or listen. So I'm listening to you and I'm like ready to go get done. And, you know, before I go to bed or whatever, and I'm done in the garden, I'll go through the plants just a little bit and kind of look at them and just check, make sure. Because anytime, you know, the lights come on, I like to check them right away, you know, especially when they're budding out, just make sure there's nothing weird going on. And at the end of the night, when I'm done with them, I check them again, you know, just a brief. So I was looking at that orange bud the other night, and man, I could have swore this one little thing looked like a nanner, but it was really light colored. So it just kind of looked like a pistil that was two pistils that were like stuck inside the calyx when it was blowing up, you know, and just hadn't popped out yet. So I'm like, I don't know though. It kind of looks like a nanner though. It's weird looking. So I'm like, all right, well, I'll wait till tomorrow. So man, the next day those lights came on and I went in there and looked, holy shit, it was a nanner. It was dark yellow by that time, sticking out. And then I started looking through the plant and I found like 2 or 3 more. And I just stopped looking at that point, and I didn't even fucking hesitate. Went in there and gone. And it's sad because she was about 3 weeks out from finish, right? So I don't know what to do with it. I said, fuck it. I bagged it up and I don't have room or nothing for it. So I called my one buddy and I says, hey man, you want this? I'll give it to you. I'll show you what to do with it. Bag it up and freeze this stuff. And then we'll just, you know, we'll do like a dry ice sift with it. You know, I'll get those trichomes off of it and see how it is. You know, maybe just mix it in with something else and make my own hybrid, right? So he was like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. So I brought it over to him the other day, and I went over there the other night then for band practice and stuff. He's like all proud. She's like, hey, come here, look at this. And he opens up his freezer and he had all this bud trimmed up real nice. It's like, yeah, man, that's really awesome. So yeah, he's kind of getting there. And he's all my friends are medical patients as well. You know, I really want him to do it because, you know, he's an ex-heroin. He's a guy actually I was talking about, got in an accident, started with the Oxycontins, you know, and then got into heroin. So we got him smoking and he's dabbing and he's doing all of it. So if I could just get it to the point, get him interested where I could get him set up with a tent, I know he would be an amazing grower, you know. That's got that medicine. But you got to, you know, there's some people that just can't grow this plant for whatever reason. I don't know why. I think you really have to have some sort of a connection to them. These things are living things, man. They're not an inanimate object that just throws like a thing magical. These things listen. They have feelings. I mean, I really believe that. I'll tell you.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure. I sent a thing from to Smiley yesterday, and it was from Gaia, but they were doing some experiments on plants. They were asking the question, are they conscious? They were basically had a couple of plants. One that had the best representation was the Venus flytrap. It applied some anesthesia to the plant, to one of the traps, to just one of the traps, kind of made it numb from it. And it showed every chance of being numb or unconscious to its surroundings. So not just in the same fact when we go unconscious from anesthesia, so did the plant. I mean, they just like the one area, the one trap, knocked it right out. They even though the traps looked healthy and awake and wide open, when the sensors were touched, they just stayed wide open. The plant seemed to be totally unconscious. And when it wore off, everything seemed vibrant again. The traps kind of started popping again, but that plant was seriously unconscious from the anesthesia that they had put on to just the one trap. So they were begging, you know, even though it didn't have a brain or a nervous system, you know, we know they communicate with each other. You know what I mean? And they are intelligent, obviously. But they were begging the question, obviously, is the plant conscious? I think so. I think you do too.
Yeah. Oh no, I agree, and I never heard that before, and that's awesome. And that again, that's just one more. That's a proof positive there, right? I mean, I don't know about you or anybody else, but I find myself, going out into nature. Like I took my girls out. We have this place called Starved Rock out by us, and it's kind of cool for us. It's they got like caves and all this, rock formations from river flowing through there at one point, and all these cool trails. It's very hilly, for us. It's pretty flat here. I mean, you're in Michigan, you guys are pretty flat too, right? So it's a cool place. But so I took my girls there, and it's just that was the first time in a while that we actually spent quite a few hours out in nature. And it's like, you just feel better no matter what. When by the time you walk in there pretty, down. By the time you're walking out though, you're feeling a little bit lifted, and it's just from these plants. I think it's just from being in those surroundings with these living things, and there's animals too, and there's vibrations given off by everything, positive and negative. But I think there's more positive, if these plants are growing, they're healthy and happy. Obviously, it's going to be more of a positive surrounding. And, you look around and you see there's tons of green, right? So you got a lot of positive happening and you're around that and you feel better. There's something to it. And I believe even like the terpenes, because for whatever reason, I noticed up in Wisconsin, right? I spent a lot of time up there in the pine groves. And that pine terpenes, there's something to that pining terpene that just you're in it and you're smelling it constantly all day, hunting or whatever you're doing out there. And yeah, it's got a relaxing effect to it, So again, I get the whole THC thing, but I think there's a huge factor with everything being involved and not just sucking THC out of the plant and using that to get just high. Or I don't think breaking the plant up or just drawing a certain particular thing out, unless it's for a exact specific reason, but for an overall thing, I think you really just need to smoke flower, and get the complete medicinal effect. But yeah, I think, like you said, the plants are alive, man. They're talking.
I think it should be a whole medicine too. As far as that, I was listening to this thing earlier today or yesterday, about the
Yeah,
endocannabinoid system. They blend anymore, and they were talking about how we use how the endocannabinoid system, the secondary endocannabinoid system, uses fats and lipids, as carriers and whatnot. I'm thinking, well, why in the fuck are we taking them out of our extracts? You know what I mean? If it's part of the system, why the fuck are we taking them out?
right.
That's uh what is it called there? The crumble. That's what crumble is. It's all the fats and lipids. That's one of my favorite extracts, and it's pretty much it was a waste like kind of thing. Not all the extractors like the crumble. I like the crumble, but I when I learned that's what it was, I was like, again, why are we taking these out? Why this is some of the best parts here. Then I heard that yesterday is like they're needed. You fucking telling me they're needed? We're taking them out. It just seems retarded at that point. I mean, I don't
Yeah, no, I get it. I'll be honest with you. My favorite out of all of it is got to be scissor hash. I don't know what it is about it, but man, I hate trimming. But let me tell you, that's the one thing though. I know what I'm getting when I get into the trim. So it's like, I don't want to do this, but man, I want some of that scissor hash. So I go at it, and I'm rolling up my little balls, and then I start smoking that during while I'm doing it. Man, it just really hits me hard. It's weird because like edibles, you're wasting it on me. You give me, people want, oh, here, try these gummies. And I'm like, dude, I'll eat that whole bag sitting here right in front of you, and nothing's going to happen to me. I'll sweat. That's about it. I just start sweating. And I actually had my buddy actually, who's growing out in Michigan. He makes tons of them because his wife loves them, So he's always got like this monster bag of them, and they're pretty high dosed, And he's like, "Come on, man, you're gonna get." He goes, "I'm bet you if you eat like 10 of those things are like 100 milligrams a piece. You eat 10 of those, man, you're gonna be passed out." I took 15 of them, shoved them in my mouth, I ate them all, and I sat there like this. And within 10 minutes, sweat was just pouring down my face, and I just didn't feel anything. I'm just like, I'm not high, man. I just picked up my bowl and started smoking that. And I'm like, okay, now I'm high and sweating. And he couldn't believe it. He's like, man, that is fucking weird. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm never giving you that stuff again. It's a waste. But yeah, hash though, I love scissor hash, and I love the dry sift, man. I'm a hash guy, dude. I don't know. It's because everything's still in there, You're still getting some plant matter in it, I'm almost actually. So, I make my dry sift, my first run, obviously that's full melt, so I could take that and dab it. Right. But after that, it's more of like your top dressing shit. That's kind of my favorite, is the top dressing. I really enjoy, I think, again, because it's got some plant matter in there, and I'm getting more of the entourage effect. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but that's what works for me, and that's what I do. We're all a little bit different, and some things work for some people and other things don't. You might like sativa, I like indica. I'm actually more of a 50-50 guy. I like the 50-50 split. Well, yeah.
It kind of makes sense for me because you say you kind of like that uppity high, and that's what I get from dry sip. Dry sip for me is it's tasty, terpy,
Yes.
and it's a high. Same thing with the scissor hash. You must be a wet trimmer because you don't get very good hash from dry trimming. The good stuff, in my opinion, is from a wet trim. That stuff you scrape off the wet, and that's a live trim. That's a live charas. That's a live trichome. That's a heady buzz too. So they're kind of real similar with each other. For me, the bubble hash, when you take it the other way, the bubble hash, it's a little less flavorful, but it's more of a full body high. Now you don't it's a bubble. You're not up and running around. It's more. Ooh, I'm feeling pretty good. It's more high for sure.
Yeah, I enjoy it all. The hash, I enjoy it all, really. But yeah, it's the bubble hash isn't as terpy, and I really like the terpy stuff. The other thing is, being where I'm at, I'm like an hour away from my kids. So, I'm again traveling back and forth, and right now being off of work. So I'm kind of running out that way and picking them up after school. And matter of fact, I'm probably not even going to go to bed tonight because my oldest daughter has got some sort of electronics day where they're allowed to bring an iPad or something like that. And unfortunately, the way the ex and I are, I don't want to be airing out dirty laundry, but just for the story's sake, I kind of have to keep any electronics here. She's got like the Kindle Fire, which is through Amazon, but it's my account, so she could get in there and get on my account. It's just, I don't want any fucking problems. So I keep my stuff here and she keeps her stuff there. Well, my daughter wants to bring this iPad to school. So I didn't want her to have it at her house because I had let her bring it there, but her mother had a problem with it again. She had it and she was on it and she didn't want her on it when she was on it. And you're causing, she was actually using it as an excuse because I was creating a problem for her now by letting our daughter use this iPad and bring it to her house, So that's where it's like, okay, then it stays here forever and that's it. It doesn't go home. So anyway, she wants this thing to use at school. She doesn't want to be the probably only kid that comes to school without an iPad. So I got to leave here in another 5 hours and shoot out there and meet her at her bus stop. And I'll give her her iPad so she goes to school with it. But listen, man, I lost a daughter. So, you know how it is. You have a daughter, or daughters, you'll do anything for them. And, if you lose a kid, man, let me tell you, you really do anything for them, because I've had it happen. So, yeah.
I can't imagine.
Look, man, it could be looked at as a negative. And some people look at me and they're like, oh my God, you lost a daughter. Like, and people look at you like, you don't know what to think because it's an awkward, it's like, well, how are you supposed to feel for this guy? Like you don't know, especially if it didn't happen to you. But look, man, I don't want anybody to ever feel sorry for me. I've got something a lot of people don't have. I've got a real guardian angel. I know I made her, so I got that going for me, which is nice. If I can quote Caddyshack.
Let's see you say positive about it.
You got a choice, Eagle. You got a choice, Eagle. It's, you can be positive or you're going to be negative, man. I tried negative for a minute. It's not a good thing. Don't look good on me, so.
Seriously, I feel for you, brother. I really, really do. I can't even. We don't even think about that shit as parents. Try not to think about that shit. But man,
no.
I almost lost at one point. Almost 2 years? Maybe pushing 3, but maybe 2 years ago now. Out of fucking car accident. And it was, oh man, one of the longest days of my life. I was so glad at the end of it, it was the way it was. But man, I had just kind of fell out. Maybe 2 hours sleep, got a call, phone rings. Your daughter Alexis has just been in an accident. And she's across the state. She's been thrown from a vehicle that overturned at 100 miles an hour. She was ejected, her and her friend. Wow. Yeah. And so we get up and man, it was like disbelief. They wouldn't tell us anything. The lady actually had found her phone and it was the lady that pulled over and she was with her at the time. And it was, we didn't know what to expect. And we had to drive. It was an hour and a half from where we were from home. She was that far. And the whole time we were driving, it's the worst. We don't know what's going on. We know she's been ejected. We don't know. So we're almost to her. And as we get off the exit to where she was, they tell us, they're too bad. We can't treat them here. We had to fly them over to Emmett University of Michigan Hospital, which was another hour away. So So the time I had made it there, we were completely expecting a whole lot worse. Both girls were terribly beat up. Both survived, and we were lucky. And scared. I can't imagine. What went through my head that day, that morning, through the travel. Man, I thought it was the end. I thought that was the end. As badly beat up and bruised as she was, I was thankful, so thankful that I could still hold her.
Oh,
So I know I can't imagine. I seriously can't imagine what you went through. So
honestly,
parents should know that feeling.
I'll be honest with you, man. I can't. You know, I get where you're coming from too, but what you just said is, this is another one of those fears that I have. You know, it's, you know, I got two of them still, and they haven't got to that point. You know, and that is the one thing, is the car thing. You know, like you just said, and to me, it's like I don't want to go through that fucking hour of not knowing. So I mean, when we lost our daughter, it wasn't like we didn't know. This wasn't like the baby came out and there was something happened. You know, she didn't pass like that. She had a situation called trisomy 18, and there's different levels to it. Basically, the level she was at, she was never going to make it. No kids make it anyways. I believe there's only one case of one child having only one symptom out of the 18 symptoms, and it was the mildest thing, and he only lived to be 5. He is the only known case. So you don't make it through this. It's actually it's a gene, a chromosomal error. So trisomy, what is it? Trisomy 13 is Down syndrome, is trisomy 13. So it's basically Down syndrome is a trisomy. Okay. But what we had, she was never going to make it. So we kind of knew, you know, but still, you know, it's going to happen. Went to term and yeah. So, but now with my kids, you know, the 2 girls, and like you said, man, I don't want that phone call, because I was actually, you know, talking to my daughters, because I have, you know, the one, she's 10 and a half now, and the other one's 8 and a half. And, you know, 10 and a half, man, we're closing in on teenage years. And then, you know, it's only a few short years later and they got the driver's license, right? Or even before then, because they're going to have some friends that are a year older, right? And they got the license. So now they're in the car. You know, I don't want that phone call, dude, because that 1 hour, I couldn't imagine that, you know, just like you can't imagine myself. I can't even imagine that. I don't want it, because, yeah. I hope if everything should happen like that, I hope I got some of the dankest fucking weed with me, because I'm going to probably need a whole lot of
it. It was nothing short of a miracle that they survived. When I made it to that hospital finally, the state trooper that was there told me the story in tears. He said, "I see this all the time, but I've never seen people live through this." He said, "I want you to understand what transpired today was a miracle." He said, "Any other time, occupants would have been dead." He said that, well, he said both girls were launched into the tree line on the highway. They fell asleep. Both of them fell asleep. The driver woke up and overcorrected, uh, rolled the car. Lexi wasn't wearing a seatbelt, was ejected. Both girls were actually ejected and thrown into the tree line and landed close to each other, just missing a tree. Just missing a tree, laying side by side next to a tree. The car rolled at them, hit the tree, and they were laying at, like, on this side of the tree. So the car was rolling at them. The car bounced up, hit the tree, and instead of coming down and crushing them, like he said, 90% of what would have happened, the car was flung back just enough to miss them and was just south of where they were laying.
Shit. No shit. Dude, oh man. Yeah, that's fuck. Yeah, you had
this never plays out like this. It was,
so there you go. Lexi's gotta start searching, like I have to start searching, for what reason are we here? I've escaped a few of those in motorcycle accident. I could tell you snowmobile accidents where, yeah, I should have been dead a few times, man. Fuck, I got knocked off the scaffold. I was 18 years old. I was working for bricklayers, and we had these scaffolds that would jack up. And they were like these big towers, and they'd have all the planks going across. So once we got all the way up to the top, 30 feet up or whatever, we'd pull the planks and separate them and then break it down, and it'd be 2x2. And then you'd have a guy on one side and the other side, and you crank it and the thing would come down. So, but when you separate those boards are hanging off this far, you know? So if you step on it, the board's coming up, you're going down. So I was on my hands and knees, and I just separated them. I just pushed the other plank off the other one so we could drop the thing down. And when I did that, the guy came around with the forklift and hit the entire structure, which made it sway like that. And when it swayed, I put my weight on that board, and that rest of the board went up. I went down 30 feet and I landed into a pile of bricks and got up and walked away from that, you know, and I had a little cut on my shoulder. And
that's some luck.
Right. You know, is it luck though? Or is there, you know, that's where, again, like you said, it's like, you gotta be here for a reason. That's why I look at it, it's like, maybe I'm here for a reason. So, you know, but man, that is an amazing story that she and her friends, and they're all okay though. Like no one got killed or anything.
No, they both had some chip bones, some a lot of traumas. Lexi suffered more damage in the long run than the initial injuries, to be honest with you. She actually she had a lot of injuries. The PTSD from it was crazy. I never even knew it could be that bad, to be honest with you. She had giant hematomas that had to be removed because I mean she literally had blood clots in her stomach that were fucking almost the size of a watermelon, and she had one behind her leg that swelled up to about the size of a watermelon and wouldn't. It got so bad they had to go in there and actually vacuum out all the clots. And,
oh my god! Yeah. How old was she when this happened?
20. Well, no, 19. 19.
Oh man, yeah, that would definitely fuck with your head, man. Shit, I'm sorry.
It's I've told the story a few times on that show, but cannabis, it's another reason why I owe cannabis a lot, you know. And that story, you know, to be continued, kind of, if she had troubles with that PTSD, and they gave her an irresponsible 19-year-old liquid because she can't take pills. Was like liquid Valium and this and that, and we almost nearly lost her to that kind of medicine again. And if it wouldn't have been for like reaching out, and she didn't want that medicine anymore. And again, like we were talking about, the odds and offs. I don't. You can't tell, you know, a 19-year-old that's struggling with a lot of problems, and then, you know, this medicine fucking with their heads. I ain't taking it no more. Well, you can't quit that cold turkey. You know what I mean? And it was brutal. The ups and downs were brutal, and she didn't want it. We didn't want her on it, but ultimately it led her to CBD. Was the savior, to be honest with you. That's the honest God truth, man. And I ended up calling a friend downstate, my friend JC in Green Culture. Thank you, JC. We told him the story, and he immediately, you know, hey, hooked me up with CBD, all kinds of stuff,
That's awesome.
edibles, and yeah, they were the turning point. They were the turning point in that story. Yeah.
That's awesome. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Transport. I mean, in cars, you know, that's one. Just getting her around after that was tough. And, that's just having that CBD pen that she could, puff on. There was a lot of rides. She toughed out. You could see she was very uncomfortable. No radio. No one could listen on radio. Just talkless rides and just puffing on that pen. But day by day, she got stronger. And I don't think we'd be where we are at now if we would have psychotropic drugs would still be in the menu today. I owe a lot to cannabis, so much to cannabis. I really do.
I'll I'll tell you what, man. That's a great story. That story needs to be heard, man. Really, she should put that story out there. Or you put it out there somewhere. Get it out there and get it out, shoved out into the mainstream, man. It's got to, because these are the stories that need to be. Look, I could sit here and tell you, I'm smoking, and I'm telling the truth, but I mean, I could be lying to you too. I could, oh yeah, I got this and that, but really, I just love getting stoned because I like laying around doing shit all day, or I'm just the typical dude that wants to get messed up just to be messed up, right? It's not. We're using this, but the people who don't get it and who are old school. I mean, look, I'm staying with my mom right now. So I'm growing out of tents. Otherwise, I'd be in a house and I'd be growing out of a room, maybe. I don't know, but I'm set up temporarily. She's allowing me to do it here, but she's not for this stuff, really. She's not like crazy against it, but we have her best friend from shit. I'm not gonna tell her how old. She's older than me, obviously. So, but her best friend's daughter, she's an OR nurse, registered nurse, against cigarettes. She didn't believe in marijuana, all the CBD and stuff like that. She's a nurse at a hospital with using medicines, and she got diagnosed with cancer last year. So her husband came over and saw what I was doing, and I showed him kind of what I was doing. He didn't want her to know because wasn't using at all at this time last year. He wasn't a user. He was a pro bodybuilder at one point. So he's all about eating healthy, no smoking, anything. You're putting anything in your lungs is bad, right? So he came over because he wanted to learn how to do this, because he was thinking that maybe getting her to do it, because he heard about so many people having success using, right? And he knows also with the bills that they're getting, that they're not going to be able to sustain buying, because the cannabis isn't going to be, through your insurance. You're going to pay for that out of your pocket, right? So, and the prices here, I don't know what they are in Michigan, but if you're just a rec user for an eighth, you're talking almost $100. You're just shy by a few dollars, So, and it's, stuff's dry. It's crap. But so yeah, he came over, he learned how to do it. And now they're growing, and she started using, and her mom she feels better. She has to do the chemo. She has to do some of these things because, of how bad it is. And she's young. She's only 38, I think. Little kids. She's got a 8-year-old. Her youngest is 8. So, yeah, she's using it. It's helping. And so my mom is I'm trying to get her there, believe me, because right now I know she could use it, man. Because what she's going through, I hear her at night walking around upstairs. I mean, I'm in the garden through the night now since I'm not working. I'm like on the night shift, I'm waking up at noon. I'm going to work at 4 p.m. in there, or I'm always got something to do, And I hear her.
Hey, Ma, I hear you up there. You could be tending to the plants. Get in the garden, water them or something.
Hey,
please help me out here.
Hey, Eagle, I had her trimming, bro. I actually had her trimming because when my dad was in the hospital, it was a rough time, and I I had just harvested 3 plants because, you know, we only got 5 things going. So I was doing 3 and 2. And so I had 3 plants to harvest. I'm like, man, this sucks. I need help, you know? And I'm like, nah, you ain't doing nothing. I go, come on, help me. Just let me show you how to do this. I go, because my mom worked at a nursery. She's always had plants. I got my green thumb from her. She could grow anything with just water. I don't know how she could just water things and it just stays green. It's like she's got the nutrients in her and it just goes into the water. I don't know, but it's weird like that. And so I'm like, you could do this. I mean, she's cloned her own flowers, you know, back in the day. She's like, we just used aloe. That's all, you know, just you cut it, you put it in the aloe, you put it in here, and then it grows. Put it right in the dirt, you know. So yeah, I got her trimming, man. Actually got a picture of her from the back doing it. I said, we gotta get a picture of this guy. Because I was telling her, I said, well, when dad comes out, I gotta show him this because he's gonna freak out that you're doing this. Because he wasn't for it either, but they saw that it was saving me money, a lot of money, which I needed because I got child support payments. And believe me, in Illinois, yeah, they like to nail you to the wall. I don't mind doing it. I love my kids, you know. That's what I have to do. It's what I have to do. But yeah, so he saw that. Look, he's happier. He's saving money. To me, saving money is making money. So give us the 25, 30 bucks a month or whatever it costs to run your equipment and we're all good. Keep the smell down. You know, so I got big jugs of Ona. I've got air filter. Matter of fact, I got to get a scrubber, a big can, I think, and just scrub that air because I got some dang shit going on now. This isn't the bag seed stuff. This isn't the cheaper, you know, like, you know, those seed banks where there are no breeders, but they have every strain available, you know, that kind of shit. It's not quite the dankest of stuff. It doesn't stink as bad. But now I'm growing that. Dude, that slippery Susan, my mom was dying. She was like, you got to do something about this. The lady at the store smelled me. And she thinks that I did marijuana because she asked me if I was a medical user. I'm like, my mom smells like the dank, man. So yeah, I ran out and got some Ona, man. I'm spreading this shit all around the house and I'm running around like a priest in the thing, you know, fucking swinging the incense around and yeah, so odor control is a problem.
Making friends already. That's what I would have said. Cannabis making you friends already.
Well, I got the one neighbor, like I said, she's 80 something. I don't think she would know or even cares. And my other neighbor, he's a young dude and he's a partaker, not constant. He likes his booze more so, but he does puff every once in a while. So we talk. I go over there whenever I get a harvest and I hook them up and everybody's happy, you know. So that's how we roll.
That's awesome, man. I do think everybody should grow. I mean, everybody should grow. I think I said it earlier too. I really think that's the benefit of growing right there. I mean, there's education in growing. You know, I think it honestly, as it remediates shit out of the soil, I believe it remediates the shitty shit out of us. As you grow it, I believe it cleans it, you know, so levels up. You level up a little bit as you grow that plant. You know, you really do. You know, there's certain cycles, but just when you start, I mean, from the time you start, your enthusiasm, talking with other people about it nowadays, couldn't back then, but you know, talking to other people about it like we are now, man, I can feel the oxytocin flowing through me, the love for the plant just now, you know, popping, just talking about it. So, you got that good feeling of clearing your anxiety every day when you go into the garden, and then there's that, especially if you're in a bad way or, sick or just in a bad way, just that can do of, I did this, at the end of I created my own medicine. And that statement right there is very powerful. That can do. I mean, it does. That's a level up again. That's another level up. But what else can I do? I'm capable of this. I got to grow going. What else can I do? And it just tends to steamroll after that. And I really believe the medical aspect is greater with cultivating than the plant, or at least equal to
Oh
consumption.
yeah,
To be honest with you,
I
uh,
agree.
very
I
therapeutical all the way around. It's a miracle plant. It really,
Right. And I'll be honest with you, just growing it yourself, now you know what's in it because I was about 5 or 6 years ago. Um, I wasn't growing, so we had a guy that we were getting our stuff through, and it was always pretty good. But at this time, this was when I was in the band situation, right? So we are all getting the same stuff. And so one particular night after band practice, our one guy, he got sick, like really sick. And it was like the guy was like turning colors. And unfortunately, he was a user. So we thought, well, did he use something now? We don't know what he did. Don't want to be judgmental, but, it happens, right? So that was it. That was the end of it. So then the following week later, another band practice, I got sick to the point to where I was on his bathroom floor, doubled up, like cold sweat. I didn't know what, I thought I was dying. I didn't know what it was. I ended up sitting there for a couple hours and finally got enough strength to get home, like to get in my car and get home, and still felt shitty like the next day. And then the next day, this girl that I was dating, she got really sick. And then it was 2 days later, another guy got sick. And then I'm like, look, man, we're all smoking that. There's got to be something in it. Something happened. It's either mold or who knows what. But there's something in there. Something happened. And it's a bad situation. And at that point, that's when I was really like, man, I got to do something. I'm not going to die because someone else didn't do something the correct way or decided that, well, that's okay, or cut some mold out or whatever. And that's enough. That's good enough. And I mean, I see the mold, fuck it. The whole plant's gone, dude. I'm not washing it. I don't even give a shit. I don't want anything to do with spores. All right. Working in the trades, knowing what I know about mold, bad news, man. I don't fuck with that stuff. That stuff, man, is like fucking with a loaded 45, with no trigger guard. So yeah, I'm not I'm all for everyone's got it. And the worst thing that happens to you is you got to start growing vegetables, man, because you can only do so much with the plant. I know beginners, when you start out, man, you want to get in there and start stretching. I see these guys where they got the little plant and they're nailing the whole thing down and flattening it all out and doing all this crazy shit. And that's cool. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Dude, experiment, man. That's the spice of life. You may like doing it that way. It's just, some people like to tinker, man. I know guys that buy a brand new car and the first thing they're doing is taking the fucking engine apart. Like, what are you doing? Oh, I gotta fix something here. It's like, oh man, but that's how it is. And that's cool. I'm not judging anything. It's not my way, but my way ain't everybody's way. Your way is different. And dude, I like vanilla, you like chocolate. And you happy? That's what counts to me. If you're happy, I'm happy. We're all gonna be happy. So yeah, do it up. But yeah, this plant though, right? I love it. Sorry. I go off on my tangent sometimes.
oh no, you're exactly right, man. The plant, the culture, I'm all in. I'm all in. I I made that statement years ago, and haven't looked back. To be honest with you.
I want to get in. I definitely would like to get involved in this somehow. If I can make a living doing this, like I said, my ultimate goal is to get some sort of piece of property, a couple of acres where I can have some sort of a little nursery and sell it. I've always liked the nurseries. Like I said, my mom was a green thumb. My mom worked at a nursery out here for 4 or 5 years. When the economy kind of went to dumps, my dad, he has his own business and stuff like that, but he's getting older and the economy took a turn and business slowed down too. And, you know, it wasn't humping like it was and they needed a little extra stuff. So my mom wanted to get out of the house too. She was sick of sitting around. And I think because my dad was somewhat retired and he was always there, you know, they were kind of at each other all the time then. So they weren't used to being around each other, you know, 24/7. So she's like, I'm going to get a job at a nursery. So that was like about 10 years ago or whatever. She worked there for about 5 or 6 years. So I would go out there all the time just to hang out in the nursery. I still do that today. I'll just pull over. If I see a cool nursery or something, I'll just pull over and just go in there, man, and go hang out with the plants for a minute, you know, not necessarily to buy anything, but just to be in that environment where you got all these brand new baby plants all growing. And it's like being in a baby nursery. You know, you ever go into, you know, into the brand new baby ward where all the brand new babies are and everybody's just, dude, that vibe up there in that room is fucking amazing, right? You know, it's just full of life and happiness and joy. And so it's the whole vibe thing.
I may tread through there these days to maybe visit a friend's baby or something like that, but no, that shit's contagious. That baby shit rub right off on you, dude.
Yeah.
No, you'll have way too many you hang out up in there, man.
No, yeah, but I mean, I hang out there and I'll go to the nurseries, man. I was hanging out by my mom.
Oh, I'm actually serious about that shit, man. You pass that shit around just like a cold. Think about it. When somebody you know gets pregnant, how long is it before you're like, oh, they're pregnant too? Oh, it's over there? Wow, it popped over there. It's
actually
sketchy.
Yeah. So when we had our first child, there were 2 other couples that were, I guess we didn't know, you know, they were trying to have a kid, but you know, it's not something you advertise. Now you blow up the sign out front. Hey, we're over here trying to make a kid. Check it out, you know. But yeah, we had ours, and we come to find out that these other 2 couples, you know, we start talking, and then they start saying, yeah, well, we've been trying and we've been unsuccessful, and they're on these medications to try and get them pregnant and all this stuff and doing all these tests and crazy shit. But as soon as we had ours and they were telling us about it, it was like 6-8 months later, this one was pregnant. 3-4 months later, the other one's pregnant, you know? So now everyone was having kids all at the same time, you know? So yeah, it is contagious like that, man. Once one pops up, they all of a sudden start popping up everywhere. Yeah. Maybe we get the home grows going like that.
That'd be awesome. It needs to happen. We need everybody to fucking actually stick some seeds in the dirt. I think before rec goes across the board too, because I think the more gardens we get going at that point, it's going to be harder to take away. They can't put the cat back in the bag these days. But the first thing that's going to happen when rec goes is they're going to try to take away the grow. And unless you know, just like it went across the numbers, it's going to take numbers of growers to be like, hey, we supply our own shit. We keep putting up with it. You know what I mean? And that takes everybody growing. You know, again, it's a rewarding experience. Why not?
Are they trying to do that to you guys out in Michigan? Because I seen over there, because I follow some guy who's over here in Clio where they hold the cup. And I saw that they're trying. What's that?
Buddy, right? Clio cultivation is who you're talking about?
Yes. Yeah, yeah, so I signed some petition. I mean, I don't live in Michigan, but I signed it anyways. You know, well, what the hell? Why not? Right. But yeah, it's terrible, right? So I see them doing that. Well, here in Illinois, I can tell you what they're doing. Um, the big canna, they're lobbying for us to reduce our the number of plants we can have from 5 to I don't know what they're looking at trying to get us down to. To me, 5's still not even enough. I can't even do, how am I going to do some sort of special breeding project? And I'm not breeding to sell seeds. I'm not looking to get into that business. I'm doing it for me. I want to make stuff for me. And if it's awesome and it works, I'm pass it out. I pass out stuff now that I pay for, you know. But if I'm making my own stuff, how awesome is that? You know, that's my gig. I like to just make my own stuff. And look, if it works for someone else, and if I can make a few dollars on it, someone's willing to pay or wants it, and I could just live just a comfortable life. I don't need to be driving a Lamborghini. I don't need to be going, you know, on 2-month vacations to Saudi Arabia. I don't need that shit. But yeah, I see what they're doing. They're I think I posted it on my page on IG about it, that they give an explanation of why they are trying to reduce the limit, and it's to help keep untested marijuana from entering the commercial market.
Don't doesn't the testing in itself do that?
How is my weed going to hit the dispensaries? First off, you know, I mean, they got to account for that. That stuff's got to be tagged. They have to have paperwork. They're not going to sell my weed. So how does it enter the commercial market? It never does. You know, this is just them being scared that they're not going to be able to get the money back to their investors, the billions of dollars that they're dropping, right? So they got to figure out a way to cut us off, because look, they know they're watching this show right fucking now, going, see, look at these two guys talking right here about, you know, they're giving fucking weed away. This guy's giving his neighbor who should be going to the dispensary, you know, okay, if the guy's not a big smoker, we're nailing him once a month for the $100, right? $100 a month, that's $1,200 a year. 1,200 times, look, man, and you get 1,000 guys like that, that adds up, right? So everything adds up. They're looking to make as much money as they possibly can and keep us from growing. They want us all at that dispensary, man.
Oh, that would honestly just be a life achievement right there. If I actually knew there was like a couple cats in a boardroom doing that, honestly, like you said, you see these two cats right here, they're together throwing a fucking monkey wrench in our system. That if those words ever pass through, you know, somebody like that, I'd be like, yes.
They are. Trust me. I'm telling you, my man. I've been around some big business. My dad, like I said, owned his own company. I've been around a lot of people who own. I mean, if I was to start rattling off these companies, you would know exactly who I'm talking about. And I know for a fact you're using some of their products today. And I know the owners of these companies. I'm not talking the presidents. I'm not talking CEOs. I'm talking about the guy who owns the companies. These are billionaires, you know, that my dad got, you know, through his business was involved with these guys, you know. So, yeah, they are, they like their money, man. And if they're involved, they're going to do whatever they can to make sure that they get their money, and they don't want you. And so what, they watch everything. Everything matters. That's how they got to where they are, you know, and everything's getting tighter and tighter. You know, you can't make the money the way you used to. Everything's becoming specialized. I don't know if you know it, if you look around and pay attention, but, you know, before you have a mechanic and he did everything. You had a bad muffler or whatever, you went to the mechanic. You need an oil change, you went to the mechanic. Today, you need an oil change, you go to the oil change place. You need a muffler, you go to the muffler place. Now they got tires and brake place. So now you go to this place for tires and brakes where your mechanic did that. So now everything is getting specialized. They're breaking everything down to create more jobs because obviously our population is rising. So now you have to create more. You got more things need to be fixed. Now we specialize, we break it up because not everybody could be a mechanic. This way we could train someone who can't do all these things, who isn't totally mechanically inclined. We could teach them how to do one specific thing, change oil. It's just this movement, and that. After repetition, no matter how fumbly you are with your hands, eventually over repetition, you're going to get good at it and be able to do it. So that's all we need you to do is that one thing. Boom. And now we got a job for more people. So is it a bad thing or a good thing? I don't know. You know, right now, I guess it's a good thing because we need to create jobs for people, right? We got more people, you need more jobs. But I think we could also do it this
Must
way.
be an Illinois thing. Because everywhere I go here in Michigan, seriously, there's stores waiting to be opened here. They fucking can't find people to work.
Oh, no.
Everywhere I go, I can't find people to work. Can't find people to work. I mean, there's definitely jobs out there for people who want
I'm
to
not
work
saying
right
now. Yeah, no, I'm not saying now. But then again, if you look at a lot of those jobs, because we have lots of jobs, but the jobs I'm seeing that are around are like the waitressing and bartending jobs, restaurant jobs, all those places. I see they all have, help wanted signs out there, but a lot of those people don't want those jobs now because they're afraid, like, they're like looking at like, well, at one time, look, I mean, I know waiters downtown Chicago that these guys are bringing down, $2,000 to $3,000 a week in tips, man, working at some of these high-end steakhouses, right? Well, let me tell you, you're working that job and got COVID-19 came along and wiped you out. Those restaurants today are still, some of them aren't open, So now you went from making let's say $2,000 a week, right? Now you're making zero. And, the way our unemployment is that they were having a hard time even getting unemployment because, they're claiming you're almost like your own entity. You're your own business. And they weren't just giving, they didn't want to give them that money, the unemployment money. So yeah, it's hard. So those people now are, I have a friend who did that and now he's in the trades, because he's like, screw it, man. I'm not going to do this job anymore. If COVID comes again, I'm going to sit home I can't sit home for years at a time. So yeah. Crazy.
I think, and moreover, though, I think I've noticed a better workforce, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
No.
I agree.
More things get done. People that are there are happier to be there. Quality of work being done. It's, I think, a lot better, especially in like stores. I think, our customer service has went up. Just the way people, deal with you in the stores are a lot better these days.
Yeah,
a year and a half ago, there'd be too many people. One standing at the end of every end cap, snotty, it had to be there. Oh, I'm overworked. Now the people are like, can I help you? Yeah, it's right over there. Some compassion in the job these days.
Little empathy. A little empathy goes a long way too, just being empathetic to people and their situations. But yeah, I think this COVID thing woke up a lot of people. I mean, I understand, for me, this didn't affect me one bit, other than the fact that my father, that affected me, obviously. But I mean, as far as affecting my life, I worked through this. Like they didn't shut my job down. I think maybe one day it was shut down, but actually, no, it wasn't shut down for COVID. That was the riots or whatever they had down there. So yeah, my life wasn't really affected in a way, I think, because, I went through all that, not working, not working. And then I was off for 4 years straight. So that I got through all that and I learned how to make moves and, hustle. I learned how to hustle. Okay. plain and simple. Good old hustling. And I guess by going through all that, with this happening now, I've been hustling ever since. So I learned how to do it. These people, this is the first time this happened to them. So I'm totally empathetic with these people, you know, getting hammered, you know, by this COVID thing and not working. And, you know, look, like they said, I don't know what the percentage is, it's fairly high that we're stretched economic or financially in our households. You know, a lot of us are living on credit, right? Overextended. You got enough in the bank. Maybe you're living, you know, paycheck to paycheck. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, and let's say you're making, you know, 80, 90 grand a year, and you get knocked out of work for even 2, 3, 4, 5 months, you're decimated at that point. You know, you're in chapter 13, whatever, and you're possibly going to lose everything. And then what, you know? So now they're in this state of, you know, panic, and depression sets in, and you just kind of, it's hard to move when you're depressed, man. You get that, well, why bother attitude, you know? Everything sucks. It's never going to change. I'll just sit here and rot. I guess you could do that, but, you know. But like you said, you know, with the opportunity opened up, these people got an opportunity to get back to work. Maybe they get a job at a different place that they'd like better too, you know, at the same point. Sometimes I think some of these people sitting at home, they might have done a little soul searching. You got time now. You figure it out, right? Maybe they went to the dispensary and hopefully they picked up a bag and said, fuck it, man, I'm going to relive my youth a little bit. I'll go try this shit. It's legal. Went home, smoked it, and had fucking epiphany like I did at one point in my life. Go, yeah, this is not life.
It has been a golden age for cannabis last year. I mean, here in Michigan, they told us, you know, they told us at one point, you know, stay home and smoke pot. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's essential. It's good for you. I was like, what? At that point, I was like, man, there is definitely a few good things coming out of COVID.
I'll tell you, I may be moving out there. I've been looking that way too. I know it'd be farther away from my kids, but quite frankly, I've made the trip many times out to my buddies. He's out near Kalamazoo, and I could make it from Kalamazoo over to Chicago. I could get there, and I don't want to tell you exactly, but it'd be just a little bit over an hour. Let's put it that way, you know. So that puts me right at my kid's house around the same amount of time, which is funny. But I used to leave work sometimes on Fridays and shoot out there, and it's a longer distance. Huh?
Some good people in Kalamazoo.
Oh yeah, I like it out there, man.
Kazoo and Kazoo. You got Kazoo and Kalamazoo.
Oh, Kazoo, is that where he's at?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I love it. And I've made that trip quite a few times, but it's funny because I could make it there, and I believe it's, I don't know exactly how many more miles it is than it is to me to get to Rockford, but I know it's a lot less to go to Rockford miles wise. It's only 98 miles from my job site to my doorstep, and I believe it's like 100 and something miles to by Kalamazoo there. And I make it after work going. I get in Kalamazoo the same time I get to Rockford, just because of the traffic. So weird.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I mean, like where I was at downstate before I moved up here, I lived by Clio, not far from Clio. To be honest with you, just west, a little south, but not far. I'm from that area originally. You know, born and raised through that. I know that area quite well. But it was the same thing for me. If I went south down 75, total headache, hour and a half ain't getting me far going south. man, that's a headache of a drive. You could go like west to the west side of the state, take 69 west. Man, what a beautiful, peaceful drive. People all courteous. I love going west, man, but yeah, the same amount of miles the other way. What a headache.
Yeah,
What a headache.
I get it. Yeah, I'm actually, that's why I'm I'm done with cities, suburbs. I don't want neighbors. Not that I have a problem with it. I just don't want to have any problems. I'm just want to eliminate all problems, plus to actually do what I want to do with my life at the end here, because I'm looking at it as I'm in fourth quarter. I kind of look at life as I read something one day. This guy's like, well, how many here? Let's put life in perspective. How many more summers do you think you have left? And you start counting. I'm 53, and it's like, if I live to be 70 something, it's like, oh man, that's not a lot of summers. It's like we're whittling down here, 10, 20 summers. I don't know, 20 years. I'm 73. Let's say I go 30 years. So I got 30 summers. I mean, it's a lot, but when you're really thinking about it, it's like, well, it's really not a lot, man. Because as you get older, let's, 5 years, Eagle, right? I mean, that's not that long ago. But when you're a kid, 5 years, like, fuck, this 5 years, that's forever, man.
Yeah, it's sobering. It's sobering. You ever listen to Jim Rohn? Ever
No,
curious?
no.
Jim Rohn, uh, great speaker, great mentor. One of my mentors, to be honest with you. I actually told myself this morning because we were talking last night about Smiley, good old Smiley. I got much respect for Smiley.
I like Smiley.
Respect
He's
for
awesome.
Smiley.
I like his garden too.
We were talking about news and stuff, and he kind of looked at me when I said I don't watch news. I fucking try to avoid it. He was like, "Well, ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss." And he was kind of being a smart ass about it, but it is what it is. I get it. I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. But in the same aspect, I was gonna send him little video tidbit from Jim Rohn, who I really again. He says you got to defend how does he say it? Your mental fortress. You've always got to stand guard at the mental fortress on what you choose to let into your head, into your space, into your valuable, you know, that's you. That's your, comfortable space. You don't want anybody to invade your space with some bullshit and set your your one area that you can call yours on fire or something. You gotta stand guard at all times on what you choose to let in. But he says it very eloquently. And I wanted to send that clip to Smiley, when he says, ignorance is bliss. Well, it's not, ignorance is choosing to what I let in to my mind. I know it's out there. I know it's out there, but do I want it in and festering in my head all fucking day? No.
Right.
So I wanted to send that to him. But Jim Rohn also talks about, just like you're talking about, looking at, the realization of how much time we have left. And if you go, like you're saying, if you go fishing every year, once a year with a buddy, you know what I mean? If you put the realization in that, I'm 49, most people only live to 8. Yeah, that's 30 trips left you have with your buddy, you know? Yeah. That could be every day and you don't look at it like nothing. That's 30 days. But if it's once a year, and that's something different. You look at that number, that's sobering. You start to cherish those 30. You know what I
Right.
mean? It's all you
Make them
have
count.
left.
Make
Yeah,
them count.
yeah.
That's why I'd love to talk to Red Pill, man, and get this dude straightened out, because I get where he's coming from, man. I totally get it. I was in that space too, many times, especially at his age. I made a lot of stupid decisions based on, just look, I try not to put a lot of faith in people just because I've been failed by people just time and time again. I have a lot of people, oh, I'll do this for you, I'll do that, and I'll take care of you. And let me tell you, man, the whole thing, when I had to move out of my house, I ended up having to give up my condo at one point. I had to file for bankruptcy. That was one more thing added to the whole misery of my getting into the depression thing. But yeah, it's just I just lost my train of thought. Shit. Sorry, Eagle. I told you, man, I got a lot of shit going on in my brain, and all of a sudden I look at something, I'm like, squirrel. Where,
Well, fair enough.
Everyone
It
in
is,
chat's got to
3 o'clock
be
in
pissing
the morning.
themselves.
We're smoking a lot of weed. It's fair enough. Fair enough. But life is very precious, It is good to slow down. Smell the coffee. Spend some time with your kids. Yeah, that's another thing, Stoney. When I had that realization of, hoarding knowledge and genetics and shit like that, I look back at my life at all those, like we're talking about right now. I did the same thing, Stoney. I would fucking work 12 hours a day. Never thought about it. If I had worked 2 hours on the road, I'd work 2 hours on the road, back and forth each way. It's what had to be done. You want that shit? Bills got to be paid. It's got to be done. But now I look back at that honestly, I wish I would have fucking never did it. I wish I would have kind of hung by and stayed back with the bare minimum, not necessarily the bare minimum, you know, don't cheat yourself. Don't cheat anybody. But you know what? Again, lessons learned. I I not only wasn't there to pass on the knowledge I acquired to my girls, but I gave them shit that they in the end didn't appreciate. I thought I bought, I this, that here, this is what you wanted. But in the end, it builds that whole, you owe me this, and self entitlement, kind of. I'm not saying that's my kids. I have great kids, but in general, you don't appreciate those things. I guarantee they would have appreciated the more time with me, the lessons, them life lessons. This is how you do that, would have been more valuable now. Or, I would, I wish I can't, you looking back now, as we know that those 30, you know what I mean? The 30 times we have left, you can't put, now we look back, we can't, how much was that? How much is that worth that we can't
Right.
go back and do that? You know what I mean? Was it worth that time and a half? That extra fucking hour? Not in my mind. Not in my
Nope.
mind. I'd give
No.
anything to go back and fucking, not change things, but slow down a lot, you know. I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
no, yeah, no, I totally get it. You're right. And I'll tell you something too, man. What else kind of helped me? And again, my situation's way different than most people, is that I was a stay-at-home dad. I raised my kids when they came home from the hospital. She went back to work. She had a job. She's an electrician like me, but because and I'm not going to say she's a bad electrician. She's good. I'm better. I know way more than her. You know what I'm saying? I've been in it longer. You know what I'm saying? I can produce more for a company than she can, but because we live in this world where we need to have the minorities and stuff like that going on, which that's fine, is what it is. She had a job. I didn't. During the downtime, she got to work. And I was a residential guy. I worked mostly on homes. You know about the home market, obviously, in 2008 or whatever, everything went down. I was on a job site that was slated to go for 4 years. It just started. They were selling homes like crazy. 2008 came, closed. I was working at noon. Guy came in. That's it. I'm like, that's it. We're going home for the day. I'm like, oh yeah, half day. Cool. nope, job site's closing. And that was it, right? So things get bad, and then you start looking at, I'm sitting at home now with these kids, and I start thinking about, all that stuff, life, and looking at them and just hanging out with them, and start thinking back about my childhood. Because so you do that, you look at your kid and you're in a situation or something that triggers something that brings back your childhood memories. I was just getting all these flashbacks of when I was a kid of them, they're doing things, and I'm like, oh, I remember when I was a kid and I fell down and did this or whatever, so you start thinking like a kid again. And honestly, I got to do something that most men don't get to do, and it sucks, because I think every man should at least raise one kid, stay home with them during their infantile years till they get to be like 3 or 4. At that point, then they're kind of going to doing the preschool thing, so they're becoming more, they're growing. So you don't need to be like on them 24/7, taking care of them. But when you are there sitting at home with these babies and they can't do anything and they can't move, I don't know. I was on the phone a lot with my mom because she had 4 of us. I only had 2, and I'm going, I don't know how the hell you did it with all of us, man, because shit, you're superwoman. Because I'll be honest with you, doing that stay-at-home mom thing, I work construction, dude. And I mean, I know when I say electrician, people think just like wires. No, man, I'm putting in big, heavy pipes, drilling holes through concrete, big holes with big machines. We're working hard, bro, busting ass. And fuck, I couldn't wait to get back to doing that. Actually, when I got back in 2016 and I wasn't watching them anymore, I missed the shit out of them. I went through, and I'll tell you what, I got some that PSTD from that, because I started getting separation anxiety. I didn't know that was a thing, and I was just freaking out, man. Like the minute work was over, man, I was in my car. I was doing 1,000 miles an hour to get home, to get pick them up and see them. I'd stop on my way, and I had to get to see them. But yeah, I couldn't wait though to get back to work and not be with them all day, because fuck, I needed the break to go kick myself in the ass physically. So it's a weird thing, you're sitting around the house with these kids, but it's a tougher job, I'll say. So kudos to all you women out there who've rocked that job, because I know. And I've always gotten along better with women. Even when I first got into this whole growing thing, I found myself, talking to the women. I don't know what it is. I get more, I don't know, guys could be, dude. You get like if I'm not sitting in a room with you and I'm not picking up your vibe, I don't know. I don't know who you are online. So you could be sweet talking my ear off and giving me some bullshit information because you don't want me to grow some nice dank, right? But women seem to be more willing to give you the stuff. And I just see some of the shit that some of these women are producing. And quite frankly, like Love It in Her Eyes, man. I don't know if you ever see her stuff, but she posts every once in a while on Instagram. And I got, I heard about her through the DGC with Scotty and them. Holy shit, man. All of her stuff looks like you just take it and throw it at a wall and it's going to stick and not come off, So, yeah, I look at stuff like that. So I ask questions to a lot of ladies. But then again, I hate doing it because I don't want anybody thinking like I'm going after women or something like that, because I am definitely in no position to be involved with a woman right now. I just don't have the time for that. I got my 2 little women right now that I'm taking care of. So I got time to do all that stuff. I did all that stuff while I was younger, I'm not opposed to dating or anything like that, but I'm in no hurry to jump into relationships. I've done the whole girlfriend thing again after I got out of my relationship, and it was more of the same old, so not to have a negative thing against it, but I'm just doing my thing here. I got priorities, and right now cannabis is my priority, and that's where I'm putting my attention, and I'm trying to make it happen. And so apparently it is a little bit, because you're talking to me, and if you're talking to me, I must be doing something right. So
Well, you are doing something right. It sounds like as a person and in the garden, my friend. So I'm glad that I got to see the other side of the garden tonight. You know what I mean? It's been a
yeah,
good conversation, man. I'm stoked. That's to me that's been one of the great. Holy fuck! What
oh
was that? Did you see that shit?
yeah, what happened?
This fucking clip come popping off the fucking table and fucking pop me in the fucking eye.
Holy shit! I saw you do that. I was like, what's this guy doing? Holy shit! You all
Yeah,
right?
just fucking odd,
All right, so now I'm gonna laugh
odd.
because we like to laugh at other people's injuries. As long as you wait, are you all right? Oh, yeah, I'm all right.
Good.
It worked. That's how it always is. Well, good. You didn't lose an eye. Jesus Christ. Oh, this would
It's
not be a
funny
good show.
though, man. Depending who you
So
are,
you
I
want it?
guess. Some people like.
Should we talk weed now? Because I know we haven't talked much weed. We've been talking about life and stuff. But I honestly, my life isn't just weed, and everything is, it's just part of my everyday life. It's incorporated into my everyday life. And but yeah, I like to talk growing and shit, especially with you, because I'm looking back there and in your garden every night, and I'm looking at that, and I'm like trying to achieve the same stuff you do. You know, I think I started watching you a little bit last year. I didn't really start watching these shows honestly until shit, probably around midsummer last year, just because I'm working. I was getting up at 2 in the morning. Uh, I go to the gym. I come back. The lights were on. I get in the tents. I check all the girls, and if I had to do some, I do some stuff or whatever, and I go to work. And I'd come home. Depending. Some nights I pick up my kids. I wouldn't be getting home till 10 o'clock at night. You know, and lights are on again, and then I do my feedings. If I was running DWC, which made it a little easier, I didn't have to mix up nutrients every night. I just mixed up my nudes, dropped them in the bucket, and let them go. And I just added to it as I needed throughout the week. So it was a little less maintenance that way wise. But yeah, I've just it's a time thing, and now I got the time, so I started listening, and then I started, well, what else is on YouTube? I didn't even know that you could do this stuff, and so that led me to, seeing like what was the other show I saw first? I think Embracing Organics. Then I seen your show. Actually, I saw your show. The first time I think I saw it was the Subcool thing, because right at that particular time, I saw some stuff about him pop up on Instagram, about the anniversary of his passing. And I was like, fuck, I remember that dude from the forums and shit. So I started doing a little research on him, and then you popped up, and you had this thing. I think you were talking with Miss Jill and somebody else on the show. Yeah. So I was like, I watched the show, I'm like, oh, this is cool, because, being a new grower, so I'm watching Embracing Organics. I'm like, I don't understand a fucking word that's going on here. So I kind of just stopped watching that, and so I kind of stuck to the stuff that was more simpler and given to the beginners. I seen like Mr. Grow It and Mr. Canuck Bros and all those guys too. Shout out to those guys. Hydro Hybrid, I think was the other guy growing the big giant
He's
plants.
an ass kicker, man. That dude, I don't grow DWC, but I watched him a lot back in the day when he was first on YouTube and when he was kicked off and then he did the pay channel and shit. That motherfucker, man, I've always told myself if I was ever gonna like step up and go to the big that's the way to go, man. I'd go one plant, DWC under a light, even if it was LED today, man. I'd fucking just kill it. On a
Yeah,
bigger scale. That's the race car, and I still hold that cat right there. It's like I've tried to get him on the show. He's like still very hard to get a hold of, and I've talked to a few people
he's
in the last year. That's like, yeah, I'm still talking to him, low key. I'm like, hook me up, man. Come on, man. I want to talk to that dude.
that would be
Tons of
awesome,
fucking
man.
respect for that. Oh
That would
yeah,
be because honestly, well, if you go back and look at my Afghan plant, it's kind of like that. I didn't veg that plant out very long. That was my second plant. And my idea was I didn't want another fucking light growing in the plant. I didn't know how this thing was going to grow. So I only vegged it for a short period of time and I let it go. She only got to be about 3.5, 4 footer. But yeah, she gave me, I was only like 2 or 3 ounces shy of a pound, my second plant. And so I know that if I wanted to, I could grow those monsters and do. I mean, if you go over my Instagram, right now, I still have the orange bud photos up there, which if you look at his shit, it's the same thing. What I did is what he did. And I just copied him. Everything I did, I learned from him, quite frankly, you know. If you go through his videos, he switches up nutrients. So the first time you see his nutrient thing, he's using 3-part GH and this and that. And that's, of course, that's what I ran out and got GH 3-part and start doing that. And then the next grow, he's just using like Flora Nova, some CalMag, and, he's only using 3 things, completely different. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So you change it up. So I'd run out and do that. So I started tinkering with that. And now I'm doing cocoa and simultaneously starting to run in just water only soil. I wanted to get some of that Michigan M3 stuff, but it's not available up here. I ended up with some purple cow stuff. And then I just got this stuff I just found a new hydro store that opened up by me. Great people. I'm going to give them a shout out. It's Next Level Gardening Supplies or Indoor Gardening Supplies. They're in Rockford there off of State Street. Great young couple just opened up the store on 420 and they're not jam packed with stuff yet. But the cool thing is that you go in there asking for something. They're writing it down like, we're going to look into getting that then, and try and get it in there, so they want to stock the store with our stuff. It's kind of like almost having your own store in a way, so, and they're just really cool and very personable and they know your name. Now I've been going to one store and they kind of know me by now. And then I found this other guy I was going to. Now, the other guy, I actually bought 2 lights for, I spent like $1,500, but not in the same day. Right. So I went there, talked to him for a while, explained to him, man, I'm looking for a place because I don't want to buy shit on Amazon. Yeah, I could get it cheaper. I can get the same fucking nutrients on Amazon, have them in 2 days and pay $10 less than what you're paying. Now, if I'm going to pay you $10 more, which I don't have a problem, then I want to come in and shoot the shit with you a little bit and hang and just kind of feel like, and he's like, oh yeah, yeah. So I was like, all right, great. I found my new place. And then I went back and it was like, he just seemed like he didn't know who the hell I was. So I'm like, man, I talked to you for like an hour about a week ago. He's like, hi, can I help you? I was like, all right, that's weird. I'm like, well, maybe he's just a total stoner, So I bought the light and shit and talked for an hour again, figuring, oh, he's got to remember me. I went back 3 days later to get another light because I'm like, didn't want to do, I was doing that wrestling thing. I had the money. I was going to do 2. And I said, no, I'm just doing 1. And I'm like, no, I need to. So I went back. Again, he walked in. He's like, hi, can I help you? I'm like, dude, I spent like $890. I bought some other shit. These people, I went there one time and, and the girl there, she's like, what's your name? My name's Tony. I think it's her husband. I'm not sure if they're married or not, but she's like, oh, this is Tony. And so we're both Tonys, right? That's how I'm Stoney. But I go in there the other day and I hadn't been there in like a week and a half. And she's like, and I had my mask on, and she's like, hey, Tony, she remembered who I was. And we start talking and They gave me some nutrient packs to try out because I told them I'm looking for I want to get out of liquids. I want to go to the dry. I think there's more value in it. And yeah, they're just handing me stuff. Here, try this soil too and tell us what you think, So they kind of let me test out stuff for them and give them feedback on how it works, instead of just taking the salesman's pitch on it. But yeah, there's really good people. So yeah, it's a shout out there. That's a little long, but they're good people, man. And you know what? I will promote the shit out of good people, and that's why I do like Miss Jills. She's always been really cool. She went through some, I heard her story about the fires they went through and, and all that. And then they had their divorce and then he did pass and, she went through some crazy shit and she's still hanging on and she's doing her thing. She's trying to rebuild, right, and get her stuff going. So yeah, I'll shout out people that I feel are pretty decent. I don't expect shit. I'm not looking for handouts. I'm not looking, if I wanted that, I'd have all over my Instagram, looking for sponsorships, want to be a tester. I did want to be a tester at one point. I had it on there because I thought that'd be cool, and I still would, but quite frankly, I like what I want to grow, and if you had something you wanted me to test, I'd have to see what it was first. And if it fit what I was looking for, then yeah, I would do it, but I'd probably be selective. And that would then put me in the presumptuous category as being a kind of a beginner grower, as being some snooty fuck that just because you grew a few nice fucking plants that, because my plants are fairly big. I don't grow anything under 3 foot. Usually they're about 3 feet when I get done with them. So I don't know any other way. I didn't know you can grow little ones. I guess why I want to do that. I guess if you're growing 30 or 40 of them, but just to get one dank little nug off each one. But I don't know how that translates. Is it more dank than I have one little plant I flowered out? So, and I didn't chop it or top it or anything. I'm doing the one cola thing. And I want to see, is this going to be more dank than this sister that I topped 20 times, do my own little experiment. But yeah, I'm with you. I don't think there's any difference. You're mute. You're on mute.
Let me know, because I'm right there with you. I don't think so. Let me know how that turns out.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna. Either way, I'm gonna smoke it, right? So why not have a little fun while you're doing it? Throw a little game in there, right? Not necessarily you could do any.
As far as like the tester thing goes, it's careful what you wish for there. I'm sure there's tons of light companies that would be willing to throw you a light. I actually know 3 of them watch this show. 3 of them I know watch this show because they leave comments and they fucking say shit all the time, and I see them give other people lights. And that's what's fun. And hey, that's cool. But
you want me to break
down? I didn't.
Go ahead.
Oh, what's that?
Go ahead. Finish up your thought. I got it. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the only bummer about that is, at least for me, is I didn't like the you talk about like not wanting to dictate what's in your garden. Well, I didn't like dictating when I was doing things. I'm tough like that. I don't like well, you must post 3 times a week on every account and this and that. If not, you're getting like emails. You know what I mean? Hey, don't you think we should be posting? It's been a while since you posted on this. I didn't like that. It wasn't worth it for me. Actually, the one sponsor, well, I've worked with a few sponsors, but one of them, it actually got so bad. I was like, how about we just do this? How about you tell me what you want for that fucking light and you leave me alone?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you what, let me break it down real quick for you people. Okay. I'm an electrician. Okay. And I know a little bit about lights. okay, and lighting and bulbs and fucking diodes, okay. I'm not going to go out there and say I know exactly how many diode companies there are manufacturing diodes, but I could tell you the two, and everyone who's into lighting, the LEDs at least, right? There's two. There's Osram and there's Panasonic. Those are the ones that are used the most, the top bins, right? Now these blades and that they got now, because that's what I have is a blade fixture, right? There's like only 3 or 4 different like boards. They're all manufactured, you know, unless there are companies like Grotech, the chilled LED. I believe they make their own proprietary board. They're still using the same diodes that everybody else is using. If you're doing top bin is the key. Okay, those are the top of the line diodes. But if they're all using the same diodes, what it comes down to, people, is your power supply. So just like with your HID, right? Your ballast, that light will perform better the better your ballast is. That's where it all comes down to. Okay. So same thing with the LEDs, your driver that's driving those, that if as long as that's of top quality, okay, that's where the money's at. That's where you're going to get your performance, because I could give you the same light strips and put them on 2 different power supplies. You're going to get 2 different types of lighting from the same exact light strip. It's going to be different power wise. You know, you're not going to get the same effect. So that's it. So basically, a lot of it comes down to, you know, the quality of you got to do your research. You know, I'm not going to throw out the companies. I did throw out Chilltech because being an electrician, and I did buy one of their lights. I bought they do sell a DIY one, which knocks like $100 off the price off the pre-made. I put that light together. That's a pretty high quality light, man. And this their board, their inspection, the way it's laid out is really nice. So I did want to give them a shout out, but I do use HLG. They're a solid company. I use Grower's Choice. They're a solid company. So I like all those companies, you know, even Spider Farmer, like Johnny, I saw him, he picked up that Spider Farmer. That's what High Grow Hybrid's been using those, man, and fucking crushing it. You know, 4x4 space, dude, that light is fucking king. It works. You know, sure, you could go spend, you know, more money on something else. I don't know what driver they use in that particular thing. It's probably a higher quality driver. Is it as high quality as HLG? I don't know. I know a lot of companies use HLG's drivers. They're made by Meanwhile. So if they're using Meanwhile drivers, yeah, it's going to be a decent fixture there. It's going to be compatible, or with be in competition with all the other ones, I think, equally.
I never really considered the power source as being as part of its quality of the light, to be honest with you. I always thought it'd be more of like longevity of the diode, and like a coolness factor, you know, how hot they ran, you know, being able to turn fixture up and down. I never really realized that they had a difference in overall quality coming out of a diode side by side. You know, 2 boards running the same, different drivers, you know, different quality of light. I never really realized that could be a factor.
It is. I mean, look, it's the quality. You know, the quality of the. I don't know about the quality changing, the quantity, but again, is maybe the quality could be changing because of the fact that if you're not driving those diodes at the point to where they should be driven at, you're losing something. You're giving up something. Plus, everything is working. This is working on an AC current, right? So you're the way that the current travels, those lights are doing this. they're doing it so much, we don't see it, but it's pulsing, right? So I know from the LED lighting systems that we hook up on these jobs, you know, they got all these fancy cove lighting and lighting underneath desks and underneath toe kicks, and, you know, kind of giving that effect. That's all LED stuff. And a lot of it's powered from remote rooms. They build special rooms to house these big drivers driving, like in a hotel, for instance. I just got done doing a hotel part of that condo. They have a hotel there. And they have all that ambient lighting all over the place. You know, it's not like you could put these drivers, you know, you have to hide them. They got to be hidden. It's not like you can have them laying out. So they build rooms for them. And when you get, you know, we went through a time where the drivers they originally had spec'd for the job that we got, the way they were driving those lights, it was just giving it like, it wasn't strong enough power, and just the lighting was kind of more orange than they're looking for a yellow soft light, not orange, red. And then they got this other driver in there, and it changed the spectrum of that diode. I don't know. Maybe I was smoking a lot of weed that day, and I have no idea.
You made me think of another point, though. I mean, how just technology has changed things in the trades as well. Back when I was framing a whole shitload of houses, man, electricians were pulling, you know, 3 wires: electrical wire, phone wire. You need a CAD wire, maybe, cable wire. You know what I mean? Now you got fucking fiber optics. You're running fucking rooms. You know, fucking. Oh man, like you said, all the fucking LEDs, the weird lighting these days, man. Electricians are busy these days, man. That's for sure, man. Things have gotten high tech.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I remember back in 2000, it was like 99. I was started doing that condo, and these were, I'm not going to say a whole lot of names. I mean, there are a couple of people that don't care, you know, like Tom Selleck, and I think he was one of them. He had a place there, you know, so I was meeting a lot of celebrities that were living in this condo and stuff, you know, and just really, really cool people. Man, I lost my train of thought again. Shit. I started thinking about something else on that job. I want to say, what were we talking about, Eagle? Straighten me out, buddy. Get me on track.
We're talking about like houses and shit are crazy wired these days.
So yeah, these people had, you know, internet was still fairly new. You know, I mean, 95 was like the boom, right? And people really didn't start getting home computers till like 97, 98, 99. People were pretty much, everyone now had a computer at home. And the speeds of the networks were faster. Everybody had cell phones by then. So things were progressing rapidly at that point. But to be able to sit on your cell phone while you're in Cancun and turn on an app and look at cameras in your house was a very unthinkable thing, right? At that moment. These people had that. I was hooking this shit up for them. Smart homes were there. The first smart home I did that had a computer before I even seen a computer was 1992. We did a smart home. Now, everything's wireless today. We had so much pipe. I mean, you didn't even see the rafters. We pipe everything in our area. We don't do Romex. We don't just pull wire through. We have to pipe it. Then we pull our wire through the pipe, you know. So his entire basement was just, the ceiling of the basement was just fucking pipes, man. Because everything had to be 3/4 inch pipe, not 1/2 inch pipe. And it was just the amount of wire we had to run. It was a 7,000 square foot house. And yeah, it was amazing. But this guy could get on his cell phone on his way home from work, and from his cell phone punch in a code that was programmed in his computer. So when he got home, it would pick up where his car was. The garage door would be open, so he wouldn't have to press the button. He'd pull in, the garage door automatically closed. And as he walked in the house, it would pick up his signal and start turning lights on And we had his jacuzzi tub upstairs in his bathroom hooked up to these solenoid valves that would switch on and fill the fucking tub. So when he got home, he'd just start taking clothes off. And by the time he got up to his room, he could jump right into that hot tub and was already filled and bubbling and waiting for him. And he didn't have to touch a thing. That's what he wanted. He had the money for it, you know. And it was a, I think it was like $1.2 million just for the electrical system, 1992. But he was the first one, man.
Man, that's what I'm saying though about today, man. It seems like a lot of that shit for smart houses, man, electrician today, man, I'm sure has, I can't even believe, like, when you're talking to a homeowner, a new homeowner, build, you want this, and we're wiring that, speakers, what are you gonna have this? I can see how that would add up fucking quick on a smart house today, man. Or the possibilities, holy shit, man.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, the thing is though too, honestly, is that today with the smart stuff, you really don't even need an electrician. Everything runs off of Wi-Fi. You buy an outlet. You can put the outlet in. It's really not hard. It's just 2 wires. You turn off the power to that outlet at your panel, everybody. Turn it off, make sure it's dead, take the 2-3 wires off and put them on the other outlet. You buy those smart outlets. You hook them right up, man. You tie it right into your Wi-Fi system, plug whatever you want in there, and you could program that thing to do whatever you want. You know, they make the light bulbs. You know, you just put the light bulb in and it does, you know, it's programmed right through your Wi-Fi, man. You buy the smart switches.
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
I heard you say you hated the conspiracy thing. I actually like conspiracies. I don't know.
No, I hate
I can die that you don't like the term.
I don't like that term because that term, you know, people don't realize, but that fucking term was made up in 1962 when JFK got killed. That's where it was born, man, because after he got assassinated, man, that's where people start coming up with, you know, possible theories. And those theories turned into someone coined it as conspiracy theory. And let's face it, that word conspiracy theory sounds fucking evil. Instead of just a theory, it became a conspiracy theory. So now when you're spouting out this and that, and someone says it's conspiracy theory, you don't want to be part of that. You know, you don't want to be part of the fucking conspiracy. So you shut your mouth, right? And you don't talk about it. You know, before you go to open your mouth about what you think might have happened, you think twice, right, Eagle? I mean, I bet you've done, I know I've done it, where you just don't want the confrontation because, you know, at the end of the day, we all know, whether we know consciously or subconsciously, that those fucking arguments never fucking go anyway. No one ever wins because everything's based on your own personal perspectives and opinions, you know, based on your life. And your life, we are in the cannabis thing. We kind of float around doing the same shit, but our lives are probably way different. They're way similar in a lot of ways, but then in a lot of ways, they're way fucking different. So, yeah, I don't like the term, but yes, I do like the theories that are being thrown around about everything. And I love to investigate it. I don't want to put anything off and say, I may be leaning one way more than the other, but I don't give less attention to the other way that I'm not agreeing with or don't see. I actually will give that more attention than my belief and being just a fucking cheerleader on that side, you know, defending it now as if it's a thing, you know, because that's the other problem. We associate ourselves with a thing and that thing becomes part of us, you know, like a girlfriend or a boyfriend or whatever, right? An animal, a pet, and all of a sudden that becomes ours. And if you are against that, it's a fuck you then, you know, you're against me and your ego again. And here we go. The whole vicious thing comes around, man. And here we are. We're sitting argue. But the bottom line is, let's face it, we all want the same thing. most everybody. I'm sure there's a small percentage of people that want something different, but I think at the end of the day, we all just want to be happy, peaceful, content, you know, and just walk through life without fearing, you know, being attacked about anything or being made fun of about anything, or just, you know what I'm saying? Just look, I worked in construction. We bust balls, man. But, you know, after time, sometimes that shit is bothersome. And I've seen plenty of fights because that shit gets out of hand. You know? So there's that fine line of breaking balls. But as long as it's done in a very loving manner, you know, like the good old days of the Dean Martin roasts, where they would break each other's balls. But I mean, they loved each other, though, you know, and you could feel that they would sit up there and take it from that guy just as well as they're giving it back, and laugh their asses off at it, you know. And that's the other thing. We don't laugh at ourselves anymore. We're all awkward. We're all human beings. Like I said, this is a vehicle we're in. We didn't get to choose it, right? So what? Your car's blue and mine's red. You got a 350, I got a 289. I don't know. Is that any better? Who gives a shit? You know, it's the guy inside, man. It's that thing inside you. And we all, like you said, we all want
myself all the time. I do. Maybe not publicly, but I laugh at myself throughout the day, all the time.
I do. That's how that's life, man. I love to laugh, man. I love to make people laugh. I'm nutty, believe me. We haven't even gone there yet. If I had my way, if I had what I really wanted to do, I was going to wear one of my really fucking wacky hats here, you know, and have that on when you pop this on. People are like, holy, what's this guy's a nut, you know? But I figured I'd save the shock value for. I'll do it another time. Don't worry, man. We got plenty of time. Because now I know I'm invited into your Eagles nest at any time. So, oh, yeah, we'll have some good times now. I want to talk to Red Pill, though. I want to help that dude out, man. I really hope he finds, you know, he gets his direction going. I still don't know the whole story. Like I said, I'm in the garden. I sometimes got the vacuum going, sucking up some water, and I got fans turning on and off, so it's hard to hear. So I'm catching bits and pieces and stuff. But I could tell the dude's having a hard time or whatever. He's got decisions to make. And I think sometimes you get put in the spots where you know you have to make a decision, and you almost kind of know the decision you got to make. But again, you just don't want to go through that shit. But, you know, that's especially when you're younger, you know. And again, it's that time thing, you know. You get a little bit. I think he's at the age where he just realized that 5 years isn't that long, you know, when you get to that age where, and that's like I said, my midlife crisis at 25, that's where I was like, fuck, man, a lot of my friends were married, had kids that were 4 years old, you know, and I actually got engaged right out of high school. I was 18, 19. I got engaged, man. I was getting married to this girl. And now here I'm 25. I'm going this way. Her and I broke up. I'm single. I'm out there partying. All my friends are sitting at home raising kids now, you know, working on their career. And I'm like going backwards. So I'm like, I was like, holy fuck, what am I doing? I'm reckless. I'm out of control. I'm wasting time. I'm 25. I'm going to be dead soon. Fuck, man, I'll be 50 soon. Man, I won't be able to walk or talk. Believe me, you know, you're young. And
that's a crazy moment in life right there. That is a crazy moment in life. Let me tell you, this is how that moment usually plays out. It's usually like within a week or two. You know, it's all fun and great. You're right out partying. God damn it, I'm free, guys. Hell yeah. And then you start calling around, all the buddies are like, I don't do shit anymore. Yeah, fuck, party's over, dude. Fucking, and you fucking trying to hook up. You try to hook up, and you go, holy shit, dating sucks. Dating sucks, and the pool's shitty. I'm going back home. Go fucking back home.
I know. Yeah, I'll tell you. And I'll be honest with you. You know what? It's I was really worried there for a minute too, especially when my ex and I broke it off and stuff. I was like, man, that's it. I'm done. I'm 47. I don't have a job. I'm fun. Oh man, I had more girlfriends. I had chicks jumping on. It was weird as shit. I was like, what's going on, man? You know, I was single for like 2 years or whatever, a year, and I was meeting women and I'm getting hit on, and I was like, this is so weird, you know. And I didn't expect that there would be any, but you know what? That's the new thing today, and everybody's fucking divorced, man. And so there was actually more women available to me now to date that are single than there were, you know, 10, 20 years ago. In 30 years, when you're 30 to 40 range, man, and you're single, fuck, it's hard to find a woman in that age range. You're either going way low or you're going way high, you know, 10, 5, 6 years higher or 10, 6 years lower, right? And you're never finding that age range because they're all busy, man. They're doing their thing and you're out there and flopping around. And the ones you do find in your age range, you fucking find out real quick why they ain't got nobody. You know, I dated some really hot ones and like, you know, in the back of my mind, go, I don't understand why she wants to fuck with me. This chick seems like, I hate doing that too. Like no one's above anybody's level, but you know, you set those parameters in your brain. Like, you know, this chick could have like this Hollywood dude, you know, what's she doing with me? And then you find out real quick why she don't have nobody, you know, those are fucking some nutty ass broads there, man. Put you right in a nutty house. You need tons of this shit, believe me, to deal with that. And money. So yeah, it's you know. But I just find it's easier to everyone's people went through shit, you know, got through the other side. And by going through that shit, it forges your character and it creates I think a better person of some, as long as they can process what happened and why it happened and be truthful with it and come to grips and realize that even bad things end up becoming good things in the end. Everything leads you to where you're going to be, right? So
be a fun journey. Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Oh yeah.
So what's in the garden currently, Stoney? What's in the garden currently?
Well, after I chopped out the orange bud, we got I have a purple Shaw. She's probably got another week to 2 weeks left. I should be harvesting her. I don't know if you're familiar with that. That's Miss Jill Genetics. It's the OG Kush crossed with purple Afghan. So I got that going. Then I have a plant called Gold Leaf, which is from ILGM. That was, you know, that I love growing marijuana site. They basically have Gorilla Glue and Cindy 99 and basically all those strains, but they're definitely not the original. You know, it's probably however he bred them. I mean, the stuff's legit and it's solid. I mean, I have some other stuff, you know, that I've grown out. That actually the Afghan that I got from him is pretty legit, you know. And but yeah, this Gold Leaf is pretty much like the Afghani. It's more sativa like, and she'll get a little taller and the buds aren't as beefy. But I grew it out my last run, and I had a problem with that. I was using auto pots, and I guess I didn't exactly have that one down yet, you know, how to use that system. So yeah, I stressed her out, took her out, I hand fed her to harvest. And it's a good smoke. It's a little mellow. It's not a crazy high or nothing like that. So I'm giving her another run this time. So I got that going on. I got a Massachusetts Super Skunk in there. And then I've got some babies going right now. I've got a Chem D cross. It's called Chem TK. It's a Chem D cross with Triangle Kush. I have Mosca Seeds Sugar Fire, which is Indiana bubble gum crossed with Legend OG. What else do I got? Oh, I got another Slippery Susan going from Exotic Genetics, babies. These are all little babies now. I have a Strawberry Cough. And that's about it for now, man. Oh, I got I know what it is. Candy store, Ethos Genetics. I totally forgot about that one. Actually, if you watch I was on that home grow show last week, Saturday, with Painted Lady. You know her from Michigan Bro Show? Yeah.
She's been on this show.
Oh, yeah?
Actually, if you ask her, being on this show helped start all of that. Actually, I was the first one to have Painted Lady. Yeah.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Actually,
she's pretty cool.
Actually helped start that show, to be honest with you, if you didn't know that.
No, I had no idea. Again, I just fell into these shows, and then, because I didn't understand a lot of shit going on, and, soils and microbes, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I need to stick to the basics right now and get simple. But then as I learned, and I was like, all right, I think it's time to move on to some of these other shows. I can only watch so many episodes of the Dude Grow Show, because now I'm going backwards, and they're talking about irrelevant shit at this point, And so, yeah, that's how I got, following all these shows. And yeah, the Michigan Bro Show is kind of cool. I like, the rhetoric and shit that goes
on. I popped off at 42.
What's that?
I said I popped off at 42.
Popped off at 42.
Yeah, I was there from 1 to 42.
Oh, on episodes.
Oh, yeah, okay. I started this at 42.
Okay. So you left there and started this one. Okay, cool. Yeah. I like everybody there. Matter of fact, I was doing my live Sunday. I was telling you that Old School Chronic guy was in there. I just want to say, give him a shout out again, because he's sending me these cat piss seeds for free. And I've actually watched him take care of the people that actually prepaid for this stuff, because he threw them like extra packs, and then he throws extra seeds in the packs too. So yeah, he's pretty cool dude, man. And I know his shit's pretty fire, because I've seen it growing out, and I've seen a lot of people like just touting it, saying the shit's legit. So yeah, I watched them, and I kind of asked some of these people for information. I think I've asked Painted Lady. I try not to be weird and come off like, because I think, what happened too, and there's a funny thing is, that's kind of ironic, actually. So I remember driving home from a jam session one night, and when I turned on my phone, I was watching YouTube. I think I was showing somebody something, and I was going through YouTube, and it popped up that they were live, and I clicked on it, and I was listening to it as I was driving, and they were talking and stuff, and she was talking quite a bit. I forgot what she's talking about, but it kind of interested me. I'm like, man, listen to this chick. So I'm like, I wonder if she's single. This is the first thing I ever typed in the chat ever. I've never participated in a live thing ever. I just kind of always watched. And actually, most of the shows, when I did watch them, I had watched the recorded ones, because when they were on, I was in bed. When I'm working, I'm getting up at 2 a.m. I'm going to bed at 7 p.m., 8 p.m., unless I'm just getting home, after watching my kids, or I had my kids for the night, and I'm getting home at 10 o'clock, I'm going straight to bed. So I wasn't watching anything live. So now I was live, and I was like, I just typed in there. I was like, hey, is Painted Lady single, And I think someone jumped in and said, oh, yeah, Painted Lady. She's like, well, yeah, I am. And then I was laughing. I'm like, oh, my God. I can't even believe this, that I didn't even think anybody would respond. I was kind of doing it for shits and giggles, I think. So now I didn't want to be like some weirdo stalker or nothing. So I think I messaged her or whatever and said, hey, whatever. But I was more interested, though, when I saw her Instagram.
It makes you feel, and you better go back and watch that episode and read through the chat and see how much fun they make fun of me during that episode.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they say I like was red, beat red. You can see how starry-eyed Eagle is. Oh man, I took a lot of shit that episode. So if it makes you feel any better, go back and watch that one.
There, yeah. So yeah, I started looking at her stuff, and I saw how she grows some dang shit too. And then I found out that she is DGC. So that's a whole little community right there. And I met a lot of cool people through there. And that's another thing I want to start participating in their website more because it's just there's really good people in there. Chad Westport's in there. What an awesome guy that guy is. I got to get out there one of these days. Once this whole COVID thing, I'm going to visit that dude because he's in Seattle. And like I said, back in, when Nirvana came out, I was forced to listen to Soundgarden just by default of being in the areas that people were playing this music. But I did not go out and search this shit out, right? So now that I've come over that, I've been really getting into that whole Seattle thing, and I was talking to him about it a little bit. So yeah, that's my thing right now. I'm really into, but I'm not talking like Soundgarden, or this is like bands that the Melvins and the Minutemen and the Fastbacks, and these are all bands that never really made it, but we're really fucking good. So Mudhoney, Tad. So yeah. If Westport's in, is Mr. Westport in chat? Because I can't see chat. Al, you're on mute.
Yeah. Yeah, he absolutely is. He absolutely is.
Is he hammering me? I told him this. I don't know. Are we going over the time limit here? You go, just let me know. Because otherwise, dude, you might not go to bed. I'll keep you on until I have to leave to go drop off my kid's computer.
No, we're cool so far, brother. We're cool so far.
Actually, no, I would have to go in about an hour from now. I have an hour left, and then the lights go off. And be quite honest with you, I haven't even fed anybody yet, but lights go off soon in an hour.
So, man, I have well, actually, phone's going dead. 420. 420 is the mark that we try to hit. That's 27 minutes. But man, I have the way things work in my fucking head is it's crazy. It's crazy. You talk about how you got a million things going on. There is a comedy fucking skit that runs constantly in my head. Constantly. You may watch the show and sometimes you see me fucking laugh about something. And
yeah, I just see a bust out laughing like,
yeah.
Like, what's he laughing
at? Well, I gotta share. Everybody else jabs once in a while. But this is all in love. I have tons of respect for Mr. Westport. And that's why I've got to share this picture I just found of him going out. I believe it's college Vin Diesel. Chad Westport could be Garth from Wayne's World.
Yeah, we put the beard. Hey, Eagle, can you draw a beard real quick? You got that ability? Can we scratch a beard in there?
I wish.
We got to be able to, we got to find somebody that can morph his face on there, man. That would be awesome. And I love Garth because, dude, he's a drummer. I mean, what's not to love?
Big up to Mr. Westport.
Great guy.
I hope you're smiling, Fred. He is a great guy.
Dude, that now here again, when I'm telling you about vibes, dude, I could read that guy through the computer. Like, I've never met this guy before. And I could feel the vibes. I mean, that dude is just generating that shit. And I love it, man. Those are the people I want to be around. That's the infectious shit. I mean, there's two types of people. And I mean, look, you're in construction, dude, and I know you can find a whole lot of misery, and there's a lot of bad vibe going on, and then I'm not even saying generally that these people are out saying shit or doing shit. It's just, they could be saying nothing. Just their very presence is fucking draining, and but yeah, Westport, dude, total opposite, man. Yeah, I dig that guy. I could hang with him and just shoot the shit. Definitely would love to sit there and talk music, because I know that's what he's into it. So, and I want to pick his brain, because he was in Seattle during those right then and there, man. And fuck, had I not quit Eagle, had I not quit playing the drums 4 years before that, I would guarantee you would have known me not as Stoney, but well, maybe, because honestly, I'll be honest with you, I probably would have used that name. That name was given to me. That's not a name I made up. That was given to me in 1982 as a reference from the Flintstones cartoons. Because when we were kids, you didn't have cable. You had cartoons on Saturday mornings, and then you had cartoons on for like an hour or two after school. We had Flintstones when we were kids, and the one dude at school, he saw it and came in the next day and said, dude, they had Tony Curtis on the Flintstones. His name was Stoney Curtis. And then they had, the other one was Brock Rockafeller, who was some Rockafeller guy. He goes, I just got a name for you. You're Stoney Rockafeller, man. That's what we're calling you. Because I used to have this dude in graphics class, and I'd go out and get really high before graphics class. Because let's face it, doing artwork and being high is way better, right? So I was always high in that class, and they all knew it because I smelled. And so, yeah, I was Stoney Rockafeller since 1983. So, yeah, I should put that on my thing, right. Since 1983.
You should. That's funny. I would. Yeah, that's what. That's funny. So, yeah. Damn it, I squirreled that time, Stoney.
You squirrel. We were talking about Mr. Westport and what a awesome dude he is, and you gave me an opportunity to get on that show and stuff, and yeah, really, I'm very thankful for that. So thank you, Mr. Westport. I can't thank you in chat. So
he is a good dude. He's been saying good things all night long. Chat in general has been saying great things all night long.
I love you guys. Thank you. I try to be sometimes people ask me questions and stuff, and I'll answer whatever I can. And everybody that likes or gives me even a thumbs up, man, I'm commenting back to you, because that's how I roll. I do lives. I turn on my shit and go live in my garden while I'm in there, and you can watch me. I'll shoot the shit with you. I go live on Sunday mornings. If you want to take a ride with me, I go looking around. Like I said, I just like driving out in that country, man. Just getting that air, getting away from everything. You're in nature, kind of. I go find dirt roads, man, where I could drive at whatever speed I want, because there's nobody out there, and I'm kind of checking out things. Who knows? I may find some farmer that's got some little section of land that he just doesn't want to deal with because it's an awkward spot or whatever, right? Nothing grows good there, and he wants to sell it for something cheap, and I could put my situation there. But I'll get on there and I'll just drive around and shoot the shit, so
get you get out in the woods like that, fucking set you up a little pavilion. This is why I fucking drum set under that pavilion. It just fucking, I know there's times out here where I live out in fucking nowhere, man. You can barely say anything, and fucking that shit will carry for fucking, seems like miles. Fucking rock out a whole forest fucking up here under a pavilion on that drum set.
Right? You know what, though? That's what Michigan is. Well, like Western Michigan's like Western Illinois, it's just town and then farms, and a town and then farms and just a highway cutting through it, right? So it's kind of cool for me because I come in through the west side, so what I get to see is what I want. So I'm always looking through there when I'm coming through too, and looking for places there, because it's where I want to be, man. Actually, you guys have way better, opportunities and situations, like I said, to grow, and I could actually do some breeding where I'm legal and not worry about getting in trouble because, I'm not over here setting up shop, man. If I was doing that, I would have done that a long time ago. And I sure fuck wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. I'd be busy. I grow my medicine. I grow enough of it where I have a surplus. I have enough. I could give it to my friends. I have, like I said, I have my one buddy who he is growing at the moment. He still hasn't harvested his first yet, but I give him to supply his wife. I have another friend who's got, what the hell is it? He's got cancer. He had testicular cancer, but it went right to the lymph nodes. So he's currently, going through treatment. He's 54 years old. He has no money. The guy's been down and out too. He was construction, same situation. And unfortunately, he got pulled into the heroin situation too and started using a little bit. He got himself clean, but it's hard. He doesn't have a job. Now he's got all these medical bills he's trying to pay for. And now he's trying to get good quality cannabis, affordable, and he's actually a friend through a friend. I know him, but I don't know him. And so my buddy was asking me, like, how much can I give you to get this amount? I'm like, well, how much do you need? I'll just give you what you need. You don't need, It's like, well, no, and he explained to me. I'm like, well, he's got cancer. I'm like, here, then give him that. I could grow more, dude. Matter of fact, I'll grow the plants bigger now, right? Because now I'll take care of fuck medicine. If I could fuck medicine, that's how we fuck the medicine people. Start giving it away, dudes. You know what, guys? I know we all want to make money. Look, I'm all for this. If you're a rec user and you're coming to me, you don't want to pay $100 for a fucking eighth, and you're a good dude, and you're going to be older too if I ever dealt with you. But I'll take care of you, and you're going to pay a good price, right? For clean meds. I don't care. Maybe I'm putting myself in a fucking bullseye now. I don't know. But I don't fucking care because I'm sick of these people ruining lives, killing people, addicting people, bankrupting people. And then their crony insurance company, because they're in it together, you can't have that business doesn't fight, you know what I'm saying? It's the money's just going from one pocket to the other. Again, we're going to go way off on topic here, but yeah. So my idea is this, guys, we all grow and we all hand a little bit out to our neighbors, all of us. And we could change everything because not everybody wants to grow. Not everybody can do it. And the ones who are blessed that can and want to and are passionate about it should be the ones doing it, right? Not to make the fucking money. So we do it for the right reasons. We crush big pharma, get rid of them. And there's only one way to do it. You got to give the meds out, man. You're just going to have to give them out. Because if I'm charging you.
My second addiction, besides
Coffee.
cannabis, if you could, yeah. They were ragging on me before they that could be. I broke down and tried the cold coffee today. It was surprisingly good. I don't know if I would. It was good. I hate to say it. It's good.
I give you a month, you'll be hooked. I got off of coffee though. I honestly, the only reason I have that is because honestly, around 9:00 here tonight, so 10:00 your time. Man, you know me, huh? You did a little reading. This guy will talk your fucking ear off, buddy. I'm just glad this show is about me and that you're allowing me to just, because I'm bad, dude. I get going, man, sometimes, and I won't shut the fuck up. And I'm aware of it. So if I ever get going, man, especially later on, someone down the road, and I jump in your wormhole with you, I gotta let everybody know in the panel. Just tell me, shut the fuck up for a minute, because I'm a rambler, dude. I sat at home for 4 years, And my only adult contact, because the ex and I really didn't talk, I'll be honest. I mean, that relationship was dead. We had kids because we were just wanted the kids now, and maybe hoping that would repair everything, but it was so. But yeah, my whole time spent was with babies. I wasn't really conversing with adults. So once I got out of the depression and out of my seclusion and got back in the world and like, wow, there's people out here. I'll talk your fucking ear off now. I'm a happy dude too. So when you're not happy, you're not, at least I'm not a very talkative person. I'll just kind of sit there and just, do one of those. But now, and I have been for quite a few years now, I'm going to talk your fucking ear off, Eagle, about everything and anything. I can't wait to tell you. Every story is more important than the next, man. And that's where that squirrel thing.
Justin Bean in chat says, keep it going, Stoney. Loving it.
Shit, Eagle. I may have to have my own little sideshow or something.
Channel's open. You want to have a sideshow? You can have a sideshow.
I'm going to have both you and Mr. Westport on at the same time. I might have to change mine up, though, man. I figure out how to fly you guys out here. I'll build a studio in the basement here. Kind of like the Dick Cavett show. I'll put chairs and a desk. So, Eagle, tell me. How's the wife and kids?
Well, no. Crazy. That's crazy. Crazy talk right there.
I don't have the time to do that. I'm thankful for you, dude, and all you guys that do these shows, man. Caribou Heart Organics, man. I'll give those guys a shout out too. Those guys, actually, I'm going to see one of their guys tomorrow or today. I don't know if his handle now. If he's 71 DPO. So, yeah, big shout out to those guys, man. And that's another show that, quite honestly, it's one of my favorite shows. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, not that I think it's better than any show, but they start off talking about cannabis, and serious. Like these guys are into it probably more than anybody, right? And they know shit. Their one guy, Uncle Rick. I mean, that dude's been growing since the 70s, man. Like this guy's been through the fucking, and but boy, the chat, they start reading all the chat and they start feeding, and then it just turns into kind of like what we're doing here. We're just talking about all kinds of shit, and it goes off. It gets weird, and it's very fucking entertaining. I find myself, I'm pissing myself, man. I can't hit the smiley faces fast enough or the laughy faces fast enough. I suck at typing too. So anybody, you guys, man, if you're like, hey, Stoney, how many times that shit flies by, I don't see it. I can't type, man. I'm trying to do this. And so I've kind of figured out where I got my computer and now I got my phone because I can't do I'm finding the at thing in the chat where I can hit at and start typing in like the first two letters and it automatically shoots up the name. I could click that instead of finishing it out. But then I can't type smiley faces in and send them off because I'm one of them fucking idiots. My kids got me on that. So now I cannot send something without some sort of an emoji. It's just how it is.
We have that in common. We have that in common as well, I guess. Because I am a terrible texter, not for several reasons, to be honest with you. I don't fucking look back, man. I'll fuck shit up, misspell some shit, or the spell check will fucking get me and twist some words, and I won't even look back. Send. Oh shit! I just look like an idiot. I actually seen the PP I send you after the fucking 11:30 or something. You're probably like, what the fuck is that? I seen that and I was like, yeah.
And I did say that. And I did say that. And I was like, I thought to myself for a minute. Honestly, I thought about it. Then I was like, is that some sort of code? Should I Google meaning of PP? And I thought, does he mean he's taking a PP or is it? I'm like, and I thought about it for a second. I go, no, he's probably like me, probably typed okay and hit the wrong letter and it sent PP instead of okay. So I'm like, yeah, it probably means nothing. So yeah, I'm on board with you, bro.
No, that's
I
my
had that
fat
happen
fingers
last.
trying to hit the back key on my phone there. It ended up being PP and it said, I was like, yeah. You had already seen it. I was like, yeah, fuck it. It'll be funny conversation. I
Yeah,
do all the time, man. In this chat, I'm like, fuck it. I'll figure it out. There's no going back now. It's out there. I'll figure it out.
I said something
Acknowledge
last.
this is the way I look at it too. Acknowledging it just makes it worse.
Yes, yes, right. Yeah, sometimes like you know what? If they want to know, he'll say, "What the fuck does that mean?" And then I'll tell him. But otherwise, I'm not gonna do this and type out this because I know the explanations are way longer than what you just sent. You know, so it's like, man, I don't want to type all that shit out. I'm not a typer. I'd rather talk. It's faster to call me. Tell me what you got to say. Give you the answer or whatever. You give me the answer and away we go. You know, I'm not good for that, you know, but yeah, I'll talk. I'll sit and bullshit your ear off. Yeah, that happened in chat though with Chad Westport. Something. Oh, he changed his logo, right? Midstream. So then I see this Chad Westport thing. I'm like, what the fuck is this? You know, I thought it was some troll dude or somebody, you know, scamming in there. I think you typed something like, who are you, Mr. Westport or something
Westport,
like that.
yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I was like, then I saw some of the shit he was typing. And I was like, oh, that's got to be him. He must have changed his logo. And he did. And I couldn't see it. And I'm like, hey, I typed to him, like, hey, man, I can't see that. And I asked him a question. And I I forgot how I phrased it, but it came out almost as if I was saying, you need to go to Instagram and change it so I could see it. And I was saying, like, hey, are you going to change it on Instagram so I could see it? Because it's really small. I couldn't see what it was. And he texts back like, oh, man, next thing you know, you're going to be telling me to do stuff or something like that. I'm like, oh, no. And I went back and read whatever. I'm like, oh, no, the spelling thing changed something and made it fucking weird. And I'm like, no, dude. I'm like, fuck it. He'll get over it. He'll understand. If he's got a problem.
It's back to the original one or similar. I can't say for sure.
Yeah,
it's the same, but it's similar.
I saw that on Instagram. And I was like, he didn't change it back because I was actually looking forward to seeing his new design. You know, I was just curious, but I do like the red one because when he does anything, I'm so used to seeing that. And I mean, the first time I've ever seen him was actually in the DGC. It gets to be
like a watermark. You know what I mean?
It's unfortunate, but that's your logo, dude. Maybe make a side thing and make that logo your side gig. But we like the red one better. I don't.
Yeah, you can like right now without even reading, scan through. Oh, Chad Westport's in chat. I noticed that. I know the icon. I haven't changed mine. That little trichome thing. That is my watermark. Yeah, I went through the thing of fake accounts and all that bullshit. I'm like, does it have the fucking trichome shot with the skull in the back? No, ain't me. It ain't me because that's pretty much my signature as far as you know the icons go. I use that for fucking everything.
Yeah, you know, that's something that's actually been on my mind lately, Eagle. I should say that is you know, my picture there, that's actually Stoney Curtis from the Flintstones. And if anybody who's here watching, probably going to sue me now for using that image without their permission, right? But I just put it up, you know, and I didn't expect things to turn into where I'm going to be doing stuff like this. So I'm kind of looking for an artist to maybe do some. I don't even want to have a cartoon face because I don't want to project. I don't want kids to look at it and want to look at it more and see what it is, like younger kids. So I'm looking more to do an emblem like kind of how the Rolls Royce emblem is, like with the RR kind of stacked inside of itself. I want to do like an SR kind of similar, not exactly with that rectangle thing, maybe a circle, maybe with Stoney Rockafeller around it and the SR. I don't know. But yeah, I got to figure it out. And I really am. I mean, I could draw and I am capable of doing pretty good work, but I'm stretched thin and I'm kind of a weird perfectionist when it comes to if this is what it's going to be forever, then guess what? It's going to have to be the way I exactly like it. I don't want to have any thoughts about it. And if I'm doing it, I'm going to drive myself fucking crazy because I'm going to do it a million times. It's going to take me a. So I'd rather, sub it out to some artist that could whip something together in probably about 4 or 5 minutes. And, they want to trade something for work. I'm more willing to do that. Give me a DM shout. I'd like to just get it done so I could get rid of that thing because again, like you said, it becomes my trademark. And then I'm going to get in a chat and people are like, wait a minute, who's this dude now? I'm looking for that cartoon, profile face, right? Who doesn't look anything like me. You're on mute.
No, this time I'm not.
I'm
not.
I thought you were talking. You got me.
I was getting ready to say something.
Shoot it out, brother.
Squirreled it though. A little bit there.
Oh.
Damn, I still lost it. Hold on, give me a sec. Oh, I believe it was something about changing your icon, just maybe swapping it around a little bit, colors somehow, maybe the background. Legally, it's only going to be 3 to 10%, somewhere in that area for the dip. But then again, what I was gonna say is too. I think it's kind of bullshit, man. Fucking Skittles is suing Zittles, now. You know what I mean? That's fucked. That's how close. I mean,
really. Well, dude, come on. That they were pushing the boundaries there, first off, and secondly, I think because they were allowed to get away with as long as they thought that, this is awesome. They're not doing it. I guess we could get away with this, because no one's coming after us. And it's been a few years now. So the smart move was Skittles waited, man. They're like, what are we going to do? We're going to pay all these attorneys, these high priced attorneys to go sue these people who have shit right now. Now let's let them build it up. Let's see where this goes. Now they got millions. Let's get it. All right. Now we can afford to pay the attorneys and it's worth their while. So they let them build up. They waited it out, let them make all that money. They're going to get it anyways. They just did all the work for them. Right. Smart move. Sucky move. It's a shit move, but business wise, it's smart.
That's big business. Yeah, that's big business right there. That is definitely big business.
I'm not big business, but I kind of have the mindset. I understand it. I know how it goes. I know what they're looking to do. I mean, if you go into anything, see, I don't do any business myself. I've never went and did any business with ever an intention of screwing anybody over, or doing anything shady or lying to somebody and telling them that this is fucked up and I'll have to replace it and then everything's fine. And I don't do that shit, so I never have done that. But yeah, it's go ahead.
I agree. I've never made anything or made them buy anything but I'm right there with you. I definitely know aggressive business. You know what I mean? I know how to make a buck without a doubt. And sometimes business can be pretty cutthroat and cold hearted on a large scale. I I don't te- I don't uh, I don't approve of none of the tactics, but I definitely understand, cost cutting methods and shit like that. It's brutal. It's brutal.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think what escapes a lot of people today, is these young, especially the younger guys, is and even guys my age that don't have, somebody. My father was in business, and so back in the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, you and I, if we did business together, you know, if I if I was able to do something and get one over on you and make some money off of you, I would do it. And it was known. This is a game, business back then was more or less like a game. Like you and I would go play one-on-one racquetball or tennis or whatever. If we were doing a one-on-one thing against each other, we went out golfing. We're competing. I'm not your buddy anymore. I'm not going, God, please help Eagle get that eagle on number 5 today. Fuck that. I'm not going to pray against you. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in you putting bad luck on people. I believe that you're throwing shit at a rubber wall, man. It's going to come back at you. So I don't even bother with that. But I believe in praying for people. But right, I wouldn't be doing that for you in that situation, right? And if I could beat you, I'm going to beat you, right? So, that was business though. And that's how business was done. And it's just a game. Like you might get mad at me or whatever. I may fuck with you a little bit while you're up there on that tee box. Like, Eagle, why is your shoe squeaking when you backswing on your practice? Now your brain's not thinking about hitting the ball. I'm mind fucking you. That was the tactics of competing, right? Or even playing, if you played hockey or football with your buddies, you shit talked, You're going down. I'm gonna kick your ass this time, right? But afterwards, everybody's buddy. So that's how business was done. I'm sorry, Eagle. I got you on that one. It's only business. You could get a little sore with me, and I'm going to be like, hey, man, it's only business, right? And then you have to accept it and start planning your attack on my ass, So, but that's how big business is, I believe, is still done in that manner. And this whole generation and today on our level of operation doesn't, it's not cool, and it isn't cool. The reality is, the fact of the matter is, this isn't a game. This is life. These are people's livelihoods. You could be destroying and just ruining it. So, all right, I'm done. I preached enough.
Again, similar, I think. You know, again, sports, a lot of that. I, I, there's reasons why I don't talk money and competition. I had cut. I love sports. I love sports. I love competition, but it brings out a horrible side of me I don't like anymore. To be honest with you, that competitive nature that it's there. I like to win, but it brings out that super. Uh, I don't know. Very competitive
Oh no, I get
side
it.
of me. That's
Yeah, no, man, I totally get what you're saying, because like doing what I'm doing now, I could easily, be posting my stuff, because I do see some people. There are people who post things and kind of like want to like shove it in your face, like, look what I'm doing, and my shit's better or whatever. And, that's fine. There's people that are doing that shit. Honestly, I like, if I'm doing something good and you like it, man, then I want to share with you what I'm doing and how I got that way, right? I want you to do what I'm doing. Actually, I want to give you what I'm doing, and maybe you're going to add something, your part of your way to my way, and maybe take that same plant and do something fucking even crazier, right? So now, by me sharing my info with you, help you do something that's even more dramatic or made some, whatever it is, something better, right? And then you give me that information, then I could pass that to someone else. And we're all, you know, again, this is a medicine though, at the end of the day. We're not talking about entertainment only here. You know, I mean, yes, I use it for entertainment. Of course, I get high for just because I want to get high because, hey, man, I feel like, you know, playing something on my drums and I feel like, you know, laying back and smoking a little bit's going to get me, you know, where I want to be. So I go do that. But a lot of times too, I'm in panic mode or something's going on in my life. And I'm like, okay. Some people reach for the bottle, dude. I mean, I don't agree with it. It's fucking depressant, first of all. So you're having a bad time. The last thing you want to do is take a fucking downer, right? Makes you feel good in a minute. Only just dulls your mind to what's going on. Problems still exist when you wake up. The only problem is now you're dealing with a headache with a headache.
Not to mention you probably made some bad decisions in between.
Yeah, Eagle, we're going to have to make about 15 episodes just to get through the first half of my life of bad decisions on alcohol. And then probably another 35 to do the back half, because that's when things really got fun. When I had some money, actually, was single, making, you know, 200 grand a year almost. I was spending it though. Believe me, I was in the fucking, I'm going to get the, you know, I'm going to have the best surround sound system, the best LCD screen. I'm going to have the best, you know, being an electrician too. I had access connections to these situations, you know, pro audio. I had these connections, you know, so I can get shit better than yours, Johnny, you know, and it's all bullshit. Because at the end of the day, I'm sitting in that fucking room alone with, you know, potentially $40,000-$50,000 worth of equipment. I got a sound system that'll blow away any fucking IMAX, right? I can blast you through the walls with my system. And yet nobody's here. Nobody gives a shit. At the end of the day, I teach my girls, I'm trying to really pound that in their heads. And I'm trying to make it so they understand that when I say that nobody gives a shit, I don't mean in a literal sense that they don't care about you at all. It's just that at the end of the day, when everybody lays their head down to rest, the last thing they're going to be thinking about is probably you and your problems. They're thinking about what they're doing. So at the end of the day, all you have is you. And if you can't deal with you, if you don't know yourself, or, you know, look, we're all afraid of ourselves. We're afraid of the truth. You know, we all know the truth about each one of us. We know our flaws. We know what makes us nervous. We know, you know what I'm saying? We know all these things, the things that we try to hide. We don't want to, we're men. Fucking last thing you're going to do on a construction job site is tell everybody that you're scared of the dark or some shit, right? If that's your thing, maybe you are. Whatever the reason, maybe something happened to you traumatic and the dark was part of it and you still don't fucking like it, man. Or maybe you're in the dark one day and all of a sudden, this has happened to me, man. You just get some weird feeling and the hair on the fucking back of your neck stands up. I'm like, holy shit, that was weird. Where's the light? You know, you get that. Again, these are things that we don't want to project out there because they're looked at as negatives, or people are going to come at you and make fun of you, and, you know, so if you come down to it, make truth with yourself and make peace with yourself and accept yourself for who you are and know that you're just a beautiful person. And we're all beautiful people. And I'm not talking this shit. I'm talking, you know, from there. That's the true person. And when you find that, dude, it's the fucking greatest feeling in the world. And then you really can understand what other people are doing and what they're going through, even if they're negative people and they're assholes and you don't want to be around them. Like you said, that fucking negative, you're just kind of like, okay, I'll deal with them. And I'm not going to talk shit about them, but I will make sure that whatever time I spend with them, I have to spend with them will be minimal at best, you know, and I'll pray and hope for the best for them. And if I could drop a little knowledge and help them get in a better direction, then I'll do that. But, you know, again, I like you, okay, I need to go find a Chad Westport to come hang out with, you know, and get some vibes, you know. I had my old neighbor, man. When I was a stay-at-home dad, actually 2015 was like that was my greatest year ever I had. And it was just a turnaround for me. Everything was happening. And my next door neighbor, she had 2 kids that were the same age. So her son's a year older than my oldest one. He was 5. My daughter was 4, he was 4, I was 3. And we had 2 little babies and we're all stuck at home, you know? And so we just hung out that summer, and she's just one of these people that her and her husband they were having financial problems, you know? And so things were a little rough, and they were living a real good life at one time. And then, you know, the economy changed and stuff. He was in stock markets or whatever. And then he ended up having to take a lower paying job. So now they're kind of like, you know, in limbo or whatever. But she always seemed like she was just fucking happy, man. She always had, whenever I got around her, she would just be like, hey, how you doing? Plus she was an adult I could talk to and just hang out with and have a conversation. And we both had the commonality of having kids. I mean, there were no other dudes around the neighborhood to hang out with. So I was hanging out with the moms, you know, and have my fill of estrogen. I could tell you that. I mean, look, believe me, pool time wasn't a bad time. I mean, I looked like Hugh Hefner. Probably made some husbands mad, but I don't do that shit. So, but yeah, she was they ended up moving out. They're doing better, I guess, financially. I talk to her every once in a while, and things are going good for them now. So it got, you know, again, you go through bad and stuff, but she kept her head up, and I bet things could have been way worse, but it's turned out, you know, it's getting better as time goes on, even through these bad times. So it's just, to me, more proof positive that when you are just keeping that happy vibe and shit and just keeping it going and realizing, yeah, shit's bad, but, you know, look, everyone has the down days. I'm going to sit there and tell you I'm got sunshine shooting out of my ass all day long. You know, that ain't the truth. It happens, man. I mean, the other day I had to chop that plant down. Once I chopped that one down, I went to my seedling tent. I'm looking at my seedlings because I, excuse me, just started doing this no water or no newt thing, just water only. And these things are starting to yellow out. And I'm like, whoa, man, what's this? I had to chop that down. Now I'm looking at these babies are dying on me. I'm like, this is a bad day. And then it's like, no, it's a learning day. We're going to school. And we just got hammered with a whole bunch of homework. So buck up, Buttercup, get cracking. That's what we did. So, you know, I could have been miserable about it. So I turned you guys on and, you know, listen to you guys while I'm in the garden. Because, yeah, right now I'm in there listening to the wormholes, but there ain't no wormhole yet. Let's let the other guys in, Eagle. I don't know, unless you got more stuff you want to ask me if you're interested. I don't know.
Brother, there's no wormhole tonight. We done walked it. We went the whole route, brother.
I knew this was going to happen. I told everybody.
Hours. We did 5 hours tonight. I love it when we go the gauntlet. I love it when we go the whole shit.
How many people are left in? How many left in chat? 2?
70.
Wow.
70 still watching.
Nice. Thank you, guys.
We kind of peaked out around about $1.05. About $1.05 for a while, and we hung out around 90-ish for most of the show. Down to 70 right now.
You know, you could start your own Nielsen rating company. Eagle ratings.
They've been. Chad's had nothing but great things to say about you tonight. Your message, You know, you as a person, it's all been positive, positive, positive tonight in chat.
It has to
But
be, bro. Look around. I listen honestly, and I'll tell you what, it's not easy to do it. And I'll be honest with you. One of the ways I had to do this was I was on Facebook. Um, Actually, I was on Facebook before Facebook was a thing. I was actually involved. I was on it when it was just relegated to the school, to when he put it out and was just for the students at was it Stanford? I can't remember the school. Not Stanford, but whatever school it was, he made that platform for that school, and I was involved with this drum forum that was about making drums and stuff. They were all custom builders. So I was involved in that. And I guess the forum started blowing up so big that he didn't have the space for it. He was going to that school at the time. So he put the entire forum on the Facebook platform. And I was like, well, what the hell is Facebook? And he kind of, oh, it's this thing at school this guy made. It's a thing for sharing homework and stuff. But I'm able to share this forum on there. This way I don't have to pay money out of my pocket. So yeah, I was on Facebook before that was like 2003 or 4, I think, when I was on there. And so I had a Facebook page since then. And I got on there, dude. And then it was kind of cool reuniting with people, because by that, 2008 was when I really got on there and started using it as it's used today. And it was just contacting all these old friends, from high school that I haven't seen in 20 odd years. And then, as time goes by, I realize why I wasn't in contact with a lot of these people over 20 odd years, and then I started watching the whole fucking political thing getting, the left right thing that they've created here, and the separation, and then watching friends battling each other and family members battling each other, and fucking friendships breaking up that were 40 years strong because this guy's a Democrat and this guy's a Republican. I'm just like, fuck this. First of all, I'm not that. I know it's a bunch of bullshit. I know there's no Democrat. At the end of the day, when the doors close and we're not privy to see anything, they got their arm around each other. Hey, man, what time should the wife and I come over for the barbecue tomorrow? They're all hanging out, man. This is a good cop, bad cop. Pick a side, and then let's battle, and let's jack your ego up, man, and let's make it so you get fucking angry at this guy because of his beliefs, because of his perspectives. You need to hate that guy. So, anyways, here we go. We're going off the other way, dude. I'm squirreled. I don't even want to talk. Oh, so Facebook, all that shit. Yeah. I had enough, man. 3-4 years ago, Facebook gone, done. Instagram only, looking at pictures of cannabis, Other than that, I don't do Twitter. I don't do any of that other shit. Cannabis, I jumped on there for a minute, signed up, made an account. Again, like we talked about, I don't do that. But TV, regular TV, even cable TV, the cable shows, everything, all that shit, gone. I don't watch it. I used to just do the news where I watch the weather. I don't even do that. I don't even give them a fucking chance to drop anything in this ear, because I'm going to hear stuff again by default, just being someplace and they got the news on. I don't listen to the radio stations. I mean, I have to now. Kind of, my daughter's she's kind of into that hip hop stuff now. She's really into that. So she likes to hear her hit radio station that she's got to hear. So, but yeah, I don't want to hear any of it, man, because I'll tell you, look, I'm a pretty positive guy, and I have an awareness of kind of how things are going, how things work. And it's worked for me when that shit's on. Cause when I was staying here with my parents and my dad was alive, he always had one of them news stations blazing. And every time I'd be walking through, I'd be listening and I'd hear, what's going on in the world, and I'd be hearing this shit. And I mean, it's terrible. And I do keep somewhat of an ear because you're going to, like I said, you find out what's going on. And if it's something, I'll ask somebody like, hey, what this and that. I'll jump on, I'll read about it real quick. That's it, but I'm in control of that. I'm not hearing it when they want me to hear it. I'm listening and watching or reading it when I want to do it. So this way I'm aware and I'm looking at it through that aware perspective, not through something that's just hitting me in the side of the head and going, what, wait, what happened? He's doing what? This guy? What the, and believe me, man, dude, I could feel the negativity come on right away. That shit just drops negativity on you. Bam, bam, bam. I'm just like, fuck, I'm not about it. So yeah, I turn it off, man. I suggest everybody, fuck it. I do YouTube. Here's my TV. Eagle, Michigan Bro Show, Caribou Heart Show, Bracing Organic Show, Home Grow Show, Future Cannabis Project, all the stuff that's on there, So that's my TV, man. I'm YouTube. I don't like YouTube kind of too because they're pushing. Actually, what happened the other night to me, ABC News, World News somehow popped up on my, just started playing live thing. I don't know if a video was over because I had something going and I left the room, and then it's like autoplay, but it went to like a live ABC segment about some shooting thing going on. And I'm like, geez, man, now I'm on YouTube and now here they are. They're pumping their information. Again, look, that's our right as a U.S. citizen or as a U.S. company, whatever. And they have the right to talk, and that's fine. But I choose not to listen to it, and I don't want to have it slammed at me either. Just put it in the bin with everything else and let me pick it. If I want to watch it, I'll watch it. But don't just turn that shit on. I'm not into that. So
you are the defender of your mental fortress, my friend.
Yeah, you're not getting in there. And if you get in there, Eagle, there might be no getting out. And yeah, it's going to be a bad time. There's a lot of shit going on in there. They say the devil's, the idle mind's the devil's playground. Well, I'll tell you what, mine's a fucking amusement park then.
Mine is too. That's why I said it's a fun place, man. There's always at least a comedy skit going on in the background that I tend to enjoy. I'm serious. When I laugh at myself several times a day. I'll do something or think something. I'll be stopping. I'll be like, "You are one crazy motherfucker."
Excuse me. I know. I do the same thing, man. Oh, is that funny? He caught me mid-smoke, too. So anyway, Eagle, I don't know, man. I think I'm at the end here because I've got probably about 20 minutes. I got to water a few things at least. I got the two girls that are sucking out a gallon or two of newts every night. I haven't even mixed anything.
Stoney,
I've been running.
You got at least give me that soundbite before you go. So might as well try to figure out or get together your soundbite for me, brother.
I fucking knew this was coming, and I actually almost practiced it, and I thought I had it down because I've seen so many people, and they're like, "Wait, what?" So you want me to do the? This is Stoney Rockafeller, and I'm talking fucking shit with Eagle.
Yes, sir.
Or you want me to do it? Do you want me to do it where and you could find me on Instagram? I mean, I don't know, or you don't care, right?
I want the whole Showtime spiel. This is the way I see it, Stoney. Yeah, please put the episode in there. 392 episode. Yep, because this is the way I look at it. Even though I haven't released them in a while. I've got a nasty file of these sound bites. And at some point, I'm going to start releasing them again or do the clip. But
All right,
they're going to be a commercial. That way, when somebody does, when they are released, Stoney, somebody will be like, "Oh yeah." If they don't know Stoney, they'll be like, "Hell yeah, man! I gotta check out that episode, man. He seemed like a fucking cool guy." That's what that's. Oh.
All right. So tell me when to hit it, brother.
I'm ready when you are, sir.
Okay, here we go. This is Stoney Rockafeller talking fucking shit with the Eagle himself. This is episode 392. And you can find me on Instagram hanging out. Catch y'all later.
That's the way it's done right there. That's the way it's done.
I wasn't wondering if I should do the old fucking radio voice. Or maybe even do like a Barry White. I'd like to do Barry White. Hey, this is Stoney Rockafeller talking fucking shit with the Eagle on episode 392. Yeah, baby. I am shot, man. I've been up now almost 24 hours, brother. So I went to bed watching you last night about this time.
That's awesome. It warms my heart more than you know, brother. Seriously. Be careful driving, man. Be careful on that trip, man.
Oh, yeah, I'll be fine. I got another one of them monster coffees. I zip that down. You know how it is. I'll be good for about an hour and a half. So.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you in the wormhole, my friend.
All right, man. Give me about, 20 minutes or so. I got to rush in there real quick and work some magic and zip back. So are you opening up the wormhole?
Not really? Tonight. Not tonight. Oh. No.
I thought I was like, holy
any
shit,
other night.
This dude's going long. I thought you were showing me all that coffee. Like, I came prepared for you, dude. We're doing the Jerry Lewis marathon, man.
that's standard though. That's usually hitting at my feet though. And the one is my work. This is actually my work thermostat. This fucker holds two bun coffee pots right here.
Oh,
I actually fucking. I seen one of these things get run over by a fucking Ford fucking F-150 fucking crew cab. Fucking still did hot as shit. Barely oblonged it. But man, gotta say something about Stanley. That thing will seriously keep coffee hot for fucking a day easy. Easy.
Well, dude, you're fucking hardcore with that. Holy shit. That's a big ass canister.
Wise man taught me the secret on coffee, keeping coffee hot a long time ago. And I never even fucking thought about it until he fucking said it. And I was like, that makes perfect sense. Because you watch a ton of people on the job site do exactly what he said. And he's like, you wonder why your coffee's not hot at the end of the day. How many people, look, this thing's fucking, I bet you, if I get close enough, let me see if I can. I bet you might even see some steam come out of here. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
It's still hot. Yeah, a little bit.
No, I can see like a little bit.
You see that a little bit?
Yeah.
Did you see it when I put my hand up there? It fogged
I
a
did.
little bit. This was made at fucking 10 o'clock this morning. 10 o'clock this morning. This was made.
That's amazing.
The secret is not to do that. The secret is not to do that. How many people on the job site you see take this off, pour a cup of coffee, you just let out all your heat. That's right there. These things are meant to be. There's them now. You don't ever take that off. You turn it till you can dump the coffee. You don't ever take that off.
Yep. Yeah. You know who does that?
Coffee.
The young guys take it off. The old timers are the ones that I see always did that. They just screw it a little bit and then dump it. The only time I ever saw them take it off was they had soup in there, and then they poured it out, But yeah, no,
Yep,
the
yep.
coffee, yeah. I used to see him because I remember asking one of the guys, like, what's that? He goes, no, you just take it off like that. It stays hotter. And that was it. So I was like, oh, okay. I never thought about it until you just said it. I'm like, just took me back like 30 years almost, you know? Crazy.
That's about when I learned it, brother. To be
Right.
honest with you, man. I've been a coffee drinker, man. When I was like ninth grade, they tried to get me to quit drinking coffee, to be honest with you. Because I was wrestler. I've wrestled fucking since fourth grade. I wrestled fourth grade freestyle all through school, both school and freestyle. But at
Oh,
that
fuck
point, I
you
was
guys.
fucking drinking coffee like a madman. I had a coffee maker in my homeroom, and I was toting gallons with me to fucking meets and fucking whatnot. Just yeah. And I started getting like a kidney fucking problem. I thought it was a back problem, and the doctor's like, "No, man, your kidneys are fucking fucked, man. Quit drinking that coffee, dude. You're still growing. Just quit drinking that coffee." They pulled the coffee maker out of the homeroom, and I had to pirate coffee after that for a few years. I would actually get up every morning. This is no lie. This is no fucking lie, Stoney. I would get up, and because I was wrestling, I would get a bag up, garbage bag up, and fucking run to the fucking gas station and fucking get a cup, big old fucking 64 ounce. I wouldn't even get a coffee cup, like one of the pop cups.
Oh, yeah.
Fill
You had
that up with put a straw in it too, so they wouldn't give me no shit about it. Fucking drink that motherfucker. That 64 ounce and the Snickers. That was my fucking meal for the day right there. That was good.
that sounded like my buddy used to do that I used to work with. Coffee and fucking candy in the morning. I was like, oh my God. I think I'd have a heart attack.
Coffee and Snickers are like a golden treat, man. I that's
Oh, the taste has got
you
to be phenomenal together.
coffee, Snickers, and cannabis. Oh, that thing are those three right there. Perfect morning. Perfect morning if you can get those three together.
Oh, see, so now I'll give you my gig on coffee. I can't do hot coffee, right? I could drink it, but if I do drink it, I'm like that. I mean, I'm just nuts, man. I could drink iced coffee all day long, gallons of it. And I mean, I get the lift from caffeine, you know, but I'm not like this for whatever reason. I think if it's because the heat, the way it enters my bloodstream, I don't know, affects me a little different. My buddies, so I never really drank hot coffee, but I really do enjoy the warm coffee. I do like it, you know. And so I'll do decaf, but
Oh,
but when I start smoking again, I know. But when I'm working, the last thing I want is be sticking my hand in that live panel, do one of these. You know, I it's not good. Makes for a crispy Stoney, and we don't want that. So yeah, I just I started smoking again, and I'll never forget. We went to Jamaica in 2006, and I remember going there, and my ex had been there many times, and she actually knew people out there because she'd been there so much. She actually had friends she grew up with who they had a condo back in the 80s and 90s. So like she was going there every year with them since she was a kid. So they knew some of the Rastas around the neighborhood, you know, around the area, and they were down in the grill. So we booked a trip, and she took me down there, you know, and you know we met up. I remember asking her because I was worried, like, you know, are we gonna be able to get weed there? Like, cause I want to get high. I don't want to be drinking, you know, because at this point I was kind of like not wanting to drink anymore, and I was smoking most of the time at that point, and she's like, don't worry about it. And I was really worried, man, like I wasn't gonna get it. And then once we got there, I mean, we got off the plane, and I hand my luggage to this luggage handler who looked exactly like fucking Bernie Mac. And the first thing we do is we jump on the bus and they take you on this bus ride. And halfway to the grill, they jump off the main road and you start heading into like fucking farmlands. And you're like looking around like, wait a minute, where the fuck am I? Now, this is my first experience out of the country too, you know. Now I'm looking around like, wait a minute, why ain't we going along the ocean? Because I know we're staying on the ocean. We should be driving along the ocean still. Why are we going that way? The ocean's that way, you know. Well, their gig is they bring you out in the middle of these farm fields. There's like a bar, like a tiki hut bar setup. And you go in there and they tell you it's a rest stop because there's no bathroom on the bus. So you get off, go to the bathroom. What it is you go in there. They encourage you to buy a beer. I mean, what is it? 50 cents. All right. So you buy a beer, you have a beer, you go to the bathroom, you maybe buy something there, right? Help the local economy. So when we got there, I went to the bathroom and here comes the baggage handler, Bernie Mac, lookalike. He's like, hey man, you like to party? I'm like, yeah, sure. Why not? Right. And he's like this. I'm like, no. He's like, oh, you like this? I'm like, yeah. He turns around, reaches into his pants. I'm like, wait a minute, what the? I don't know what he's pulling out. You know, a gun, something worse than a gun. And I'd have preferred the gun. And yeah, man, he pulled out a sack. I mean, dude, it was a pound. All like, and he's like, opens up the bag and he's got like several little bags. And I'm like, I'm like, dude, you know, like, what the fuck? You know, he's like, oh, it's all right, man. Don't worry. It's cool. I'm like, you know, so he's like, well, how much is that? You know, the price was I was like, I can't even smoke this in a week. There's no way. You know, he gave me like 3 or 4 ounces for like $60. And he's like, I'm going to hold on to it till you get there. Because if we get pulled over and you have it, or it's in your suitcase and they go through it, you're going to jail. And you don't want to go to jail. So I'll hang on to it and then I'll put it in your bag. Now I'm like, oh, there goes my $60, but whatever. Okay. It was in there. And I mean, so now we got to the hotel and I mean, we got out of the bus or whatever, the cab, and walked inside the checking desk and, you know, talking to him, and he does his thing. And then, hey, if you need this, man. And I'm walking through and I see some chick, you know, like a maid or something. She smiles and she's like, oh, you need some. Get outside and we're walking through, a guy painting. I was there 5 minutes and I got hit up like 10 times. I'm like, oh, I made it. I'm in paradise. I was worried I couldn't get it. Now I couldn't get away from it. Then it became fucking annoying. It's like, all right, no, stop, man, please. It went from one end to the other, man. Be careful what you wish for. So,
I believe you smell like cannabis. Come here, I want to talk to you.
Oh, dude. But yeah, so there was my coffee thing. So I was on the work schedule. I'm getting up way early. You know, we're on the East Coast. So, or we're on your time, actually, I think. Or no, actually, they're on Central time. That's right. Because I was getting up early. So I was getting up around 3 a.m. We were going to bed early, too. I mean, shit, you were knocked out by 9 o'clock, being out in that sun all day. Smoking, maybe have a couple of cocktails, 1 or 2 of those Slurpee looking drinks, you know, they're pretty tasty, but yeah, dude. Oh, fuck. What a great job. But I would wake up in the morning. I pretty much the only person alive at that moment. The sun was just coming up and I'd go out on the beach and I'd grab some of their Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee. Oh my God. I could drink that shit, Eagle. Know this, got to this, beach, ocean, white sand, me. Yeah, believe me, if we had that ocean here, I'm over there. I'm living there, man. That's it. But yeah, it was that was my coffee thing though. So that was my start to drinking coffee. So I found that if I ate something, I I could drink the hot coffee and not have so much. But if I did like wake up in the morning, jump in the truck, going to work, pull into the, gas station, grab the cup, and shoot back in the car and start slamming it before I ate something, yeah, forget it. I'm shot. If I eat something, I'm good. But the Blue Mountain shit, I didn't have to eat anything. It's just something about that coffee and the smoke. It went hand to hand. It was growing all together in the same areas. We got lucky. I went and saw some stuff. So it was a good thing, man. And that's what addicted me to the coffee thing. And then I got on that, and then it was, yeah, I had to stop coffee for a minute. It's just getting anxiety and coffee doesn't go good together either. So anyways,
It can happen.
I'm going to have to cut loose soon. I got fans going on now. Actually, the lights are all off. I missed my 20-minute window.
Right.
Hey, since I got you here and you're the expert, should I water them anyways, even though it's lights out? Should I dump a little water in there, or should I let them go? Because I know people say it's nighttime, you shouldn't water.
They need it. They need it.
All right.
You're not going to be there in the morning. You better wake up with loaded than dry, right?
Right. That's what I was figuring. I just thought I would take a shot, man, get a guy who I know knows.
I'd water. A lot of that shit, that fucking water all the time, same time, sounds real good, but man, it's not real life. It's not real life. You know what I mean? I've watered at weird times, inconsistent times around my schedule. Them girls look just fine in my opinion.
All right, then I'm not going to stress at all. That works for me.
Well, brother,
yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Gotta hang it up though. It's 5:03. Shit, we went another 20 minutes.
Eagle, I'm telling you, man, brother, I haven't even started in on you. I still got a lot to learn about you now, man. So I got like this, dude, honestly, you and I could go a year and probably still not cover. Look, Eagle, I've got more stories than fucking Disney. Okay. Honestly. I don't know what to tell you.
Hoping, come on and tell them, brother. I'm hoping you come back on and tell them. This night was easy to do. It's been a great conversation. It was an easy conversation, man. So, and shows how fun and
I appreciate that.
This has been. I mean, it's been literally effortless. I love these ones.
Thank you. Yeah, I was again, I was nervous, obviously, at the start. And I was kind of like, I mean, I knew what to expect, but it's like when you get involved, like, look, I've been on stage playing drums and you know what to expect. But when you get up on there, there's always something that happens and that unexpected thing, and you don't know what's going to happen. Like, I'm watching my mom's dog right now, and this dog's kind of a maniac, but surprisingly, hasn't moved from its spot. I hope it's not dead. I have to go check, but normally the thing's all over me and she hasn't bugged me once. I figured that this phone would go flying and shit would be at some point, but knock on wood, everything's been pretty cool and smooth. But how many people we have left in chat? There can't be more than 2 now. I mean, Chad Westport,
64. Chad Westport popped up as soon as you said his name.
Oh, man. So you tell me, Eagle, when you want to end it, because I got another, let me see, I'd have to leave here at 6:30. It's 4:05 my time, so I have to leave here. She said the bus 7:30. I would have to leave here at like, the latest I could leave here is 6:30 a.m. So if you want to take it, brother, I just have to run upstairs and go grab another drink.
No, brother. I am done, sir. Done. Yeah, I gotta get some rest. I gotta get up and get some stuff done. A few hours myself. But there's always tomorrow, my friend. There's always tomorrow.
Yes, sir. We'll see if I'm alive for that, man, because I have my band practice tomorrow. So we'll wrap up. Actually, what time you start at 10:30 tomorrow, my time?
Yeah, your time.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, I
an
mean,
hour behind.
I don't know exactly what's going to happen. So our band practices, the way they're structured is it's kind of around my kids, my schedule with them. So like this weekend I don't have my kids, so this Friday we jam. Next Friday I have my kids, so we don't do Friday nights then. But if I'm there tomorrow night, man, if you're going on, if you want me to hit you up and do something in the beginning, before you start and jam out a song real quick, we'll do an original song of ours so you don't get pinged on the copyright shit, because I know how that goes.
That's awesome, man.
Up to you, brother.
Hell yeah. Let me know. Let me know, my friend.
Oh yeah, we just have our bass player won't be there. He's actually going on his vacation that got canceled twice last year. So they're finally going on a vacation that they paid for 2 years ago. They prepaid for this thing like a year in advance because it was like I don't know, wherever they're going. They're going somewhere in the Key West that's very popular. And you got to it's like a year out reservation type thing, and you're prepaying for it. So they prepaid for this thing, and now it's been like almost 2 years. So they're finally going. But
It's
I
like
told
one
them,
of the night tickets for one of these super concerts. And not
right,
getting to see it.
right. See how that goes, right? All right, man. Well, you know what? I'm ready to let you go and get some rest because maybe I could sneak an hour of sleep in there too before I go take off and onto my crazy life.
Right on. Thanks again, my friend. For
Thank
real.
you. Hey, man, you just called me friend, and I like that. I really appreciate that. Really, it really means a lot. All you guys in chat, man. Actually, anybody that acknowledges me, and I don't care if you're growing, little plants or whatever. I don't know. There's this girl around. If you've seen her, I think she was on a DGC. She got interviewed. She was on Chad Westport's Shield Maidens. She's really a cool chick, man. And she's doing stuff like that. So she's just reaches out. Scooter, dude, another great guy. What a cool dude, man.
Great episode too. That was a great episode too. I did send you that thing on plant and consciousness, that link. You want to check that out.
Oh, you just
That
sent
one
it?
that one I was telling you about. Yeah, it's only like a 2.5 minute video if you're curious. But
I'm
pretty
gonna
cool.
check it out. I will
Right,
check
bro.
it out, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. And I just like, we're all friends, man. Everybody in chat, all you guys, anybody acknowledges me, I'll acknowledge you back. If I don't see you in chat and you say my name, man, again, I'm down here looking like this, doing this, and that fucking thing's flying by, man. And if I go back to try and reread and then type shit more, so now I've been finding that whoever's on the panel, it's just easier for me to put all your names in all at one time and just have one big mass thing out and acknowledge everybody in one shot. And then I can just sit back and
Right now. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to acknowledge me, my friend.
fuck. Absolutely. It's awesome, dude. We're gonna build a good friendship, my man. You're gonna see a lot more of me.
So, my friend. Well, have a good day, and again, have a safe trip. And I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah. We'll see you, man. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate this opportunity. I really do. And for letting me shout out all those people. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Old school chronic seeds, man. Honestly, you guys want to try skunk piss, man. The guy's not saying it is. He's saying he's had the real shit a lot, and it's the closest thing that he's ever found to it. And I don't know if you know James Loud, and I guess he's growing it out right now too. So I'll check him out. And if you're in my area, man, Next Level hydro store, indoor gardening.
All right. Well, that wraps this one up, guys. 392. I can't believe it. And again, if you guys are curious, I've been doing this as well. 1 year ago to this day, Can of Queen Genetics episode, I believe it was 44. 44. So if you guys are curious on wanting to see an older episode, go back and check out Can of Queen episode 44, 1 year ago today. So I've been trying to remember the past as I go along. Actually, since the show's been going on, real quick, this is like last year's book. Okay. Well, this book's got last year, this year. So it's clipped. So I can like go back as I've gone on. I try to catch birthdays. So I'm sure, I think yours was last Sunday, I believe. Up right there. Check it out. What's that say? What's it say?
Stoney Rockafeller, yeah. I can
see. No, what's it say?
I can't read it. I see Stoney
Rockafeller's birthday.
B-Day,
May 2nd.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I try to do that with everybody. So
yeah,
as I picked up on that shit, so I look back at last year and try to, this was your episode, your birthdays, try to keep them rolling. So as I learn, I can preempt your happy birthday next year. You won't have to tell me next year, Stoney.
I was hammering you that day because you're like, who's got the birthdays? And man, I'm like, me. I kept like, man, did he see it? Because I know you're probably, that shit was shooting by, and dude, you're doing other things. Right. No, I can't
say shit, man. Like tonight, man, sometimes you like see me doing shit. And I wonder what people think when I'm up here doing shit. Because I'm writing down names, I'm fucking catching birthdays, I'm fucking doing shit in chat, I'm talking to you.
Right.
Writing down people new names in chat and shit for the shout outs list. I try to catch a lot, man. I really try to, I do. This community means a lot to me, bro. I try to.
Now you know what it's like to be now you know what it's like to be a drummer, man. Legs and arms all doing different things at the same time, man. Your brain, though, you're using your brain trying to stretch that one thing out. I give you kudos. That, and at the end of the show where you say everyone's name, when I told my buddies about that, they're like, he does what? I go, dude, he goes through every fucking name, man. Whether you're past or present, you could be back, off into the netherworlds, gone from this earth, and he's saying your name still. He doesn't have to shout you out, but he does anyways. And, it's funny. So you get the mixed reaction, because these guys are in a band. So it's not like you get to pick and choose everybody, right? So you got some guys that are still rough around you. That's fucking crazy, And then my other buddy's like, no, it's not. That's fucking dedication there. And I'm like, see? So somebody got it. Somebody else didn't. But there we are training them. We got to train that guy. We get him straightened out soon. But it's love, dude. It's love. It's dedication. And it's purity. That it shows proof positive that what you're doing is the right way to do it. Not for some self-serving, self-adulating type of situation. I give you, dude, all the credit in the world for what you're doing, because that is crazy. It is. I mean, it's like what, 10 or 15, 20 minutes it takes you to do that. And it takes you longer every friggin' time you do it. You're adding names on there because I hear them now that I've been listening, I hear the names, so I know who's coming. I know Subpool's number one, and I hear the people that I see that are in the other shows and chat, like Supreme Great, man. I see that guy everywhere. That guy, Supreme Grape, if you're watching, man, I gotta know how many fucking prizes did you win on 420? Dude, I was like in the same shows with this guy and ended up like, guessing numbers or whatever. And it was like, oh, it looks like Stoney's got, oh, no, wait, Supreme Grape hit it on the head. I was like close to the number. And this dude hits it on the head. He wins the prize. Then I'm on another show and he's in chat too. We're doing, it was like same situation happened like 3 or 4 times. It was awesome. And again, I love it. He won everything. And look, I don't care. You didn't have anything. And even what I was going to get wasn't something I needed. I look at everything as, do I need it to survive? Do I need it to make things work? Do I need it? Want different, there's a lot of wants, what reasons. Again, there we go. I'm shooting off. Eagle, I got to let you go, dude. Or we're already cracking in the 420 mark here. This is never going to end, bro. I don't know if you have to pay Zoom or anything, but shit, I hope not.
All right, brother. No, it just shows how good of a night it's been if it keeps continuing. You know what I'm saying? We'll do it again. Let's do it again. You have a great day.
Love you, brother. Take care. Peace, everybody.
Love you too, man. Have a great day. Peace.
I will. What do I?
Just hit end if you want to get out.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
leave. All right, guys. We'll see ya.
Have a good day, brother. He's got it. Well, that does it for this episode 392. A great episode. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I know you almost 60 plus of you guys have been with us all night long. But this is the end. No shout outs because I need music for shout outs and I don't want to ruin this great episode. So I have to owe you guys some shout outs tomorrow in the wormhole. So you guys know the routine. Please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. Good morning, good night, whichever applies to you. See you tonight, 11:30 with, look here, James Tuscan. A guest provided to me by John, Mr. John. Jimmy, we'll be here tonight. Drop the book. I'm sorry. See you guys tonight, 11:30.